Welcome to finals day of the Billabong Occy Grom comp presented by Sunbum. We're at Snapper Rocks. Swell has arrived a bit more than yesterday. Maybe not as big as what we were expecting, but I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Stace Galbraith. Good morning.
Good morning, Jess. How are you?
I'm great. I've had my first coffee. I'm ready for this first man-on-man.
You kind of cooked your goose yesterday and had 3.
Yeah,
What's your strategy for today?
1.
Okay, just 1. It's kind of cold today, though, so I think maybe you might have a cup of tea or something. Cold for the Gold Coast, anyway.
Yeah, it is. I actually wore 2 jumpers this morning, which is quite rare up here. Quite rare. But this morning, we're underway with action. I can't believe we have 2-man heats for the under-12s. I know we saw it in the women's semi-finals yesterday. Did you watch the under-12 girls semi-finals yesterday?
I did not. I had to get out of here, but walk me through it.
So we had 2 semi-finals, obviously.
Actually, no. You know what? No, to make fun of the draw, there's been like 3 quarters and stuff like that.
No,
so
true.
Don't be too hard on yourself there.
But in those 2 semi-finals, there was 3 8s dropped. 2 of them went to Everly Morgan. And then second place in Everly Morgan's heat, Estella Carbonelli. She had a 7.77 and a 7.67. So it was all systems go for the under-12 girls yesterday afternoon. Vorno and I were losing our minds. But this morning, Tali Crompton and our Italian, Rocco
Rigliaco. Rock Dog. No doubt his brother Romeo will be nearby. It's... Yeah, Rocco's a real man of the world. He spends half his year in Indonesia, half his year back in Europe. And
it's pretty cool.
They've been having a pretty good time out here, the family. Came out here about a week early, and I don't know. I want to say this might be one of the bigger days that they've seen it, actually, because the swell has kind of been a bit sleepy through the back end of June. Here we go, Jess, as we mentioned him, up and riding.
First wave of the day. Oh, no. It's okay. It's cold. You just have to get used to it.
Yeah.
Brush it off. But it looks like maybe a bit of a sweep this morning.
Yeah, with the swell increasing overnight, there's definitely going to be a bit more movement in the water. I think the most challenging thing for what the competitors are going to have to deal with this morning is just the wind. It's like it'll come round throughout the day to be a bit more south, but at the minute it's kind of southwest, so you can just see that little ruffle kind of in the lip line. It's clean, but as you can see there with Rocco, if your board kind of goes too up and down, the wind can get a hold of it. So I think that, always hard being the first heat of the day. You kind of don't have anything to sort of base the conditions off other than kind of what you're learning as you go in the heat. So, yeah, that'll be something that I think the surfers will be picking up. But we've got a pretty good battle here, natural v goofy. So I think we're going to get to see, a good variety of surfing in this first heat of the day.
Yeah, I got to spend a little bit of time with Tully Crompton down at Coffs Harbour for the Billabong Osgrom. Oh, it's actually Ripco Osgrom, sorry, this year. But he is such a character. He's such a funny little kid, and he absolutely rips. That was kind of like my first reintroduction to Grom comps in a long time.
How old did you feel?
Old. Like, old. And I don't think I'm that old.
You're not that old. But I know exactly the feeling where you kind of... You don't go to Grom comps for a few years and then you roll back up and you go, oh my goodness.
I was like...
We've got 10-year-olds surfing man-on-man heats out perfect snapper. Like, wow, the game's changed. Here we go, Rocco now. A better looking wave down the line, Jess.
Yeah, I like that first turn. That's better. I feel like he's learned from his mistakes on that second one and gets a 4th turn in there. So I love the look back to the beach for the under-12s too. They always make sure they get the tick of approval from their parents. I mean, yesterday, Everly Morgan, after every wave, she did a thumbs up back to her dad.
That's so classic.
You did a pan to him and he's gone 2 thumbs up back to her. It was just, I love they wait for the tick of approval. I mean, I definitely would. I wasn't even surfing at their age.
I want to say, there's probably part of that where obviously they, surf and maybe train a lot with their parents and they want to look in and see how, how that ride might have been. But I also think this morning is going to be a bit about the runaround. Where, particularly Rocco, he's not from here, doesn't surf here a lot. Today's a day where I think you will see, the surfers running around a bit more than yesterday just because of the swell size. And when you ride a wave that far down, it can be beneficial to run back around, but I don't know. I'd be paddling today. As you can see where Rocco got that wave from, it was nowhere near the top of the point, but it was still a really good wave as we have Tully up and riding here, Jess.
Yeah, goofy footer. Oh my goodness, that turn. It just doesn't make sense to me how the under-12's so good. Actually, even yesterday watching the girls, I was Vaughn and I was yelling at the TV.
Yeah.
We were getting so invested. That was a fully vertical turn for Tully.
How's this if you're Rocco? You just have to go this way, even though you're nowhere near back out the back again. Oh, sick. And I don't know, the under 12s is kind of like, obviously you can see the strategy at play, and these kids are checking in with their coaches and parents and whatever, and their equipment, everything's dialed in, but it's probably like the last age group where there still is just like 110% attack. And you've seen that in those first two waves, like they're just, it's still just instinctual. And, you know, as you get a bit older and, you know, you start to kind of worry a bit more about what your mates are doing and all that shit, you see it in the 14s and the 16s, like everyone, it kind of, you can tell they got their comp heads on, but the under 12s are so sick. It's just like, it's just absolute go, go, go. There's only one gear. And, you know, it's cool today that they've got a bit more of a canvas to work with.
Oh, yeah, and I feel like if you're in the under 12s and you have a man-on-man out snapper, you're just going to take any wave that comes your way.
And you kind of have to. Like, it's absolutely, you know, it can be horrifying, surf and snapper with no one out, because you don't have, like, a lineup. You don't have, like, you know, the older boys or girls that, you know, are the locals here kind of in the best spot and you're sitting down the line. You've got every choice of wave you want. It can have, like, it can take its toll on you.
Oh, my. Rocco, 2 laybacks, keeping it going down the line. Tully out the back behind him. Just another one-turner there. And Rocco finishing off that wave. He's going to opt for that run around, so looked in, probably got the signal. You're right, Stace. Done your time as a coach.
Oh, done my time as a Grom comp spectator. That's for sure.
But I like Tully's approach too. I mean, his turns have, I feel like, a lot of grunt behind them, but he's just only found those one-turners.
Remember how you said yesterday you got washed across the rocks at Little Marley?
Oh, yeah.
Not today.
No.
There's so much sand here. Like, usually where those rocks that he ran in front of just there, you'd be kind of struggling to kind of get in. The rip would be running around the rock and it would be kind of chest deep.
Yeah.
But not today.
Not today.
There's so much sand here on the beach, which is you know, a good sign of things to come if this swell picks up throughout the day and through the week, which I think it might. The bank is in, you know, really, really good condition at the minute.
Even when it was smaller than it was yesterday, I think before the comp started, I saw Corbin Hutchins put a story up, and it was this dreamy ankle-high wave, and it just ran the whole way down the point. So, yeah, definitely not to say that the bank isn't perfect, because it just looks incredible. They've been pumping some sand too. There's so much sand at the other side of Fingal. It's going to be good when the swell comes. Hopefully it comes east-southeast.
I think yeah, everyone's got a pretty busy calendar of events that they need to attend to, but if anyone can hang around here for an extra day or two, I think that they'll get some pretty fun waves.
Yeah, definitely.
A lot of the families these days just relying on the camper van or the converted bus. So if you can be mobile, I think it'll be worthwhile staying around. As we see, Tully's has had a couple of short ones now, and it's probably good timing for Rocco there, because he's put 2 pretty good scores on the board, and he'll probably be back out here for priority here if he puts his head down. If not, Tully is actually looking like he's got a bit of mongrel in him here. He might beat him back out.
Kicking to get
he
back out there.
He kind of needs to.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing against his surfing. He's done 2 really great turns in this heat, but that's it. He's just done 2. And where Rocco, he's got a 7, 6, 7, and a 7 on his last 2 waves. Got them down the line a little bit too. Once Tully has got caught behind, so maybe, I don't know, maybe a position change for Tully, but
I think it's probably more manoeuvre selection for Tully. I think you can see he's got those big turns in his repertoire, but it's just about piecing the whole wave together. And if you look at the scores, you might think that Tully's getting, you know, wiped here, like getting cleaned up, but he's not. Like, he's done 1 turn on every wave and got a 4.33, whereas Rocco's had like a series of linking manoeuvres and he's getting 7. So if you kind of look at like output to what Tully's done for the scores that he's got versus Rocco's, Tully's actually he's in a fine position. His surfing's there, like you said, Jess. He just needs to find a wave that allows, you know, for multiple manoeuvres.
Here we go, Rocco down the line again. Loves that opening layback. That's better for him. I feel like, oh wow, this wave's a grower down the line. He's really laying into all of his turns. Oh, wow. No.
He was on the way there to a pretty big score, but wow, he's for, you know, not being from here, he's had impeccable wave selection so far this morning. Just the waves have allowed him to really, you know, kind of be patient and show like really good variety in his surfing.
Oh, that It's definitely bigger than yesterday. The sets, even when I rocked up this morning, I didn't have a lot of time to look at the surf, but I like got to see one line of sets with maybe like 60 Groms on it.
Yeah.
But it was definitely bigger, a lot dreamier. I'm sure the 18's probably rocking up today thinking, yep, we're on today. Even though they made it look really fun yesterday. But I think Tully, I know he's been too deep, so obviously he's going to have to think about where he takes off and maneuver selection, like you said. But I reckon even just watching Occy out snapper, he always takes off behind the first section. So he can come around and get vertical in that first one. So I feel like I like the idea of his approach, but it just hasn't paid off down the line yet.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. Like, as a goofy footer, you kind of have to create that vertical face, particularly on a day like today. If you look at the way that Rocco's waves have panned out, they have been a little shouldery, just kind of, I want to say easier waves to surf. Whereas if you're Tully and you're on the backhand, you kind of have to create that drama a little bit, because as a goofy footer out here, there's only so many turns you can go to. It's not like on your backhand out here you can rely on variety. You have to kind of be, every turn has to be money and it has to be critical. I think like everything you said, spot on. It's like he's in the right spot. He just needs to piece his waves together a bit better and hopefully just get a bit of luck with something that kind of holds its tempo down the line and doesn't run off too fast on him. And
obviously these guys, the Australians are working towards the ranking system. The under 12s don't go to the ISAs, as we all know, but it's still that bragging right or that winning feeling of, I won the rankings. Tully won a 6.5 star down at the Grom Cup, and he was elated. He was so ecstatic. He's right up there at the top of the rankings, so he's fighting for that trophy at the end of the year as well. So I feel like there's so much on the line. I love the drama it brings to the under 12s from a young age. Because I feel like it really breeds what you have to do through the QS and be on that ranking system to then qualify for the next. I think
it's so hard to put a year together. Like, even if you look at the guys and girls winning the world titles, like, it is so difficult to be. They all talk about the same thing, consistency. Consistency. You want to be consistent, and it's not just consistent with making a heat or two. It's consistent with big results. Finals and winning events. So, yeah, it's kind of cool to see this like put together like a football season. It's not just one event and done, and you're the champ. You got to be good, week in, week out, and I think that's something that Australia's always had, is a really strong competitive sort of junior scene, and it's only getting gnarlier by the look of it with how kind of you can see it in this age group, like at under 12s, man-on-man priority heats out 2 foot snapper.
I know.
It's pretty sick.
I know, it's outrageous. It's so outrageous. Yeah. But was it the same for you as it was for me? It was to make it to Aussies or ISAs, you had to go regionals, then state, then Aussies, like top 2 or 3, then went to...
It always changed with the end kind of way to get to the ISAs. Like, it used to be if you made, I think, from memory, it used to be if you made the final.
Really?
So it was those 4 that went through the ISAs. Then it was just the top, just who won. That's who went, and then it was like you went into like a wild card camp. Where the remaining 3 spots were like chosen over, kind of like how they are now, like how are you doing on the pro juniors if you were doing them, because like the under, plenty of the under 18 boys were doing pro juniors. So if you won a pro junior or something like that, which is that next age level above, if you've done well in that competitive environment, that would be something that maybe would get you a start. And then, what it is now is like a really vast kind of spread of like you can do well in the 10,000s, you can win an Australian title, or you can be picked as a wild card. It's kind of everything.
Yeah.
So, plenty of ways to go about representing Australia if that's what your goals are.
Yeah, and Queensland's one of 2. Queensland's the only state that has 2 10,000s in it too, which I think is just a testament to the level of waves and probably the level of Groms coming out of Queensland as well. I think Queensland is breeding.
What's the other 10,000, the one on the sunny coast?
So the Parko.
The Parko,
Yep, and then there's the Taj small fries over in WA.
Yep.
And then there's a Rip Curl in Phillip Island.
Yep.
And then there is the Skull Candy.
Sweet.
Yeah.
That's a sick tour.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
Sign me up.
Grommet tour.
Then there's the 6.5 stars. It's like a full tour. Here we go. Tully, This is better looking. Gets 2 turns there, but nothing really much down the line. I think he's just got to start swinging like Rocco did and hopefully get one down the line now.
Yeah, I think he could probably not paddle back out too fast here. And I guess what I mean by that is just sit off the edge of that bank on the way out. Tully surfs all these points. And I'd probably want to say this is an example of maybe a local over-frothing a little bit and just wanting to be behind the rock because there's no one there. And kind of like I said at the start of the heat, snapper with no one out is like, it's exciting, but it's also like, it can be overwhelming. You're like, oh my God, I've got this whole vast lineup. Everything you know kind of goes out the door because if you're Tully, you're 10 or 11 years old, however old he is, you're so used to being at the bottom of the pack. So it's one of those things where he kind of just needs to remember that he's certainly talented enough. As you can see again there, the scores, like his waves are half the length of Rocco's, but he just wasn't able to kind of get the number of manoeuvres in. And the judges, they're never looking for quantity of turns; they're always looking for quality. But when you've got quality and quantity together, like Rocco does, Jess, it's a hard thing to beat.
This was a good-looking wave from the start. I was watching him paddle and going, wow. He's got that really cool European style, I reckon. Laura and I were saying yesterday, he's like a young little Leo with his arms kind of spread open there, but just can't get the finish. But I think that could go into his top 2.
Yeah, it's a sick wave. He surfed it really well. It's going to be interesting to see where that score comes in.
How cool for Tully, though. Like, he's already competing in man-on-man international heats at 11.
Yeah. Like, it's a testament to to all the event organisers and all the sponsors and everyone that pulls these events together. Like, there's not many events like this, particularly at this location. Yeah, well, there's none. This is it.
Yeah. Are you looking forward to the day that you might have Groms in this event of your own?
I'd probably I would say that I want to be excited, but I don't know. I don't know if I'd be like helicopter stress dad or just like fun dad. I don't know. I haven't decided yet.
Stace just power walking up and down the beach.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be doing that. I'd probably be more like on the hill behind the toilet block, just like melting into the ground. Absolute like. I tell you what I am looking forward to is just being like a road dad and having a mental decked out bus. There's some mental buses down here.
There is. It's definitely leveled up from when I was a Grom.
Yeah.
We had our Volkswagen van and we would put the 2 back seats down, shove a blow-up mattress in, sleep under wherever someone couldn't find us.
Yeah.
With Bill, my dog, down the bottom of the car.
Perfect, yeah. Snoring the night away.
Yeah, it was perfect.
Yeah.
But now everyone's got a full house on wheels.
House on wheels.
All right, got another run around from Rocco. That last wave.
Did he just better?
Yeah, 7.5. So he had a 7 and a 7.67. So Tully, 3 minutes.
It's going to be combination stations, unfortunately, but it's still enough time. I still reckon he's well and truly in this. He just needs to keep his cool here, get himself a 6 or so, and then obviously leave it up to the last couple of minutes there. But he kind of would probably want to pounce on something in the next 45 seconds to a minute, then not do the run around, just paddle back out, get back in the bank, and try and get one off the end.
Yeah, get one of those. I mean, Rocco got a 7 from down the end too.
Yeah,
so
pretty much
maybe
all
2 sevens.
I think all of his waves have been a little further down the line. But I guess just like what we're talking about, how intelligent these kids are with their heats. Like Rocco just sat and waited for priority. He didn't freak out and catch. He already knew he had 2 scores. Instead of just continuing to surf, he kind of waited for the next best wave to come through, which Tully was actually right underneath him for that last wave. But it was Rocco's turn. So, the best thing about that last wave of Rocco wasn't the surfing. It was the fact that Tully wasn't on it.
Yeah.
And now he's really in a really, really good position.
Yeah, I agree. And if Rocco wins this heat and goes to the final, the next semi-final is actually pretty tough. There's Liam from Tahiti. He won it last year, so it could be an all-international final.
That's sick.
But Tully wants more. He's racing, but it just hasn't been his heat so far.
Nah, it hasn't. Unfortunately, he just didn't get the start and then never really was able to recover from there. And with a minute 30 on the clock, it's going to be a hard hard one to draw back. This is almost just like a Perso wave now for Rocco. If there's any kind of turns that he was working on or any kind of things that he might want to bring out in the final, this is kind of the wave where you can kind of, I don't know, think about what your final's going to look like, because with Tully being comboed and only a minute left, I can't see that situation changing too much.
Yeah, he looks pretty chuffed with himself, Rocco.
Oh, this is a bomb. And this is another Perso wave. Unless he gets like a 9 and can sneak out the back for a 4. Here's Tully now. This is a sick looking wave. Wow. Go, get back out the back. Get off the wave. Go, hurry up. That's a huge score. This is probably the best wave of the heat.
I can't wait for you to be a comp dad.
Go. Get back out the back. Oh, our timer was a little off to the actual beach timer. So there wasn't 30 seconds left. There was like 5 seconds left. But that was a sick wave from Tully and a real good one for him to kind of, I don't know, finish this event on and be like stoked with his performance, because it's always hard when you know you can surf that good and you just don't get the chances that you want. But yeah, that was a sick wave there from Tully, and yeah, we know he's super talented.
Yeah, that was a bit of a confidence boost before going down to the Skull Candy next week. So
definitely.
Yeah, great heat there. Start the day. We've got a first international finalist. We are going to go to a short break. We'll be back for semi-final number 2 right after this.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp presented by Sunbum. We've had our first semi-final of the morning. It was Rocco Rigliaco taking out Tully Crompton, but Tully's last wave was a 7.93. So best wave of the heat.
Yeah, that's a cool score for, like, I think everyone, you know, watching on the beach and everyone getting ready for their, you know, later heats.
And then this is Thomas Burke. Pretty sure he's from here.
I think he's from here, yeah. I've been watching him and his dad, like, remember I used to lifeguard here at Snapper, and I was watching his dad pushing him into, like, the tiniest little, like, runners of all time. And I don't know, style's such a funny thing. You don't, I don't know, like, from when I first saw him surf, he would have been like 6 or 7 or 8 years old. I don't know. He's really, really young. And he had this most mental, beautiful, calm little style. And you just see that carry through now. Into obviously like his, you know, pre-teen years, and yeah, he's a great little surfer from the area.
And then that on screen is Liam Shamquow from Tahiti. Like I said, he won this event last year.
Defending champ.
Defending champ.
They'd be pretty psycho to go back to back in the 12s.
Whoa, huge score to start the heat. 8.17. But talking about style, I know it doesn't really come into play anymore. But there's one Grom in particular that comes to mind whose style I absolutely love, and it's Aiden Finn.
Oh, yeah, Ados. Yep. Great style. Reminds me of a baby Glindo.
Yeah, even a bit of Ethan in him.
Yep.
All right, the Tahitian. Wow. Beautiful carve there. There's a snap.
Holy Michelle Borez. Oh, my goodness.
He actually got to do the torch lighting ceremony with Michelle Perez.
That's so cool.
And Vahine and Cowley. Cool little experience for him.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
But yeah, defending champ. So we could have an international final, but that 8.17, that's a huge score. We kind of missed the start of that wave. But
yeah, we caught up to the end of it. I think you could see, like, with the scores in the last heat, you know, Tully had the wave with like 2 pretty nice turns, but didn't, you know, again, didn't quite have that run on it. Was there a couple of nice turns there from Thomas, and it looked like had the length of ride as well. But yeah, great start to the day.
all right, we have Rocco on the mic for a chat. Rocco, congrats, you're into the final.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really happy, and yeah, I'm really stoked to like be in the final.
Bravo, mi amigo.
Thanks.
What's doing, Rocco?
It's really good out there. There's a couple of good ones, and yeah, I really stoked to surf snapper with two persons, like 2 people out there, and yeah, it's firing. It's so good.
Was it kind of nerve-wracking just being the only other person out there, just you and Tully?
A bit.
So many fun little waves.
Yeah, a bit, but like, I was so excited because I caught so many waves, so much good ones, and yeah, I was stoked.
Yeah, that's awesome. And you've got Thomas and Liam in this other semi-final. How much do you know about those two?
So, I know Liam from not a long time, like, but I met Thomas here the other day, and yeah, they're 2 really good surfers, and can't wait to see who I'm against.
Hey, I know you've probably got people tuning in all around the world. It's pretty early in Indonesia, and it's probably a midnight dinner time back in Europe. Did you want to say hello to anyone?
Yeah, I want to say hello to my family back in Europe, to my grandma, my uncle, and my grandpa, and yeah, thank you so much.
And are they Italian, Rocco?
Yeah,
You can speak in Italian if you want, brother.
they're all Italian, and yeah, my grandma is half Swedish and half Italian. Yeah.
How's their English?
My grandma's English is good.
Oh, beautiful. So she's listening in, smiling big. What about your
Yeah.
grandfather? Why don't you say something to him in Italian this morning?
Ok, ciao nonno, ti voglio tanto bene, ciao nonna, ciao.
Ciao, Rocco.
Bye.
Bye.
Good, thank you.
What a classic. So good. Yeah, I think like for Thomas and for Tully, like the best thing that they can have for their development right now at this age, and you know, don't want to overcook it too much, but the fact that they've got 2 of the best like internationals of their age group in the world in the semis is like gonna do wonders for their development. Like whether they win or lose, it kind of doesn't matter. It's like okay, I was against Rocco and Liam in the semis, and yeah, I ended up winning the comp. That's great. I'm feeling good. Oh, I didn't beat him. You know, that's what I know the rest of the world is kind of looking like. And so, yeah, it's cool that you know, we can have these kids from all across the world in this event surfing against the local boys, because it just raises the level for everyone. So yeah, it's a cool thing to see.
Yeah, I remember just a few years ago when I was still doing the Pro Juniors, you were saying to me you have to look outside where you live. You have to think bigger picture.
Yeah, which is hard. It can be hard to do if all you're doing is club rounds and just junior comps out the front of your house. Like it is hard to think like kind of globally, but you got to remember there's hungry kids on every beach of every corner in the world, and some of them might not have the ability to travel these events, but they will one day. So you can't think like, oh, you know, I've got this crazy rivalry with my mate in the club. Like, that's cool and everything, and it does mean a lot. But at the same time, you know, there's a Rocco and a Liam all around the world. So yeah, it's so awesome that they come here to these events and you know, and compete and you know, give everyone a go. And you look at Thomas right now; he's really challenging the defending champ, and he's in a really good position.
Yeah, 817.573. 13.9, not even at halfway mark. But yeah, I feel like when you're someone like Liam and you've had that international experience, he's probably not stressing right now. But here's Thomas, really nice person. I know what you say about that style. That is really silky smooth to watch. It's kind of got shades of George Pitter.
Yes, that's a really good call. He does have a bit of GP in that wraparound.
That full upper body torque all the way back.
It's such a good sign of commitment to your turns when you're able to twist your head away from your board and fully commit to the turn, because you'll see a lot of surfers, particularly on the point breaks around here, or they've even, Rabbit says it the other day, you've always got to have one eye looking down the line, but it doesn't mean that you can't fully commit to your turns.
I reckon that's what the best people who surf this wave, I reckon that's what they do. They surf completely in the pocket. They're not streaming down the line or wanting to get to the next session. They're surfing exactly what's in front of them.
Yep.
Like it's Steph, Mick, Occy.
Yep.
Even Laura and I was talking about it yesterday when they had the celebrity heat out here. Laura and I both agreed that we reckon they could still take the Challenger Series field. They could go in the Challenger Series event.
Well, Kelly was in the
rattle
comp.
some cages.
Kelly was properly in the comp. And then
true.
Parko and Mick would absolutely give a lot of heat to a lot of crew in that draw.
Yeah.
Mick still surfs Devo every day better than everyone. It's crazy.
Lehani Zorik on a screen. She's coming up next against Talia Teb. Wow, that's a great heat. Have you had much to do with Talia Teb?
I have had a little bit to do with Talia Teb from afar. Glenn Micro Hall's always been in my ear telling me how hard she's been ripping, and Micro knows what good surfing looks like. So, I've been watching her surfing for a while.
She, I was down at Urban Surf 2 weekends ago for the Ride Rumble board riders event that was down there, and she surfed. She was the female surfer for Evoca, getting deepest barrels than anyone did that day, then coming out and doing finners.
Yeah.
Jess Grimwood and I were on. They were just on like roving Mike beach comps, not saying anything, just going.
Yeah.
Waveful's
so sick for micro grommets. They're getting stand tall pits.
It was so cool. We're like, Katie Simmers, is that you? 6'4" for last of Thomas, so improving again. He's kind of taken. I feel like he's probably watched Rocco, because I feel like he's just been turning waves.
Yeah, I mean, I reckon he's kind of, I reckon to be fair too, he probably would have taken note of what Tully did in that last heat too, and just was just aware of those bigger waves potentially closing out and just picking off these mid-sized waves. So we have Liam here, Jess.
Yeah, Liam, this wave looks like it might taper a little bit. Hopefully he gets something to work with down the line, but it looked a little bit cornery on the takeoff. But gets a really nice finish there for Liam, but it wasn't one of those waves that really kind of bent back at him.
Didn't really have any vertical face to work with either, which is tough. You can see he's got the talent, but you still need the wave to kind of cooperate there, and the judges are pretty quick to lock in that score, which is fair. Like Thomas' 6'4" was a pretty nice wave, so that wave there, not really going anywhere near that one.
Yeah, but still, under 12s. I feel like it's so serious for an under 12s. I mean, like it should be, right? Like man on man, and it means the world to them. But I just think even now, I'm nowhere near the under 12s division, but if I had a man on man heat, I definitely would be the worst. I'd be a coach's nightmare, because I'd just be turning on everything.
Head on a swivel, just going, I've got to go this wave.
Look at it, I'm going.
Yeah.
Just every single wave.
It's so hard too, like that wave then for Liam. You look at that wave on face value and you think, okay, this is for sure going to be a good wave. But I reckon Thomas knew. I reckon a few of the other local boys would have known, looking at that going, that one's gonna shoulder out. It was just a little too peaky from the start. You kind of want something that has like a, probably the easiest way to describe it is you want something that looks like a closeout. But the wave is not going to close out. It's obviously running kind of adjacent to the bank. It doesn't come straight in. So yeah, it's a hard thing to get your head around. But I mean, if you're 10, 11 years old coming to this event now, and if you come here for the next sort of five or so years, you're going to have this place figured out by the time you're surfing the Challenger or the Olympics here or CT or whatever event's going to be here. But by the time you're on the tour, it's just about putting in the time, like with any wave in the world. And yeah, I'm not too sure exactly in Tahiti where Liam's from, but if he's from, Papara, the beach break there at Chopes, like, yeah, it's a completely different look and feel. And then obviously if he's surfing on the outer reefs, it couldn't be more different than here. So it's not nothing to blame if you take a bad wave out here today. They all kind of look the same.
Yeah. You spent so much time looking at this wave, and
I've spent a lot of time paddling at this wave, looking at a lot of waves.
Just paddling.
Just paddling.
Is there a certain swell that comes to mind that was just I mean, there's so many all-time swells that come here, but
the wave where Joel's on the photo at Kira Surf, that was
is that
pretty
here?
special. Yeah.
At Kira Surf, that photo of Joel's here.
Yeah, that's right out there.
I did not know that.
Yeah. That was the final day of the 2018 Quickie Pro or Roxy Pro, and it was too big to run out here, but the tide was too low, and Joel and I had done step-offs out here probably 2 weeks before maybe, so we knew the sand was good like a bit further out, and I just sort of threw a text out to a few lads like, hey, I think it's going to get good here later, like, and there'd been a bit of a bust up the night before, so I think there was a few sore heads around, but I sent one photo in of like this wash through that come through, and the tide was really low, and it was like, oh, there's no rush, like you probably need the tide to come up a little bit so that it stops like washing through. And then the contest was on down the road, and had some Malia was in the semis down there, and so we went down there and she surfed her heat and got some sick ones through Kira, and then come back to my phone like 2 or 3 hours later, and I just had this video in my inbox from Joel of him in that wave, and I was like, oh my God. And of course it's Joel, man. Like, he's got such a special relationship with this wave, and Hawaii and Fiji. Like, Joel is a really special surfer, and wasn't surprised to see that, but at the same time it was the most like jaw-dropping thing I'd ever seen. Like, I was just like, as you can see by the photo at Kira Surf, like, it does not look like here.
No, I didn't.
It does not look like here.
I was thinking that was Hawaii or something like that.
No, it's straight out there. Yeah, it's and there were heaps of other good waves that day too. Parker Coffin got a couple of sick ones. Connor Coffin, Kai Otten. There was like a big crew on it. But again, just a testament to Joel's knowledge of the place and his ability as a surfer and as a waterman. Like, he's a special talent, and that photo and that wave is like a absolute, like, I know for him it's like a lifetime, lifetime moment. Like, that has to be the best wave that's ever broken out here. And he's like, I don't know, just for the stars to align too, to have like Corey Wilson on the back of a ski with a camera, like one of the best photographers in the world, just all of those things lining up. Yeah, pretty crazy. And then Cyclone Omar was pretty good at Kira. So I mean, there's been heaps of good days here. But enough story time. This heat's really starting to heat up here. Liam, he needs this wave. He really wants to break up into that, at least kind of try and match Thomas's lowest score, just to give him like a chance at biting this one off at the end here. He's super capable of getting a 9.95. For sure, he's got the talent, but it's just, you need that wave also. Whereas I reckon he could probably surf a wave up to an 8, well within his ability, but getting a 9+ ride, which is what he needs at the minute, that's probably going to need a special wave as well.
Yeah, I feel like though, if anyone can get a 9.1, like, I'm actually not stressing for Liam at all. He's so committed to each and every one of his turns. He's not like he's second guessing anything.
Are you scared now? Thomas Burke up and riding. Nice bottom turn there. Oh, you're spot on with that GP call. He does look a lot like George Pitter on that wraparound, which is a massive compliment to any young surfer's form. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say he's making it look too easy. He's absolutely ripping.
Wow, he's calling it. I actually think I just got so lost in that story time. That was like a round the fire pit kind of story.
Yep.
Goosebumps. I was just like, oh wait, we're commentating. Kidding.
Yeah, it honestly, that is unbelievable, that wave. Like, I do get goosebumps thinking about it. Like, that wave had no right to exist here. It's like, looks like P-Pass or something. It's absolutely crazy. It looks like it's been like photoshopped. Did
you end up going out that day?
We surfed Kira in the morning and the afternoon. It was, what had happened out here had already happened, and I don't think that was ever going to happen again. So we just surfed down the line. It was pumping down there too. Like, that's where they ended up having the event, and that is when, I can't remember. There's been a few years there.
Was that the year? It was Griffin's first year on tour, and he got those 2 9s.
Yeah.
Was that year?
I think he actually got a 10. He got a 10, and he lost in the semis to, I forget, maybe Julian. I think, and then that's the year that Julian won, and then Lakey Peterson won the women's, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, and Lakey did really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that year was crazy, actually. That was before I moved up here. And I was like, wow, that wave looks crazy.
Yeah, yeah. It's a myth. Like, a lot of people see those swells and they jump on planes and come up here and they'll soon realise that it's an absolute challenge. Like, it's such a... Kira in particular, just the people alone is hard enough, you know. Like, it's...
Then the sweep.
The sweep's crazy. You got to be super fit. You got to have make sure that you know... got a board with a bit more length in it that you can paddle, but then you can also surf and not be like steering around a cargo ship. And yeah, then you've got like 1,000 frothing grommets that are all, you know, getting filmed by mum or dad and want to get a wave. And there's people that live and work here, and yeah, it's an interesting crowd. Big turn there to start this wave for Liam.
Yeah, this wave, all of his waves haven't had too much down the line. This one's looking a little bit better. Takes to the
sick.
Yeah, that would have been a pretty high score, I reckon, if he had got it. I don't think it would have been the 9-1, but I do think it would have been his best score yet if he had made that air. But it's saying 30 seconds on our clock, which I'm pretty sure is the same as the live heats ones now. But yeah, I mean, if this was Tully and he got that last wave in the last heat, you'd be yelling at him to get back out there.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Which he has. He's done a good job to get back out. Thomas now is looking to better the 6.43.
Wow, love that drop back knee style. That turn was beautiful. First turn for Thomas. Gets a second one up there.
Pull in.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But that's all she wrote. So we're going to have an Aussie and an Italian in the under-12 boys final.
Sick. What a great showing there from the 12s.
Yeah, reigning champ is out. So we're going to have a brand new under-12 champion this year. We're going to go to a short break and we'll be back for the under-14 girls semi-final. Welcome back. It's finals day here at Snapper Rocks for the Billabong Occy Grom comp presented by Sunbum. That is Talia Tebb on your screen. She's up against Lehani Zorek for the under-14 girls semi-final, third heat of the day, which I actually think is my favourite heat to surf.
This is a crazy heat.
Third heat of the day.
Oh, you like watching a few heats go under the belt?
Yeah, at least two, I reckon.
Two, yeah, that's not a bad call actually.
Because I feel like the ocean also settles around 8 o'clock.
Oh, I'm liking this theory. You reckon the sun kind of settles it down a little bit?
Yeah. So I reckon by the time you roll around to third heat of the day,
yep,
the whole morning,
everything's kind of optimal. The judges' coffees are settled in. The commentators have found their groove.
Yes.
Everyone's firing on all cylinders.
Yep. Third heat of the day is better than first, second, or last.
Yeah. The first heat's scary. The last heat's kind of hectic because,
the winds come up.
Yeah, the wind's typically up and just doesn't have that same feel as the morning, does it?
No, it doesn't. It's usually everyone's over it. It's been a long beach day. But not these guys. Third heat of the day. Talia Tebb opening up with a 6. She is currently second on the rankings for the under-14 girls. She recently signed with Ripkel and DHD. So very exciting times for Talia. But you were just with Lehani over there in Japan.
Yeah, had a sick trip with Lei and her dad, Clay, who's probably tuning in, and Atlas at home, I'd imagine, unless they're down here on the beach, which they probably are. But yeah, that was epic to go over there. Such a cool experience, and I don't know. I reckon she'll probably surf more waves in this heat than she did in the pool. Like, wave pool environment is an interesting one because you watch a lot of surfing, but you don't actually get to do a lot of surfing. So for an 11-year-old, that's probably your worst nightmare, as well as being a dream come true.
Yeah.
So it was cool to watch her kind of manage her opportunities the way that she did, and she did really, really well. So yeah, it was cool to see, and then the whole field of women was amazing. Kiara Gold and Tia Zabrowski come to mind. and obviously Paddy Zhao.
Paddy.
Man, what can I say about that young lady? If you haven't seen her enough already, I'd definitely go and check out her Instagram. She is for sure, just given her age and her ability, like definitely the future of like women's aerial surfing. And she's a snowboarder, so we've got a bit of catching up to do there. But it's cool to be around. Like the vibe was so sick, and all the kids were ripping, and yeah, it was awesome to see. You know, Leihani represent herself and her country and her culture over there. It was sick.
Yeah, what a crazy experience. Like 4 waves, you have 4 chances, you know, and it's not like you're surfing in front of like an everyday crowd. You know, you've got Noah Dean, Chipper Wilson, like Sean Manners, all of the like big dog air guys that you're probably watching clips of to learn how to do airs. Sitting there watching. It's like...
Bit of a pressure cooker.
Yeah. But they were going for it.
Yeah, they were. They really were. Like every one of the girls did such a good job, and it's quite a challenging wave to kind of get your head around. It looks perfect on screen, but we're talking about the wave pool in Japan here. It's like not. It's you know it's as perfect as an artificial wave can get, but each wave has like a different texture to it. So you still have that like live kind of surf feel to it.
Well, we're going to cross down to Thomas Burke, who is our second finalist for the under-12s. Thomas, you get to surf another man-on-man heated snapper. How cool is that?
Yeah, it's really cool. It would be so fun.
And we're pretty sure that you're from here. Getting to surf, you know, your local with another guy out, is it kind of harder than doing it with 100 people?
No, not at all.
You don't find it more nerve-wracking, or the goal is to turn 1,000 waves?
Yeah.
Yeah?
What was your favourite wave? Take the scores out of your head. What was your favourite wave?
My first one.
Nice.
Why? How come?
Because it was the best wave.
And you know, you just surfed a heat against a Tahitian. Now you're going to come up against an Italian surfer. How cool is it for you to surf against people from different countries?
Yeah, it's really cool. I get to see how good kids are from other countries, and stoked.
Epic. Well, we loved watching you surf. You have a beautiful style. Best of luck in the final, and yeah, we'll see you out there soon.
Thank you.
Well done, Thomas. What a cracker. That was so good.
What a cute kid. It's, you know, you watch him, but you don't actually think like they're that young when you watch him. But then they come and do the post-heat interviews. You're like, oh no, you're a child. Like
he just had
so
a massive
young.
suck on a helium balloon. Did that interview. That's classic. But yeah, couple scores on the board here for Talia. Like you mentioned, super talented.
Yeah, 6 and a 4 from that Central Coast region. And, you know, she looks up to Molly a lot. I've spent a bit of time with her over the last couple months, actually. Even when she's come up for camps at the HPC, I've been there, or she's worked with my sister, or she's done a bit of work with Maddie Cattle, and she's just a really humble young lady too. And I'm like, oh, you know, who are you drawing inspiration off? And I think anyone from the Central Coast, it's either going to be Macy or Molly. You know, they're the 2 girls that coming from that region. She's like, yeah, Molly. And I think you can see that in her surfing too, that she's really, I mean, and she works with Micro as well, so same coach as Molly, but yeah, she has been one of those surfers from a young age, has caught my eye, and people have been like, oh, have you heard of Talia Ted? But you go.
No, I know what you mean. She's got plenty of support down there, and I know she's had a couple of injuries that she's had to overcome lately. So it's cool to see her back in the water and you know, just enjoying herself. It's, sometimes those injuries can put things into perspective, and you know, she's certainly surfing like she's got nothing to lose here this morning. The second wave of hers, although probably not the biggest score she was chasing, you could see the aggression and the attitude, and yeah, it's cool to see. Leihani now just been super patient. She's Broken Head local. She's growing up on a right-hand point. She knows what she's looking for. And I'd say that she's probably not looking to start anything less than excellence here this morning.
And Leihani just made the move to Sharp Eye surfboards as well, and they look really good under her feet. I feel like she's also just gone through a bit of a growth spurt. She looks quite strong through her turns. Yesterday she just did 2 really lovely, really tidy calves, and she got about a 6.5 for them, even just because they were 2 turns, but they were strong. Here she goes now. She's definitely looking taller than the last time I saw her, but yeah, pushing hard through that. I love that backside tail slide she's got. She adds it to the end of her turns. Nice snap there from Lehani. And goes for something special down the end. I like that she's going for it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if I'm honest, it's probably a sign of just realising that she picked the wrong wave, unfortunately. Didn't quite allow her to fully open up, so she just had to force something there at the end. But you can tell she's got the talent, and like you said, the beautiful frontside carve, and had a little bit of drift there through the tail at the end. So, yeah, great surfing on what was a kind of a smaller wave.
Here we go, Talia Tebb from Avoca Beach. I'm sure the Avoca crew was watching on. Yeah, a bit of a shouldery wave there as well. I think smart to get out and try and get back out there ahead of Lehani. But these girls definitely super competitive against each other. As you can see, she looked down the line, just started kicking to see where Lehani was. But a 5-1 for that last wave of Leh. It's put her straight back in the heat.
Yeah,
now she needs a 4.91.
She's right in it, and I totally understand why she went that wave. Like if you look at how some of the best waves come about, they're often, you know, not too dissimilar to this wave. They're just behind the set. There's these little double ups that pop up, and she knows what she's looking for, Jess.
Here we go, tail slide to start off for Leh. Races down the line, puts it up there for another one. She's going to opt for a run around. I like the move she's made to the sharp eyes. I feel like they look really, this is going to sound weird, but sharp under her feet. Like, I went to say, and I was like, hang on.
No, I think you're right, and you see it through any kind of surfer's career. You know, like just those little changes in, you know, whether it's like a coach or a board or a major sponsor or like any of those things. They can just give you a new kind of bit of a pep in your step, and not that she needed it. She's full of pep, Lehani. But
definitely.
It's just, I know she had a long working relationship with Channel Islands, and then they obviously have done wonderful things for her career up until this point, and then the opportunity coming to jump on Sharp Eye, and like you said, she's looking amazing, and obviously they're doing great things, both globally and out of here in Australia, shaping the boards out of the board lab. So yeah, they're doing great boards for Lehani, and I know she's enjoying learning the new equipment, because it's still kind of in that learning phase. You're jumping on new models and working with a new shaper and all those things. Like, it takes time, but she's certainly off to a good start. Her equipment's looking really good.
Yeah, even when you move shapers, I feel like you get your first batch of boards and you're so excited and you just think, oh, these are going to be race cars basically. But more often than not, sometimes it can feel weird because it's a different outline, it's a different template to what you've been surfing the last few years.
Totally.
No one really jumps shapers month to month, you know?
Yeah.
So it is definitely a bit of a gamble, I think, sometimes changing shapers, but it's looking like it's paying off for Leh. Not to say she didn't look sharp on her Channel Islands either, but Talia Tebb now, like I mentioned earlier, she's on those DHDs. I know that is a DNA, that board. But just, bearing a bit of rail there.
DNA's won a few titles out here, Jess.
Yes, they have. They definitely have.
How many? I reckon Parko won on one in 2002. Or maybe it could have been on a Dahlberg. Nah, it was DH, I'm pretty sure. Then Mick 05, 07, or just 05? 05, 07. Steph won about 400.
Just watching your brain go through the files.
Oh, sick turn there from Lehani. Whoa, another big open-faced gouge. Going for the choppy. I reckon you got to paddle here. I reckon there's heaps of little chippy waves down the line that you could get a hold of, and doing the runaround, by the time you jump it, unless you're jumping off the rock, like by the time you jump out the keyhole, you kind of end up halfway down the point anyway.
Yeah, you're just back to where you would have been if you just paddled anyway.
Yeah, and the sweep kind of kicks in probably just about there at the top of your screen where the camera is now. So you can get to that point pretty easily. It's not like a big effort. As you can see, Talia's just sitting out the back there like one arm paddling. She's not even really having to try to battle against it. If you want to get behind the rock, you've kind of got to put a bit more effort in. But to get to that point, it's not too difficult.
Yeah, I agree. Until, it gets maybe 2 foot bigger. And then you want to cry?
Then you want to cry. The sweep is the whole way down, and there's no easy moments. But
it's the worst when you've been paddling for like 2.5 hours, and then you see like a David vlog comes to mind, just charging it up the point.
Yep.
Last wave for Lei though, 517 puts her in the lead, so goes to first in the last really 3 minutes. I reckon.
It's good timing to get that wave. Couple of really nice turns on what was probably not the wave she was looking for, similar to the one before. Didn't really quite give the opportunity, but in particular the first turn was amazing, big tail drift, and then cool to see the variety on the second turn that she had there. Nice big carve without sliding the tail.
Yeah, I like that she drew all the way through. Actually, it was really beautiful surfing. Here we go, Talia now.
It's for a spot in the finals, important wave. Doesn't need much.
There's the second carve there. This wave doesn't seem like it's got much to it. You can tell by the end there she kind of bogged the rail. The wave didn't have much push behind her.
Only needed a 4.27.
Ooh.
Still don't think it's going to be enough, but it's I don't know, it's super close. Like, she's capable of getting a 4 anywhere on this point.
Well, think about the 4.37 of Leihani. She had that carve with the tail slide into that nice snap, and that was a 4.37. So that last wave of Talia, I believe, was that 3.67.
So just under, but again, you can see not a big score needed. Neither surfers really put their name on this heat just yet.
The semi-finals are almost more nerve-wracking than finals, I
Talia
reckon.
would have a heat. Oh, for sure. You're one foot in the final. You're almost there. Talia just, she had a bit of a bobble on her, I want to say it was the 4, her second wave, that I think, if that wave was executed cleanly, this heat would, have a lot different context to it.
Yeah, no, I agree. And this so easily could have been the final as well. All 4 semi-finalists, in my eyes, it wouldn't surprise me if either 2 of these semi-finals were the final.
Yep.
It's kind of the 4 pretty solid names for me in the under-14 girls division. Even Lola, she's from New Zealand. She is so talented, her backhand. It reminds me of Leo Matchett's backhand.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those ones where she looks really cool, calm and collected.
I'm going to throw a Kiwi name out here that might be a bit before your time. Goofy footer, good style. Sarah Mason.
Yeah, before my time.
She was the OG Caroline Marks.
Was she?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But she's like, she wouldn't be more than 27, 28.
Oh, so she's young.
She's young as. Yeah. Did a year on the tour when she was like 19.
Really?
Yep.
On the CT?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the more you
it's
know,
just
they
kind
say.
of just before kind of the Instagram era, I reckon.
Just before the Instagram
Kinda,
era?
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, like,
What happened to her?
I think she just kind of had a gutty. Yeah, I think that she did well. She had a few really good heats and a couple of good events, and then I'm not too sure. Just fell out of interest with it, I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
sometimes it happens.
Incredible surfer. Really, really good surfer from New Zealand.
The OG Caroline Marks
Yeah.
has the same wind-up style.
Yep. Same stature,
Wow.
same style. Yeah, really nice style. Easy to watch.
Wow, how cool's that? The more you know, they say. You're just a little encyclopedia.
Nah.
Even watching you think about who won on DHDs out here, I could watch your brain think.
Yeah, well, Joel obviously jumped on JS's and did wonderful things on those boards. And, big thanks to JS. They're a big supporter of this event. They always have been. And the shop's just around the corner. If you're nearby, you want to go check it out on Ourimbah Road. But, yeah, Joel started his career on, or his pro career at least, on Dalbergs. And he went to DH's, and then he did the rest of his time on JS. And chalked up quite a fair few CT victories and obviously a world title. And then, credit to Darren, though. He's had plenty of good people in his stable over the years, including Jess Starling. But, yeah, it's as this heat winds down here, you can just see the heat IQ of Leihani Zoric. She's not giving Talia Teb an inch, and why would you? When the scores are this small, it's a strategy does come into it a lot. This heat's been not quite the surf-off that I think either of these two ladies would be hoping for.
No, I agree. I don't think either of these guys have really reached a point in this heat where they went, yeah, that felt good.
Yeah,
you know?
for sure. Here comes a pretty interesting looking wave. I think, go. Don't worry about what the other surfer's doing. And you also don't worry about what's behind, because you can't control what's behind you. And the horn will beat Talia there. But that's a pretty interesting looking wave. It could double up down the line. Could just get like a little Perso air in here. Nice little finish. But yeah, an interesting situation there at the end of that heat. It was obviously red with priority and had the full ride of that wave. But the surfer in white is allowed to back the paddle up. Got to be sure that red's going to go. So no harm there, but just, you know, one for young surfers maybe watching on at home. Just because you got priority, it gives you a pretty big safety bubble, but it doesn't mean you're untouchable. You still got to paddle for the wave.
Exactly. All right, we are going to go to a short break and come back with new commentators with Rabbit and Laura. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up after this.
Oh, the watchmen on the tower, all sleeping, and the men have all gone home. Now that's a city that's ripe for the taking. Yeah, that's a city that's ripe for the taking.
And welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Pro. It's a classic day here, Laura.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what more can the Groms ask for? Obviously, a little bit more wave height. A few more waves, but conditions are amazing. Seeing the under 12 boys kick off the morning into the 14 girls. It's, it must just be a bit of a pinch me moment for these Groms to be out there. Look at this, an absolute screamer. First wave of the heat, Miller Mayberg unloading on that first turn.
Yeah, Miller, she went out there early and got herself in a good position, so that wave not connecting all the way. There's Lola behind her, the goofy footer. And Lola looks like she's got a slightly better inside section, Laura.
Yeah, this wave is an absolute grower and runner. 4 turns, that is the way that you want to kick off your semi-finals. So it was a bit of a sleepy last 10 minutes of that last heat. But semi-final number 2 is in fireworks to start. And Rabs, you were just noticing Lola's pre-heat sort of strategy before the heat. Talk us through it.
Well, you know, it's because it may look the same out there, but every day you come down to Snapper, it's slightly different. The swell directions really make a difference on whether there's a reverse rip, a neutral rip, a current that from the southeast today. We've got a bit of current moving around behind the keyhole, and we saw Miller going out pretty early. As Groms get so excited, they want to get out there. But she found herself paddling for about 3 minutes against the current out near the keyhole, and Lola just stayed in that keyhole until probably about 20 seconds to go in the heat. And I thought that was a really clever move for someone so young, you know?
Yeah, totally. I mean, you're saving energy, especially if you want to bank on the fact that you want to surf 2 heats today and you're going to be doing a lot of paddling. We saw Lehani in the last heat do a run around, and I swear that run around only took her about a minute and a half. Everyone was kind of baffled on how quickly she got back out the back, but all these little strategies come into play here at Snapper Rocks.
Well, they do, and the thing about the runaround is that's really packed in hard concrete sand that you can see right there near the Marley Rock. So it's a great running track today, Laura.
Yeah, absolutely. Just watch those shells. It's just until you get to the sharp rocks where you just...
Oh, yeah, ouch.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, we've seen some classics over the years. It's like the boys just like diving over those rocks to get out the back before jet skis just came in on the world tour, and it's like just... I think if you live here enough, do your feet just turn into steel?
Yeah, no, definitely. You get these slabs that, they just...
like one big callus.
They're like tradies' feet. Tradies' hands, but their feet.
Oh.
Yeah, those rocks are. You've got to have, because as you get older, you're wearing shoes more often, and your feet get a little bit softer underneath. And gosh, those rocks become, because there's no. You think after millions of years of erosion they'd be smooth, but they're not.
No, it's like they're getting sharper.
They're getting sharper.
And I think we have last heat winner, Leilani Zoric. Down there, Leilani, we're just saying, you're so athletic. How's that run around going into the heat strategy there? Talk us through how you sort of wanted to approach that this morning.
I just wanted to try and get a good bigger wave, but it just didn't come, so I was just trying to hunt off those littler ones in the end because I thought I wasn't going to get a wave, but somehow I did. And yeah, it was so fun. Talia was surfing so good, and I was definitely a little bit nervous going against her.
And at what point of the heat do you sort of, just change up your game plan? You were obviously waiting for a long time, then you're like, let's get moving.
Yeah, I was like 10 minutes left. I was just like, I haven't got a wave, so I better get one. And then I just somehow got a little one.
Keeping the dream alive.
Yeah, you got in a good rhythm out there. I mean, how did you find it? Like, there's a bit of current today, but how is it compared to, say Burley in the ABB?
It's definitely a lot smaller, that's for sure. Yeah, it's just super fun surfing snapper with no one out, and like there's a little bit of current, but like not as much as Burley, that's for sure. But yeah, it's just so good to surf snapper with another girl out. So.
Well, I haven't seen you since then, but I wanted to congratulate you and salute you on your effort at Burley. I thought that was very, very brave, and but now like here you are at the Billabong Occy Grom, and you're through.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about that?
I feel really good. Like, hopefully the waves pick up a bit more and should hopefully get better, but I'm just super pumped.
Oh, well,
So
good luck for the
good,
rest of the
Leilani.
tournament. Unreal.
Yeah, into the final. How exciting. Can't wait to watch Leilani.
Thank you.
All right, good luck.
Thanks.
Yeah, she's a real talent, Leilani.
Oh, she's such an athlete as well. She
she's
keeps growing. Every time I see her, she's grown like a foot. I'm like, stop, not ready for this. And absolute screamer.
She's just got such a good spirit about her, though.
Yeah.
And really at Burley, I mean, in the morning on that morning of the first day, and it was
huge.
It was brutal Burley.
And what happened? I think she jumped off the rock, and then something happened, and her wave didn't count. Or
what happened was that they were there, and I was down by the cove early in the morning checking it out, and she was there, and she was asking me some advice, and I was going, oh my God, this little girl. I was going, it is so treacherous. You've got to be so careful getting off the rocks and timing it to get out. And she got out, there so early she got away before the heat.
Oh, no. That's all right. And then she had to run up the hill and then run back down again, right?
It's phenomenal effort.
Oh, she's a little weapon. And we're going to see another run around here from Mila May Berg, who's just dropped a 7.33 on that last wave, Rabs.
Yeah, that was
absolute screamer.
Really was a screamer.
I wonder if Dad's going to give her a little running race up the beach. Her dad, Ironman Wes Berg.
Yeah, well, gosh, Wes certainly knows about the run around, the swim, the paddle, everything about surfing, everything about the ocean.
Absolutely. And Lola here just trying to get an inside track here. Finishes off nicely.
Yeah, that's she's going to do the run around as well. So, we saw the last heat of Leilani. She showed how the run around on a day like today is a very good strategy because, first of all, it's so easy to get out the keyhole. You're basically 10 strokes and you're out the back.
Yeah.
And second, there is a current. So the paddle back, probably the first half of the break at Snapper there's current involved. Down by Marley Rocks, it mellows out a bit. But then, as you come in, it's like paddling into a headwind.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the time right now and see just how long it takes for these ladies. But yeah, once there's so much sand in between the keyhole right now. You're not wading out or anything. You're pretty much walking out, and you're right. You said just right there.
Yeah, see, that's right too, Laura. And you surfed here in CTs many times, and sometimes when there's, say, even knee-high water in the keyhole, it takes a while to get to the point, and you're actually paddling from inside the keyhole, and you can't see around the corner. You can't see when the set's coming.
Yes, and then you can miss time out, and then you think you're on when you're paddling, and then all of a sudden the set sweep you down. It looks like it's picking up this morning though, and it's so promising for the rest of the day. I think. Do you feel like today maybe the swell's just like a little bit south? That's why it's hard to find the ones with the walls?
Well, see, it's a combination. It's definitely gone south-southeast, and that's brought the current. And also, it makes it so that, you've got ones that are coming from behind the rock today, and some of the waves in the south swell go off the bank a bit, and you've got to wait for them to come back onto the bank to be able to go to work. But then you'll get the ones like this one here. There's a really good wave.
Wow.
Because it was the second wave in the set. It's got a nice wall. It's just tapering nicely. It looks like it's backing off a bit now, and it probably came from a lot deeper than even where she took off. But this is a pretty clever ride.
Wow, well, Miller Mayberg, 7.33 on that last effort. Then she got a 2.67, and I think she needed a better 4.5 to sort of put a bit more pressure on Lola Grove, who got a 5.93 for her last effort. She's still in second place, needs a 5.91 now.
Yeah.
But maybe might need a bit more after that last wave of Miller Mayberg, because that opening turn was nice. It was strong.
It was really strong. And Lola, she just hasn't broken into the 6-point range yet, but if she gets the right wave, she's certainly capable, because her backhand is definitely not a disadvantage at snapper when it's like this. I do think, though, we've still got the outgoing tide right now. When the tide turns, we're going to see really fun surf for the finals.
Hopefully some little mini barrels.
Look at that, this is head high.
Yeah, wow, this is further down the line as well. So this is so smart here from Miller. If she can turn this wave into maybe one of the best of the heat, just way down past that little Marley zone, 3 solid turns.
That has definitely improved on her score. That was a stronger ride than a previous one, which I probably did better than the backup, so that's a strong ride. And she chose to not do the runaround because that first wave was only like a half ride. Super clever. And then she got one of those inside walls, so there's breakaway walls on the inside as well that come onto the bank with this south swell.
Yeah, she's in absolute rhythm right now, and I feel like you feel like when you're making all the right decisions and the waves are just rewarding you for it. And just like, she pulled off that last wave. She stayed, like you said, she didn't do the paddle out, the run around yet. And she got a wide bomb that just stood up and was head high. Probably the tallest wave, that's what the little Marley ones can do. Hey, they just stay a bit taller.
That's right. And because it's wrapping into at that point it's coming, it's wrapping into the bay itself and coming onto the bank as a wall. And there's no cut-off. Like, she was on the right side of the cut-off there. And that we don't have, yesterday, sometimes on the east swell, you get those ridges between the sections.
Yeah.
And you've got to be so clever how you approach them, because, you've got to sort of nearly sacrifice a couple of moves to get your speed, keep your speed, get into the next loop. But today, it's more of a complete wave, but you can get sections that are off the bank a bit and a little fatter. But that wave right there had wrapped onto the bay beautifully.
Yeah, and the judges absolutely loving that wave. Miller Mayberg with a 7.67. She has just increased her lead over Lola Grove, who's now needing a 9, which is absolutely doable here at Snapper today. If anything's possible, and the surfing Lola's been doing so strong on her backhand, but she's gonna need an 8-point wave and then to surf it up.
Yeah, that's right. I think right now, if she could even get herself like a 6.5,
yeah,
that'll get her into the heat. Here she takes off on a wave here. I'm not sure if there's much of a body on this wave. The first section looks pretty good, Laura, but after that, it now right here really backs off. It fizzles. So her wave choice a bit questionable there.
Yeah, and I think Lola, the New Zealand, the Kiwi, coming from across the ditch over there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe Miller Mayberg, the local sort of knowledge coming into play right now with the wave selection.
Definitely, and local knowledge, and knowing the different kind of temperament this wave can have, and all our point breaks. And as I said, the different swell directions, just a couple of degrees makes a big difference, and you've got to change it up.
And you can tell who's grown up on a point break because they find waves that might even be like a half a foot little sort of bump that grows, and they see that little magic down the line, and another bomb for Miller Mayberg. Huge hack, but unfortunately that one fizzles out, so she's handed over priority.
Yeah, well, it's only every bit of advantage Lola can get right now she needs, because she's not far off being comboed.
Yeah.
And so it's a very strong performance by Miller. And Lehani's already in the final. Should be checking out the form of Miller here. That'll be a great matchup. I mean, Lola's definitely not out of this by any means, but whoever gets through this heat will be a great matchup for that final. Lehani's already in there, and she's shown, as you said, the previous heat a little bit sleepy. There wasn't as many sets, but she looks good.
Yeah, she does. And I think Lehani has that. She has that sort of carve in the tail kick that she does.
Yes.
That just adds that little bit of flair to her surfing, and I feel like whoever's going to go up against her is going to need to be on the best waves of the heat. So I mean, Miller, she feels like she's got this wave down pat right now. So I feel like she'd be a great opponent, but really want to see Lola just get on a couple of bombs to end this heat out, so she can just unload and show us the backhand surfing and the attack that we've seen from her. Even yesterday, she was getting some high scores.
Yeah, she had a good day yesterday, and today, it's definitely something for the coaches to check out, and it's got a whole different temperament, this wave today. It's really different. There's ones that come from deep, but those ones from deep, if you get them halfway, it's like they might be fizzling out. Whereas that tiny little wave there could be a grower down the line, what you were mentioning before.
I know. I feel like if I think back to, Joel and Steph and just all the locals out here, and Mick, just they under priority are so dangerous out here at Snapper, because someone's waiting for, the wave that looks like it would be, just the magic one. But then they're under priority just sniffing out these little Marley growers that can sometimes just be better than the big ones.
That's right. And they certainly know that.
And we just need Stace to get out of the line up there. Stace.
Come on, mate. Get back in here.
But those guys are dangerous under priority, and it's just, I think, growing up at a beach break and then, just coming up here, it's just a different type of surfing.
I'd nearly say they are more dangerous under priority, because the one thing about here also, though, is that you can also out-local yourself. By going, because
totally.
Traditionally, going way behind the rock, and you are opening up that wide bank to your opponent. Yeah,
absolutely. And I feel like, yes, I now that you say that, thinking back at a lot of big moments in the, the Gold Coast in the CT event, sometimes you wouldn't even see Parker or Mick for half the heat because they're sitting so far behind the rock that they're out of sight, and it's just so warbly and bumpy back there, but they know if a wave comes, then, we're going to probably see them just in the tube and just getting spit out right there. But
well, when they have the CT here next year, you nearly need a camera out there, because
totally.
Sometimes you'll see this wave just coming through, spitting out, and then they come out and they took off behind, and like.
So good. And so next heat coming up is under 14 boys semi-final, heat number 1, and this is an absolute cracker. Locana Cullen and Cade Kelly.
Geez, yesterday they were outstanding, both those surfers. They're going to have to be on their game. But this is, what a fantastic opportunity this is.
I know.
It's one-on-one surfing out here. It's exactly, it's mini CT.
It is.
That's what it is.
It's everything about, we're down here at Snapper Rocks Beach right now. There's scaffolding. I don't think I ever thought there'd be a Grom comp with scaffolding,
Yeah.
Usually just under the tents on the beach, and it is legit down here. It feels like an absolute mini CT, and, I'm sure it's feeling like that for the Groms, and it's just what an opportunity to be down here and, get to sort of start daydreaming about where they want to be one day.
And see, the other part about it was, from day one, we always knew that this finals day was going to be the best day by far. And so the whole thing is to see this little wave here could be interesting. I know.
Oh, yeah, it almost had that double up you can see down there.
The little bump down the line. Those ones can just be innocuous. You see them in front of you.
She's going to give this a go.
This is a behind wave, and This could be interesting. Yeah, again, the wave only had that one section. It's hard for the Groms not to go when you see this bowl right in front of you. You go, okay, I could do something on that, but you've got to have that one eye down the line. You've got to see a little bump down the line, which is going to come onto the bank.
Yeah, Miller here. Going to be
Miller.
closing out this heat. 20 seconds to go, and she's found herself another bomb. Smashes it off the top here. Another big hack. You're going to hear the cheers from the beach and finishes it off. Wow, what a heat for Miller Mayberg.
Outstanding.
7.33 into a 7.67, and I think that's going to go excellent.
That is the best ride I've seen, nearly in the tournament from the women's side of it. The girls have all been ripping, but that wave there, her wave choice is brilliant. She's got a big carving game.
Yeah, she's got a special connection out there, and she's just absolute dial bomb.
Look at that, just cool as a cucumber.
Oh look, well she got the score that Lola pretty much needed, a 9.0 for
Wow.
Miller Mayberg. Wow, that is an absolute career heat. At
Oh,
Snapper
wow.
Rocks and
The
the
well
Stoke,
wishes.
The fam.
2 days
the
ago they were
sisters.
competing against each other.
Yeah.
Now they're wishing her good luck in the final, and what a worthy finalist. Miller Mayberg, what a fantastic performance. She's not even puffing.
Yeah,
she's
that's the athlete gene in those bergs.
There you go.
She's probably going to go for a run now.
The runaround was just superb, and here's a great sports. That's awesome. This is the beautiful thing about the Grommet Tour is the best thing in the world. That's all I can say. I mean, I miss it. My kids all went through it, and you're down here, and it's magical.
Wow, imagine banking a 7.67.
Okay, well, a fantastic performance, and we'll be back real soon after this break. Okay, here we are back at the Billabong Occy Grom. A great day here at Snapper Rocks in Laura. Where are we at now?
Into the under 14 boys semi-final heat 1, and an absolute bomb to kick this heat off. This is a stacked semi. Cade Kelly that you've just seen rip the bags out of that wave right there up against Lucana Cullen in the red. And I feel like the highlights that we've seen from both of these kids throughout this, throughout this event and just throughout their young lives already have been huge.
Yeah, yesterday they were standouts. And deciding on the paddle back out, so Cade starts out with a 5.83. And I think on the ground we do have a winner. And Miller, congratulations on a wonderful heat.
Oh shit, Mill.
Well,
Wrong Miller.
That was a classic Grommet response. That's all I can say.
I love that.
Yeah,
I've been
impromptu.
trying to not swear the whole event, and
Are they geeing me up or what?
we had Miller
Okay.
Coco Brown. Now we've got Miller Mayberg. Oh, Miller, what an absolute incredible heat! And the other Miller just stole your mic.
Yeah. It's pretty cool to be out there at Snapper. It's so fun. Just so cool to be out there with one other girl, and I love it so much.
And Miller, you must have had a bit of a strategy. Like you did some pretty cool runarounds, and then the third time actually, you elected to paddle back out, and you got that cut off wide one. Were you thinking was that part of your strategy?
Yeah, well, if I felt like I got a really long one, I'd do a run around. But if I got one that was like kind of halfway, I'd try and paddle back out and see if there's like a one on the way back out to the top.
Well, it really went in your favour because that's exactly what happened. And I was saying that to Laura that it was a half ride. You elected to paddle out, but that you get those cut off wide ones that really hit the bank. But let's go to your last wave. You already had a couple of 7.5s, and your last wave that must have been so anticipating a big wall at Snapper.
Yeah, it was so amazing. I just saw that wave coming, and it just had the longest wall, and I was so excited to take off, and I just felt like I just wanted to get another amazing wave at Snapper because it's such a cool opportunity. And I've seen like Steph, Laura, Mick, Joel out here, and it was just so cool, and I just envisioned just getting a sick one.
Oh, well, you did, Miller, and it was so good to watch. Into the final here at the Occy Grom Comp. How does that sound?
Oh, that's amazing. It's so cool to be out here in a final. As I said, Snapper's an amazing wave, and I love surfing it so much, and especially with one other person out, that's such a dream.
And what about your preparation for the final now? You're going to, any change-ups, or do you refuel? What do you, listen to a bit of music?
I usually just have some food, hang out with my friends, support them, and just get so excited to surf Snapper again. And I usually just get warm because it's quite a cold day today.
We'll go warm up, Miller, and we'll see you in the final against Lehani Zorik. That's going to be an absolute screamer, and can't wait to see you drop some more nines.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Oh, that's awesome. I love the welcome back to the beach and the congratulations. It's run in such a good spirit, this event.
So good. And in that interview we had a couple of really nice strong rides to start off this heat. I've come through a 5.83 for Cade Kelly and a 4.4, and Lokana Karan, he was on the way to, I think, a pretty big score, but I can't remember. Did he fall on that one? I'm not sure. We'll have to see the replays.
I was too busy trying to identify whether that was Stacey doing doing the saloon car run, the pace car. Lokana. Yeah, Lokana's been, that wave there just didn't line up so well. So Cade Kelly will get that priority. Sort of looking to better a 4.4. Lokana hasn't really opened up here with an explosive number. He's certainly capable of it. It's going to be wave choice, and it's a real test now for these competitors, Laura, because they're also coming into how often they go in head-to-head competition with priority. I'm not sure if they've had too much experience in that, but as you know very well, it is a completely different game. It looks easy. But it's a different game, isn't it?
Yeah,
priority,
absolutely. No, it is. I think, and I never had, that the priority and, everything back in my day.
Back in your day. Oh, back in your day when you only used to ride 6-foot waves.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And so we have the other Miller Coco Brown. Sorry about that before, Miller, but we had Miller and Miller, even though you spelt differently, sounds the same. Talk us through how good it is turning up this morning. It's a bit of a cold day, but you excited about getting out there?
Yeah, so keen. Like surfing Snap with one other person's like a dream come true. It's pretty crazy.
And how have you sort of been preparing this morning? Have you just been frothing and loving watching all these heats and trying to, work out wave selection? What's the prep like?
I did it early this morning and hustled the grommets, but didn't really get a wave. But just going to go out there and have fun.
Oh, absolutely. So you'll be coming up, where are you, in semi-final number 1 against Sydney. So pretty exciting in a few heats' time at 10:59. So what's the plan between now and then?
Probably just cruise, eat some food and stay warm.
And yesterday was pretty small, but any board changes today?
No, I only ride my CI2 Print Pro. It's like my board for every conditions if it's like 8 foot or 1 foot. So just got to stick to that.
Oh, well, that's a good board. So we'll have a really fun day out there today. Anyone you want to say hi to before you head out?
My sister's at home. They're probably working, but if they're on the live stream, yeah, thanks for watching.
Oh, so good. Well, good luck, Miller. Love to see it. We'll see you
Thanks,
soon.
Laura. Thanks.
Well, we're approaching the halfway mark of this heat now, and I'd have to say it's been a little bit underwhelming. I expected these guys to come bursting out. It's really been a lack of quality sets, but here we see Lakana now. This guy, I love his style and his poise on a wave. So he's got a good start there. This wave's going to back off pretty quickly. So I don't think there was much left after that anyway.
Yeah, and that was an interesting wave because he was under priority, but he was actually deeper than Cade Kelly. So took off under and was almost getting, he was doing his second or third turn by the time he was even going past Cade. So bit of strategy and positioning play out here this morning. Really trying to sniff out the best waves.
Yeah, well, that opportunity wasn't there yesterday, and I was mentioning it yesterday that they're often sitting, say about 20 metres to, obviously Lakana on this first. He only gets 2 moves in here, but they're crisp. So it's not going to hurt him this wave. He needed to get a second wave to get a score on the board. He's trying to get himself into this heat. Doesn't have a huge margin to make up on. He got a 5.07. That'll help out his cause. He's still in second place though, but they're pretty similar scores.
Yeah, and that was the best wave of his heat. So smart for him there. He's brought his the score he needs down. He needs a 5.17 now to jump into the lead, and Cade Kelly 5.83 and 4.4. So he's just positioning again. He's decided to sit a bit further down the point.
And look, this is the beauty about a day like this, because you really do have waves coming at different points, and you can go very deep and get the ones that hug the bank. Now, this is a huge wall here for Lakana. Here's a cut-off section. He's not going to go far on this.
Wow.
And this is the same wave, Laura.
Yeah, wow, this is so cool.
Yeah, this is the cool thing about Snapper. And is he going to make this? Yeah, clean exit. So now that is a contrast between the progressive new age surfing, the one manoeuvre, and Cade Kelly taking the more sort of orthodox approach. So
yeah, so let's rewatch this. On the first section, we had Lakana going to the air. Let's see if he can ride out through that one. We actually didn't see whether he got through the foam there, but this was Cade Kelly about probably about 20 metres further away from him on the same wave.
Yeah,
and just teeing off. So
he got that finish in too.
And he liked it. So it's going to be a strong score for Cade Kelly, and we're going to see shortly whether the judges deemed Lakana's complete.
Yeah, well, we'll get to see it now, and
let's see if he rode through the foam here. He's battling.
Yeah,
and he did. So he gets the make.
And it was really that last little bit. I felt he'd made 98% of the the move, and he just had to
pat the kitty.
You've got to do it. You pat that kitty and get out in front of that white water.
Well, it is so important. I feel like in all the challenges and even on the World Tour now, it's you really have to make it that you're riding out of that foam and you're projecting through and you've got the speed and control. And he had the speed and control. He just needed to punch through. So excited to see some of these scores drop, and Cade's not waiting.
No, well, he did get a 6.77 on that last wave. Oh, and this wave here trying to get himself further ahead. Now, a lot of manoeuvres, but look at Lakana's score for that one manoeuvre. What a contrast. A 7.5.
Wow, that was an absolute power play by Lockie there, and 7.5 for that one blowtail air reverse, and this is a nice little runner. Cade's just teeing off, not a lot of variety, but just strong surfing, strong belts down the line. That was sort of one of those waves that kept sort of, it didn't really grow, it kind of just like fizzled, but like was this perfect small wave, but Lockie's not waiting.
What's this wave got? Oh, it's got one more section in it.
Oh,
because he ride out of that. Oh, that was
that
was a progressive move. Another fantastic contrast between the two surfers. Cade as you said, not a lot of variety in his moves, but sparkling surfing. But this is the variety is here on this one, Laura.
Yeah, only 3 turns, but the variety and then the blowtail, the progression here, that was what a way to finish off that wave there. And he punched through again, and feels like Cade, 2 different wave choices that these two guys are really looking for out there. Cade's getting the longer waves, more turns, but Lockie's just finding these short little waves and just going nuts. I don't know what these kids are trying to get selfies.
Oh, look at this. Look at the runners and the selfies and the interviews and the little guys coming and going, wait for us.
Oh, it's going to be on TikTok. These guys are absolutely frothing right now. I love the hype.
Look, he's not even going
Wait,
into the keyhole.
don't stub your toe. Watch out for those rocks.
There is one little rock out there that can get you. He didn't go all the way to the keyhole. He's decided to...
Well, look what just happened in the space of about 4 minutes.
Yeah. And Cade is surfing so well, but it is the variety that is holding him back, I feel. And Lakana is being so rewarded. That last wave was such an exciting ride.
Yep, came in at a 7.67 bug, so his 6th and 7th wave. He had a lot of attempts and then just dropped 2 absolute hammers.
And you wouldn't say, that they've been exceptionally good waves.
No.
He
surfed them up, both of them way far up.
This kid's exciting. He's got something about him, that's for sure.
And I feel like, Cade has been building throughout this heat. 5.83, he had a 4, backed that up, and then he's just got a 7.67 and backed that up. He's surfing a smart, really well-rounded heat right now, but he's going to have to bring that flair.
Yeah, he's been, Lakana's produced a bit of brilliance. And Cade, as you said, now with under that 5-minute mark, does Cade change it up now? He's actually been looking for the same kind of wave. And I nearly feel like the waves he's had have restricted what he can do. They've really just been those little pockets of top turn, bottom turn, snap down the line. But they haven't had that, like...
sort of more open face.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, he needs an 8.4, so his back's against the wall here with 4 minutes to go, but he has been a dialer bomb this heat, so I feel like, he's in second priority now, so he's going to have to try to make some moves or hope that Loki doesn't come and sit on him with priority.
Yeah, well, this is all new territory for these kids. And Loki, of course, being a Grom, he's going, no, I'll just surf.
Yeah, fully.
Imagine if he gets a good one.
I know. Well, this is right now feeling like a bit of a mistake under priority. Well, with priority.
I'm feeling it's just a bit of a Grom.
Yeah,
like
totally.
You just said, there's a wave, I've got to surf.
Yeah, we're at snappers, no one out, let's go.
I think so.
No, this is, such a dream come through for these Groms, and just love Lockie's style. He's got this like timeless classic feel to his surfing, and then just.
He does.
Yeah, kicks his tail out and does all those progressive. I feel like I've been seeing videos of him doing just the craziest airs since he was like 8 years old.
Yeah, no, I like his foot movement. Just the way he shifts it around a bit. He's got a lot of confidence about his surfing.
Yeah, almost like Parko-esque. He always is, and I know Steph does that a lot of feet moving, and it's
feet move and everything else stays real calm.
Yeah. Just dancing. So 2.5 minutes to go right now. Cade Kelly's still looking for that 8.4. So it's got to be an absolute bomb. And Loki's just some nice kick in the face.
He's motoring on up the line and strong paddling. But Cade, he's sticking to his guns. He's identified this wider bank. What he's looking for is a kind of a bomb wider one that takes him well into rainbow. That's what he needs.
Yeah, and one that has the height throughout. We've seen, like Miller May Berg's last wave was down in that same spot, and I think that's what Cade Kelly's identified. Those waves that are coming wider, that are standing up, and even if he gets 3 big turns, he can get 9 point right easy. But it just needs to sort of really dig into the 3 turns.
Yeah, well, all eyes are on Locana at the moment. He's paddling way up the point. He's seen something here, though. So these little ribs in the face, that's our sou'wester. These, sometimes you get this grey sky, these wintry conditions, and it holds that morning southwester, and he's got some little ribs going up the point. Probably needs to, in the afternoon, the tidal turn will come in. Hopefully the wind goes south and a little bit of southeast. A lot of places on the east coast don't like a southeast. Snapper loves it.
Yeah, I feel like everywhere else is probably pretty blown out today, and it's clean and glassy here, so it is the beauty of snapper. Hates northerly.
Oh my gosh, it really, what it really hates is a nor'wester.
Oh, that was on Sunday.
That's a nor'wester, and it's got that's like the devil wind, they call it, and it's basically got a 3-inch swell coming from Surfers Paradise.
Yep. Oh my gosh. Oh, well, today feels like the most wintry day that we've had here by far. That there's actually going to be, that south swell's going to continue throughout the week and the next few days. I think we're going to see a bit of rain up here. It has been such a beautiful winter so far on the Gold Coast. So, I guess a bit of cold was due, but everyone's, walking around. All the Gold Coast people are acting like they're at the snow.
Oh no, there's Gold Coast people have got Ugg boots on and snow jackets today. It's this is a really cold day up here on the Gold Coast.
Oh.
And Cade never really got to fire another shot in this heat.
Yeah.
Nothing came for him. And it would have been good to see him try get a wave that he could respond to that brilliant performance by Lakana Cullen.
Yeah.
And Lakana just beautiful.
Amazing. He's into the final, and we'll be back right after the ad break with the men's under 16 boys semi-final number 2.
Woo.
Under 14 boys, sorry.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing. Besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring. Basking, bathing. Every day exploring. Everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you. And we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Billabong, welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom. And wow.
Look at that.
And I'm being joined now by Aaron Travis from Surf Lakes.
Thanks, Robert.
Yeah, welcome, mate.
Thanks, buddy.
How are you enjoying the event? Oh, first of all, let's get into the action here. Here's Zach Johnson on one of the bigger waves of the day.
Yeah.
Coming from deep, and we might, I don't know if we saw the start of that wave, Aaron, but gosh, that was a pretty good sized wave.
I think so. It's been building, buddy, so it's looking pretty nice. Overhead for the Groms.
Okay, so this did go on the break. We had White up and surfing as well, so it's a fiery start by these two competitors. So this is Luca Martin, and Luca has come through the tournament. He's gone to he's in the man-on-man stage, and
this is the one, yeah.
And Luca Martin, gosh, good size wave by Luca. So great exchange here to start proceedings, and Luca gets a 7.5, so a telling blow by the...
Very nice start. Where's he from, Rabbit, that one?
Oh, well, I'm not sure where a lot of these kids are from.
That's all right.
You know, this is the first time I'm seeing quite a few of these kids.
Yeah,
I've seen some footage of him in the past, but I don't know exactly where he hails from. But I don't know, you know, Surf Lakes, one of the sponsors of the event.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, where things are at.
Mate, we are ready to go. We're just chasing funding now. We've got a campaign across the world for people to come in, and you know, for $5,100 US, you can get a piece of the action now. So it's really opened up, and we've got a lot of big investors that are getting excited. They realise what this thing's going to be, what the industry's going to be. So we got to get shovel in the ground at the Capricorn Coast this year, and then there's potential for 2 in America to go off pretty quickly. So it's all about the money now.
So so Yeppoon is going to be a commercialised.
Yes, yeah. So it'll be like a surf resort to get started, and then it'll open up more and more to the public from there. But it'll be it'll be open to the public, but more of a low key surf ranch style model, but far more accessible on price. So
and I think Occy was saying that it's going to be what do they call it? Glam.
Glamping sort of
glamping,
model. Yeah. Well, it'll be a bit like that. There's cabins and glamping tents initially, and then over time, we've got 100 acres there, so over time it can build out into a whole facility. So it's tropical, the waves will be perfect, so I can't wait, mate. It's going to be unreal. So hopefully by, we'll get a shovel in the ground by September, October this year, and then open before Christmas 25. But it's all about the money now, so it's got to come in.
And it's just the whole new age industry that's coming online, isn't it? It's amazing.
It is, yeah. We're talking to people, as you recognise, it's the equivalent of snow skiing. There's 6,000 ski resorts. I think there's going to be 1,000 surf parks around the world in 20 years. Like it really is taking off on that sort of level. And there's a dozen at the moment, so it's just getting started, mate. So we won't have to worry about conditions at some point. So.
Well, that's right. We'll get back to that in a minute, but first of all, we've got the winner of the first semi-final in the under-14 boys, Lucana Cullen, and well done, Lucana. How do you feel out there, mate?
I felt pretty good. It's like the waves are super fun. It's just a little bit slow, but if you go like up near behind the rock, there's you get these little double ups, and it's pretty fun.
There was one little exchange there where you and Cade were both on the same wave, but he had the cut-off wide bank, and you just went for that big air rev, and that one landed pretty good.
Yeah, I was like, I knew you had prior, so I was like, I reckon I'm going to go for an air on this one, and then I stuck it.
So you're through to the final. You got one eye on the heat in the water at the moment to see who you're going to be against, or do you just look after your own game?
I don't really mind who I have. I just I don't really care.
Oh, that's good. Well, you're surfing good, mate. You got some big scores. You probably didn't even get the best waves in that heat, but you got some really good scores, and must be pretty exciting to go man-on-man surfing at Snapper.
Yeah, it's so good man-on-man. You get so many waves. Like right now, there's Luca and Zach are in a heat, and they're just getting back-to-back sets.
Yeah, it's really pumping in this heat. Your heat was a little bit slower. But anyway, what are you going to do to get ready for the final, mate?
Probably just get warm, maybe go get a couple tubes at Froggy's right now after this.
So just a bit more surfing?
Yeah.
Unreal. Oh, well, you got boundless energy, and good luck in the final, mate.
Thank you.
Love it. Well done.
Classic.
That's it. Rest up by getting more tubes at Froggy's, right? Love that.
Isn't that perfect? And we can see a bit of rain coming down. We've got a bit of weather happening here today on finals day, but, the weather brings the waves.
Mate, it's picking up. I like that, huh?
Yeah, well, we're nearly at the low tide mark, and as soon as the tide turns, I feel we're going to get another little bit of a pulse in the swell. Yeah, a bit more push on the incoming tide on this rising swell. Here we see Zach Johnson going behind the rock.
Yeah, wow.
We haven't seen a lot of that before, but this is a real advantage if you can jump in out there and you're behind the takeoff zone. You're not caught up in the current so much. So
well, that's it. Well, I guess a bit of short period, you get a bit more sweep, eh?
Yeah, you get more sweep in this with this swell direction changing overnight. And here's a solid wave by Zach here.
Mate, many turns. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean he's on fire. He's really showing a lot of different, reading this wave so well.
Yeah.
So he's done a lot of surfing and point breaks.
Mate, absolutely.
And Luca has had a great tournament so far. This way, look at the smooth face. Wow, dynamic turns here by Luca Martin.
He's milking it.
So this is answering back big time. Oh, that's
10-turn wave, man. That's amazing.
And there were some super quality turns in that, and he got a big score for that ride. So
they're just stoked to get the waves to themselves. Hey, what a great day.
So Luca Martin is in the lead right now. He's got a 7.5 and a 7.93, so nearly.
They're good scores.
Now, Zach Johnson, though, he's got a 5.5, but the difference is he's got a 9-point ride sitting in his ledger. So Luca in the lead, maybe advantage to Zach depending on the consistency on this out here, because we're still in the first half of the heat. This has all happened quite quickly.
Absolutely.
The last heat was super slow. They've already gone past the top score in the last heat, so it's just the waves. Maybe it's just on the pump right now.
I think so, yeah. They're coming in more consistently. Hey, I walked over with Brad Hutchins there before and had a look at Froggies, and, there's some head-high sets coming through over there too.
Yeah.
So it's starting to pump now, hey?
Yeah, well, that's
We'll
right.
build up for the afternoon, maybe.
There's no doubt about it. Like on these winter south swells, points south really pick it up. We only get a real glancing blow at times.
Yes, yeah.
But Snapper's a wave magnet, and this is like the head of the super bank.
That's it.
And as it wraps into the bay with these good banks here, Snapper will cop a nice part of this swell. And I believe by the time the finals come around in the afternoon, I think the conditions will be smoother.
Yep.
And I think that little bit of extra water on the bank's going to help.
Yeah.
As we see Zach Johnson here trying to get back into the lead.
So he needs a 6.43, huh?
Yeah, 6.3, 4.3.
Close.
Yeah, this is a good effort. He's sticking with this one. Well surf wave. But I suppose tides and that are something that you don't have to worry about in wave parks.
No, that's right. There's so much of the science of hunting for waves that just won't be needed for a while, but it just means the skill level on the boards is going to get higher, and so people will be able to adapt into the ocean.
And that's going to be, and as you said there, I've always wondered about that. I mean, as we see this wave here by young Zach trying to get himself into the lead, it's going to be a pretty close score. I think he's doing the run around. So Zach in the red single, he's got a 9-point ride to his credit already. Looking to better that 5.5 by, and he certainly has a 7.27. This is a big scoring heat.
There you go.
A 16.27. And he's
changing lead. This is an exciting heat.
A very exciting heat, and we're seeing him doing the rock hop here. Those rocks here are just brutal.
Bare feet, the whole deal.
Yeah, I mean, but this is how the locals do it.
Mate.
They get behind the rock there, and there's a couple of different takeoff, a few jump spots.
Yeah, I've never taken off the rocks here. I've always just slid out the side, although Occy says he paddles out at Froggies on the big days and goes around. Not ready for that yet, Rabbit. I'm sure you did that plenty of times.
Yeah, that's a tricky one. It's a tricky one, that one behind the rock. But you've got to really time it coming off here, though, because, look, maybe not so much on a day like today, but when there's a bit of swell running, that surge over those rocks can catch you out.
Well, I did that once at Currumbin on a big day. Followed a mate out. He said, yeah, trust me, they'll never again.
Oh, no.
I was the last wave. I turned the board around. I thought I was going to hit the rocks. I managed to get washed off. It was pretty heavy.
Yeah, Currumbin's pretty gnarly too. It's really similar to Snapper, and the rocks are so sharp at both of them.
Yeah.
But you've got to time.
I'll slide out on the side from now on.
The keyholes are pretty safe territory. You might have to do a little bit more paddling, but
yeah. It's an epic setup, mate. I'm currently living in San Clemente, so I get down to trestles, not lowers. I leave that alone, but all the other breaks. But
uppers and churches.
That's it. Really fun, but not the same point break setups as here. It's very good, but pretty hard to beat this one.
Yeah, this one's a pretty magical setup. There's no doubt about it. I mean, Snapper into Rainbow, into Greenmount, into Coolangatta, the Super Bank.
World class.
It's world class.
Yeah.
But it doesn't break all year, and I mean that's the other thing about surf parks. I mean, there's nowhere that really has a 12-month season.
No.
Everywhere.
Right.
Even the North Shore of Oahu. I mean, right now in summer there's not many waves there.
Yep.
And most places in the world are seasonal.
Yep.
And in the off season, like in Indonesia, you get the rainy season, different winds. We get the northerlies in spring and summer.
That's it.
And that's going to be, I think, a real difference. And the other thing being, there's only a finite number of great surf breaks, and there's 40 million surfers in the world.
Yeah, and growing.
And growing.
Ooh, here we go.
Okay, Luca Martin answering back here. The waves have improved dramatically in this heat. Luca is just goes for it. Like no holding back on for this kid. This is
whipping it.
This is one of the best showdowns I've seen in the tournament so far.
So how would you score this one, Rabbit? Or you're not allowed to say, mate?
No, I don't usually give a score, but I think it's going to go in his top 2.
Yeah,
I'm certain of that. So
Good
it means
size,
he's going to
fast
improve
run.
on his 7.5, and he needs an 8.35.
Well, I reckon it's close. Eh?
Yeah. Well, yeah, like because you know what, that turn there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of degree of difficulty in a lot of these turns, and plus the rhythm of his surfing. There's no downtime and there's no.
Well, you look at that again, you think, well, what could he do differently or better? I couldn't pick anything that he would change. You know?
No, I think.
These are under 14s, for goodness sake. It's really good.
This is an amazing level of surfing for the under 14s, and every year it gets stronger. You know, I've seen the Occy Grom comp for, gosh, it's been going 18 years.
Yeah,
and,
wow.
You know, but it's a magical thing for these kids, and I mean, and it's definitely been an upgrade to go from Debo to Snapper.
Yeah, for sure. I was just going to say it's got to be a helpful thing, right? I mean, even just to get people here to have the chance to surf Snapper by yourself, if you can get it through, or with a few other people, is pretty amazing.
Oh, it's really amazing.
Yeah.
It's something that they really look forward to, and then you've got the fact that from day one we've always known that Tuesday finals day was going to be the best day of the window.
Yep.
And so to me, it's not so much getting prizes and show bags and trophies. It's getting another heat at Snapper.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's the prize.
Yeah. No, it's a great experience, isn't it?
It really is.
They'll cherish some memories, and I guess the good thing about this, you've got cameras everywhere. They can actually get to see and study themselves in that context. So
yeah,
that's pretty rare as well.
It is, and the reviews. A lot of them have got coaches, sponsors, but even with their parents, just going through, and their friends going through, reviewing their performance, learning about Snapper, dreaming of what could be.
Yeah. So you're still doing any of the events yourself, Rabbit? You get to come in and paddle in any of the like the single fin events or those sort of things anymore? Or you give it a miss. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been competing for a few years now.
No. Yeah.
I was doing a lot of Masters events and had a pretty good run, but no, I haven't been competing for quite a while now.
Just for fun now, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I just still love the sport. I still love.
Yeah.
My kids do a lot of surfing, and I'm a member of the Snapper Rock Surf Fighters Club. We have all these Grommet days, and they get to surf Snapper as well. Yeah. Which is pretty fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So.
Well, good, mate. Well, we'll be able to do night surfing for everyone at some point. So that's going to double the opportunity, isn't it?
Well, that's a huge difference.
Yeah.
A massive difference. Night surfing is going to be,
I reckon I think it's going to be just as big, if not bigger, than the daytime, because during the week people will come in after dinner and
Well, you got the
surf
commuters.
through till 9 o'clock. Yeah, and early morning, even winters. It's not that cold here in Queensland, so
Yeah, that's
5
right.
a.m. in the dark before work will be pretty good.
Surfers will be there.
Yeah,
God, they'll be there before work.
Well, I'm hearing about people coming out at Snapper and under moonlight just to get away for themselves at times.
That's
so
right.
They're certainly keen.
That's right. I mean, under moonlight, there's only 40 or 50 out.
Yeah, that's right. Like a normal break.
Well, Luca Martin, 8.83.
There you go.
8.83. Look at the scores here, 16.76, 16.27.
Nothing in it.
And now, Zach Johnson, because he's got that 9-point ride, he needs a 7.76. So certainly within his wheelhouse.
Yeah, it's possible.
This has been the best heat of the tournament. There's
What
no
do we got
doubt
left?
about
A
it.
couple of minutes, 2.5, nearly 3 minutes.
Yeah, so we've still got 3 minutes. There's definitely
A lot can
time
happen.
for one more great exchange. And you can see that with that low tide, that more sand coming around the corner, the southeast swell bringing a little bit more sand around, but it also brings the current with it.
Yeah.
They're having to tack to maintain their position. I think they're well positioned now for where the sets are at.
Yep. We haven't seen much behind the rocks yet, but I guess
No.
as the tide comes in, that might happen. Or
Yeah, well, you've got fresh sand coming in. There was just the last few days on that east swell, there was a little bit of a hole out there.
okay.
But
Yeah,
now, this is sand. You're seeing sand in the actual
Gotcha.
waves.
Yeah.
That is a new little pulse of sand coming around, and you will get some waves behind the rock.
Yeah.
So, what it does, it opens up that you've got several different takeoff spots.
Yeah.
As opposed to, say, yesterday and the previous days where you really were centralised in the one spot there.
Yeah.
Looks like a little bit of action on the outside here now. Both surfers.
Big finish.
Yeah,
Who's got priority, or is it?
Well, now that's interesting. Both surfers having a look at that wave and electing not to go.
Uh-huh.
I have a feeling that Zach might have priority here. Yeah.
Yep. He's up.
Okay, this is going to be
Good looking wave.
a good-looking wave and a bit of pressure on him to perform, but it fizzles. So it had a really good-looking... that's the thing with the Groms. It's hard. This little wave here could be a grower. Could be a little grower. Is he going to get it, though? No.
Okay.
So a bit of
60
desperation
seconds,
there.
mate. 60 seconds.
Yeah, just a little bit of desperation there, but that's what you do. Now you see Luca Martin now motoring down towards his opponent. Will this be a little grower? Oh, he's just going for anything that moves.
That's it. He knows he's got to get a decent one to finish off, so he's
Yeah.
doing the right thing, isn't he? He's hunting.
He's hunting, and it looks like Luca Martin's hunting him.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a small wave. Going to
Come
have to do
on.
something spectacular.
Almost.
Oh, Zach Johnson, you know what? What a great effort. It looks like time's going to run out on him.
Yeah, wow.
And Luca Martin...
He got the high-scoring wave, but it's a tough game, isn't it? Look at that.
Well, the thing about Luca Martin is that he just kept coming back. He kept coming from behind the whole heat.
Yeah.
That was an impressive competitive effort as we count this in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And
There we go.
right on the bell.
Well done to both, eh? That was pretty epic, man.
That was an epic heat.
Eh?
Yeah, really good heat.
Yeah,
Best heat.
watch these kids in 2 years' time.
Oh,
My
yeah.
goodness. What they're going to be doing. Well, that was cool, Rabbit.
Yeah, that's great.
Thanks, mate.
Oh, well, thanks for the insights on
worries, yes.
your big plans. And
Yeah.
it looks
we
like
are
it's
so close, man. So
Yeah.
close, yeah. So
Unreal.
we can get one by Christmas next year, and we can have these comps there. It'll be awesome.
awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, there'll be comps in the pool, that's for sure.
That's right.
All right,
Yeah.
mate. Well,
Thank you.
We'll see you during the week.
Yeah.
Cheers, and we'll go to a break now. We'll see you real soon.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, welcome back to Snapper Rocks. It's finals day, 2024 Billabong Occy's Grom Comp, presented by Sunbum. Vaughan Blakey, Stace Galbraith in the booth. Finals, brah! How sick. Oh, look at this little headlock. Is that a good headlock?
I think that was
Looks
good
like a
headlock, from what I can, from what I heard
Yeah, it
over.
didn't look like you blew it, Robert. Brah! Snap your neck off.
No chips and cheese for you.
Nah.
No, I think that that'll be Luca Martin there. Close heat. Just got the nod over Zach Johnson. Zach with the 9. Just
The sickest heat, dude. Surf was
needed,
pumping.
needed about another 8 to get
Look
through
at
that
this.
one.
Now, these Groms, mate, that, when you're surfing a heat where, you're both ripping as hard as you can rip and someone gets the nod, they're kind of the ones you don't mind losing, right? I mean, I know you feel gutted, but...
Well, at least you
you're coming
tagged
in,
one.
Your parents are frothing, your coaches are frothing, your sponsors are frothing. You've done everything you can do.
Yeah.
Sick heat.
Yeah.
What's going on here, Stace? You set this one up for us.
Oh, Mika Locke v Lucy Darrow. This is kind of the under-16 women's division's kind of been brewing up to this semi. Both of these girls have been absolutely ripping. Lucy from the south coast, from Gerringong.
The Gong.
The Gong.
Not the Gong, but the other Gong.
Well, one of the Gongs.
Yeah, there's heaps of Gongs down there.
Good bowler at that Gong.
There's so many good bowlers down the Gong.
Yeah.
Mate. Don't worry about just the Gong and the satellite Gongs all have good bowlers. But no, this is going to be a good one. Yeah, Gerringong. Who's your favourite Gerringong surfer ever?
Mitchell Cruz.
Oh, you didn't
Easy.
You did not even pause then. There was not even a second's thought for.
And you know, there's I don't know, it's tiny little, amazing little surf towns. There's so much talent in every single one. But
I don't
know. The Gong's kind of like back on the map.
I always thought Sally Fitz was from the Gong when she was little, but she's actually from Jiroa, right?
Jiroa, yeah, which is where Dean Bowen's from.
Dean Bowen?
Yes, him and his brother.
Former
and family.
ISA Junior World Champ.
Yes, former ISA World Junior
Now
Champ.
listen,
Dean Bowen. Probably Occy Grom Comp champ. It's probably fair to say that.
Did you know he was the last Aussie Junior ISA World title before Dane Henry?
Was he?
Recently. Yeah.
That's wild.
Facts, mate. Facts. Useless
these.
surf facts. I know you and I, between the two of us, could sink this comp under it.
We've used up some RAM.
We have, mate.
With some useless facts, that's for sure.
So,
but some of them are all right.
Lucy off for the first ride in this event from Doug Gong. So who have we got down there, Sammy? Luca. How are you, buddy?
Good, how are you guys?
Hey, mate, what a heat. Congrats, bro. That was a full-blown shred-off deluxe.
Yeah, so stoked. Yeah, Zach's one of my best mates, so it was fun to just surf me and him out there.
Give us a look at that little mood tie, Ratty. Turn around.
Oh, yes, bro.
Shout out to Fleddy K for that one.
Shout out to Fleddy K.
Fleddy K, the
it's
man
full main
child.
arm spec. I remember all the kids on the main arm bus used to have ratties like that. Hey, so Luca, mate, give us a run through that heat because we know that your mate there got a 9. I mean, you guys are just on fire. Is it kind of like when you're surfing against your friends, you find it easier to lift your game?
Yeah, I don't know. We just kept going wave for wave, and it's pretty stoked to get that 8.3. I was pretty nervous when Zach got that 9, but yeah.
Yeah, man, and the surf just seemed to pump in that heat. I mean, you guys were just picking off such good waves. One thing I love, though, was your attack dog mode, mate. You just went full ferret on it.
Yeah, I knew I had to go for it on that first turn. Yeah.
Have you got a nickname?
No, I don't really.
Really?
Nah.
We might have to
what would you like your nickname to be?
I don't know. What do you guys reckon?
Ferret.
No, I don't know about that.
That haircut is so good. It really
It's pretty good. It is pretty good. But, yeah, mate, look, so it's finals day here at the Occy Grom comp. You must be frothing to get through that last one.
Yeah, so stoked.
Is your mum tuning in from Germany? Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, your Will's little brother.
Yeah.
Sick. Give a big shout out to your mum in Germany.
Yeah, shout out to my mum. Yeah, hope you... thanks for waking up for me.
I think it'd be about 1 o'clock over there, Vorno.
That is commitment, isn't
Germany's
it?
just waking up.
Definitely not missing it. What a reward. Get up no, 1, yeah, you're just getting up for breakfast.
That's
at 1.
right.
Yeah.
You're just having dinner.
Dinner, yeah, that's right. Late starts. But, mate, look, congratulations. This is a huge result. We're stoked to see you surf again. That was a really great heat.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, Luca.
Ripping, bruv.
We're going to come up with a nickname for you.
Yep.
All right, sweet.
We'll have a think about it.
Yeah.
There he is. What a champ.
What a legend. Ripping, surfing so good. Him and his brother,
so
both
good.
great surfers.
You know what I loved about Lucas surfing,
Yeah.
Stace? He was like in full attack mode, like hitting the lip, but his front side wrap had a bit of that front side wrap of TB about it.
Oh.
Like really on the front foot,
Yeah.
like leaning into the...
Did you see little Liam from Tahiti surfing earlier today?
Ooh.
Baby Spartan.
Really?
Oh, it was the DNA was just so strong. It was crazy. Such just like, obviously watched Michelle Perez surf a lot.
Yep. Yep.
And was shining through that Tahitian warrior spirit.
Here's Lucy. Here's a replay of her first wave, and off the top, Nice little hook, but yeah, there has been a little bit of devil wind sort of lump moving up the face here, Stace, just this morning.
Yeah, it kind of comes and goes in little gusts. And Mika there with a big drawn-out hook.
That's cool.
But yeah, it's just got to be careful not to get kind of too vert in the lip when the wind's like that. It can be tempting. You want to get up there, but the moment you go there, you just know it's going to be tricky to pull it back down. But most of the surfers figuring it out. But it does take a wave or two to just feel how strong that wind is. It's probably a 2-club wind today, I'd say, for the golfers out there, which I'm not one of them. But yeah, it's probably a little stronger than what it looks on the camera, Vorno.
Yep. Look at these waves, though, Stace. Yesterday it was perfect, but it was sort of perfect for the under 12s. Today we've got just a brilliant canvas, snapper rocks, empty, a CT lineup now, or should I say again?
How good!
Wow, this looks really nice from Mika, and good little snap.
These are the kind of waves that can have the psycho double-ups down the line.
Oh, here we go.
If you're lucky.
You've surfed here before. And it looks like it will go steep. Oh, Mika hammers that section. It's a little bonus snap in. Oh, this double-up, Stace, this has been really valuable because the first half of the ride, there was a lot of down-the-line action, not a lot of venom. But that one snap definitely gets the judges interested, eh?
Yeah, definitely. It's always nice to finish a ride with a big, strong turn like that, as we're going to have a bit of a foot race here, Vorno.
So what's the go with the sweep here today, mate? It looks like it's fully motoring.
It's if you're kind of close to the bank, it's fully motoring, but if you kind of sit just off it, like as you can see with the Malibu riders there in the background, they're not moving at all. Who you like here, Vaughan? Lucy going to hold off Mika, or Mika's got a pretty big stride going here?
Oh, in the foot race?
I think Mika's going to mow her down.
Mika's looking like she wants first bite of the next cherry.
Yeah.
Scores, wow, real even at the moment. Lucy for the one backside snap, 5.83. There might have been something else on this wave that we didn't see, but this one's come in as a mid-range 5 as well, Stace.
Yeah, as you can see, just all this energy out the back, not offering like the easiest sections to surf, but if a wave out snapper has kind of that much in it, you can kind of almost guarantee that down the line that energy will carry onto the bank at some point and offer up you some steep section to work with here, which Mika just dealt with.
That was so good.
And got a couple of nice turns off the end there, so it's nice that she could just stay patient through the middle part of that ride and stick with it. And then this is Lucy out the back, Vorno.
Oh, okay, so she did get a few turns off to start this wave. Oh, yeah, nice. So 2 backside snaps, calves back to the whitewash. And this is better from Lucy. She had one nice sort of upside down snap to start the heat just to get the feels in place. Wow, that was a really strong ride. I guess we were with Mika on the last one. But yeah, cool stuff, mate. This is a real interesting, what is it? It's a really interesting sort of thing for us to come back from Stab High, where you and I were just both in Japan for a specialty air show event over there, but we got to see a lot of under sort of 14s. Is that what the...
was, yeah, about that.
About
yeah,
that,
15
under 14s.
and under. Yeah.
And now we can kind of compare. Don't get me wrong, they weren't surfing like, down the line point waves. But we were seeing what 11-year-olds are capable of over there, and my goodness, mate.
Yeah.
Especially the 11-year-old girls.
The 11-year-old girls and
Patty
12-year-old girls were really special to watch.
Yeah. Tia Zabrowski, I heard you mention her on the Stab podcast. I was with you when we were calling her heat. We were both mind blown.
She didn't have a score to talk about, but her attempts were unbelievable. Yeah.
You get the feeling, mate, with this movement that's going on in women's surfing. Like, even all the way down to the 11 and 12-year-olds are having an influence on how everyone surfs all around the world at the same age.
For sure. Yep, definitely. And I'd say in a roundabout way, it kind of... I've always loved that kind of under-12 division in this event in particular because, yeah, a lot of the kids are coached and the parents have put a lot of time and effort into, getting the kids prepared and ready and all that stuff. But it's probably the last age group where the kids seem to just, absolutely not that you can tell they're just going off pure instinct.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah.
And then you get to the 14s and the 16s, you can kind of start to see the strategy play in. They know how to use priority, and that kind of youthful abandon starts to disappear.
Yeah.
But
I
getting
feel
back to your point, the stab high thing was just all go.
Yeah.
It reminded me a lot of kind of what we see here with the under 12s and that. And you're right, even the youngest division in any of these events, there's still, I think, a lot like you can learn from watching them, even if you are a bit older, because there's some really talented, like you said, 11-year-olds getting around.
The other thing about the under 12s divisions are just how much everyone on the whole beach looks forward to watching, because you really do, as you say, sort of tap into that energy and that excitement. Like yesterday, when Lily White made the final, like her face was the image that this comp will live on.
Yeah.
Like at the moment. Like that was my highlight moment for sure.
Yeah.
First comp out of Victoria.
Oh.
Turns up, makes the final. Real big upset in that semi-2. Big backside snap from Lucy. So this is what the Occy Grom comp's all about, mate. And it really does showcase the future to women that are looking to put their names in that future. Lucy Darragh, Mika Locke. And a 5.83 and a 5.5. Pretty similar rides, really. I thought that actually Lucy's was better because just a bit more work done.
Yep.
Mika with that one nice snap. But I think the judges, they just ate it up.
It's kind of coming down to this next exchange, which I think, obviously, Lucy had priority there. But if that was a sell from Mika, it was a pretty good sell because it only had the one turn. So now she's out the back with priority. And this next decision, Deadly, is crucial.
Stace, can't help but feel like you and I, mate, we just, we love surfing. We love it. We love commentating it. We both work in the industry across the board, but Huey Vaughan and Lennox Smith could very well make us redundant within the next, like, two
didn't show up
events.
to work today.
Huey Vaughan's done commentary at 2 events as a little side project, nothing,
wow.
sort of bit of a way to soak up his time. He's a global phenomenon.
Mate, he's a superstar. And Lennox as well, both absolute ripper kids, cheeky, both charge, do huge airs. They've got it all.
Where do you see these guys going in terms of their career? Just between you and I, while we've got a little moment in this heat, I'd love to get your thoughts on it. You see them all.
Oh, gee, how long have we got?
No, just give us a...
They definitely have what it takes to go as far as they wish.
Yes.
Yeah, like, for sure, I think, there's an element of being a well-rounded surfer that you have to have, and that's being good in heavy water, and both of those guys are.
Yeah.
They're not just good, they're like...
Elite.
They're insane already at that age, so...
Oh, Lucy.
This is a bomb.
Oh, how's that combo, Stace?
Oh,
Speed, power,
wow.
flow, gets the criteria nailed to the wall. And you know what? I was chatting with the head judge, had a little chat with Elroy, and I was like,
mate, Elroy.
What are you looking for? Glenn Elliott, what are you looking for today? And he
Olympic
goes,
head judge.
Olympic head judge as well. And he said to me, mate, we are looking for this. Point surfing, complete rhythm, style, heading down and just nailing sections. But yeah, basically the point surfing is going to factor big today. Yeah. That's as good as you'll see.
Yeah, that was amazing.
That will go well into the excellent.
8.67 has just dropped in, and a well-deserved score. Just beautiful timing there on the last turn. Didn't come off the bottom too soon. Waited for the wave to get steeper. Timing is just beautiful, and beautiful twist of the upper body coming off the bottom there. It was super impressive.
Yeah.
And the other thing I loved about this ride form, just the variety. Nice setup turn there to set up the rest of this wave. Big backside carve, and then just this little moment here where she just waited for it and really twisted the shoulders up into the lip, and whoop-ha.
Great wave.
Thanks for coming.
You know what else I loved? I loved the little burst of speed she got bouncing off the whitewash. Yeah, she kind of did that carve, came back in, and that's when you can see really good surfing, because it's not always the easiest thing to do. Hit whitewash and just get all that air under your fins. And
particularly here, because there's these little moments in the wave where it's really powerful and then it's really soft. So if you kind of push too hard when the wave's not going to give it back to you, unfortunately, it can kind of make you look a little bit silly sometimes. You know, we've all been there. And you think you've got all this speed and all this time to do whatever turn you want, and it just for whatever reason doesn't come together with the timing in the wave. But not the case there for Lucy. She timed, you know, she did the heavy water turn when she needed to do it, and then she was really light on her feet when she needed to be. So, yeah, that was a you know, the short way of putting it, Vaughan, is that's flow.
That is flow.
You know, don't overcook the sections that don't need it, and then really give it some when it's there. So
Yeah, very nice rhythm.
yeah, beautiful pace to the wave. It's you know, an important time to get that score. And to be honest, it kind of came off the back of a little of a mistake, and it was cool to see her kind of reset and reposition herself down the line, because she did take a wave there with first priority that was absolutely rubbish. And one turn, I'd snap her, and when it's this size, you know, that is a mistake. But it was awesome to see her dust that off and just get away from Mika. She didn't paddle straight back to the top of the point. She drifted a bit wider. That wave came through wide of the bank, and she went to town. So if you make mistakes, you make them quick, Vaughan. That's the way to turn it around.
Is there anything better, Stace? Anything better than getting a wave and you're paddling back out and an even better wave pops up and it's just gone under the other surfer?
Which is pretty much how you surf at snapper every day. You're just waiting for someone to be a little bit too deep or maybe fall off or whatever. You know, you're never watching someone at snapper going, oh, belt it again.
No, that is...
You're ripping.
The God-honest truth right there. So Lucy Dara in a commanding position, 8.67, 5.83, has put together a beautiful display of backside surfing on her last wave for that excellent score. And Mika Locke with some work to do here. Needs a 9.
Needs a 9.
Needs a 9. You ever surf in this event?
No, you know what? Actually.
Surely. 18 years it's been around.
Yeah, I know, but I honestly judged this thing since I was in my nappies.
Oh, of course.
And, you know, we mentioned Glenn Elliott. Like, he's a mentor of mine. You know, he taught me everything I knew, basically. Like, I remember judging one of these events at Off the Wall D-Bar. I think it was 2005.
Yep.
And the first Occy Grom comp, I think, was 2003.
Yep.
I might have surfed in one just before that. Oh, wow. Sick turn.
And again, Lucy's found the click, hasn't she? First few waves, they were just real lumpy and kind of like one turn here or down the line there, but now she's just putting together everything beautifully. Seamless surfing here. And I think that 5.83 is going to get the flick as well.
Yeah, that was really nice.
First two turns were so nice. Look at that. The way she's able to click and pivot, so cool. And nothing too spectacular as this thing sort of petered out on the inside, but just getting the work done, mate. Shoulder to the wheel.
Shoulder to the wheel. Yeah, she's in control of this heat big time. It's been a good start there for Mika. She got the 5.5 nice and early, but unfortunately just hasn't been able to find, you know, obviously she's chasing a 9, but even to break that down into 2 scores would have been, you know, an option that Mika would have been interested in taking, but just the way that the waves panned out for her and her rhythm with the sets today wasn't quite there. But no, she's had a fantastic run and she needs a 9-point ride on this wave, but unfortunately not going to be the case today, Vorno. But a great result nonetheless for the young surfer from Burleigh, an equal third here at the Occy Grom comp, which is without a doubt the premier event on the junior calendar.
And there's the heat winner, Lucy Dara. She's into the final. So fantastic stuff for the young surfer from Gerringong. I'm going to take a quick break, I believe, and be back with more Billabong's Occy Grom comp presented by Sunbalm in just a moment.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing. Besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring. Basking, bathing. Every day exploring. Everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you. And we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen. This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you. And we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Ew! Welcome back. That's my attempt at a hoot this morning.
Was that
a little bit of a need some water.
Shout out to Ron. if you're listening.
Yeah, and the Peen. Richie Lovett.
Yep.
Charlie Hatley and Eliza Richardson. They're out in the water now. Semi-final, heat number 2, under 16 girls. It's the Billabong Occy's Grom comp for 2024, presented by Sunbum. Vaughan Blakey, Stace Galbraith in the commentary box. What a year we've had, Stace. Jeez, we've called some surfing.
We have called some surfing.
We've looked at some surfing.
We've
watched
seen some surfing.
Have you done any surfing?
I have tried to surf, yeah. But my shoulders blasted off me the other week when we had that south swell come through the northern rivers. Realised that I haven't been surfing enough. Fleeting moments at Kira, Vorno.
Geez, the waves have been good on the east coast. And look at today. Look what it's dished up. Snapper rocks as Charlie gets busy. Cool young athlete on the rise, Charlie Hatley. Hung out with her a little bit at the Burleigh Single Fin at the start of the year, and then at the HPC at different times.
Yep.
And just so cool, man. Same with Eliza. Just, future's in safe hands.
It is. A couple of proud goofy footers here. Eliza Richardson here up and riding.
We've already got one goof in the final.
Oh, a double goof final. That'd be sick.
And Eliza, wow. How's the speed she maintains through these
crazy
carves? Just doesn't matter really how flat the wave goes. She's just motoring here, Stace.
That was beautiful wave selection. That's exactly how you want to start a heat.
Eliza Richo.
All the way from the sunny coast. She's been on fire this year, Vaughan. I reckon I can't think of an event that she's lost.
Far out. I'm loving where she places her board out of the lip. That's why she's able to maintain speed. She's not really cracking it. She's just doing these sort of down carves.
It's beautiful timing, isn't it?
Keep her momentum down the line, bouncing off the whitewash. Great style. She reminds me of someone. I'm trying to place my... It'll come to me. All right, well, while we're watching Eliza paddle back out, 7.33, by the way, Stace. I know you'll be loving that. Let's throw it down to Lucy Darrow, who's joining us on camera. Congrats, Lucy. What a heat.
Yeah, thank you. It was a little bit slow, but I was super stoked to get the win. Mika's such a great surfer and a great competitor, so I was stoked to get the win.
Yeah, no, well said. We noticed that at the start of that heat, there was a kind of like some tricky waves and a couple of one-turn waves, and then you just got the chance to open up on one, and your whole heat changed after that. You just looked like you had perfect rhythm.
Yeah, I was super lucky that it was a bit of a mistake to take that wave with priority, but I was super lucky that wave came to me. It was just kept running down the point. It was a sick one.
The Occy Grom comp, you've surfed in this one before?
Yeah, I surfed in it last year. I got third, so I got knocked out in the semis, so I'm stoked to get into the final this year.
Fully. And, to win this comp, it's such a big one in the junior surfing calendar. A big goal of yours right at the start of the year.
Yeah, it's definitely a big goal. It's a 10,000 point event. It definitely helped my points for the rankings to get into the ISA Worlds.
Oh, huge.
Who's your favourite surfer from Gerringong?
Dino Bowen's definitely got to be one of my favourites. He's such a charger.
Does he take you out on some of those waves?
Yeah, he definitely helps me a bit.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you reckon he's watching? Surely he's watching.
Hopefully.
Is Todd Prestige from Gerringong? I'm sure he is.
Yeah, he is.
Prezzo, how are you, brother? No, that's so cool that you get to represent that area. It's such a core surf ground. It must be really cool to be in that next wave of talent coming out of Gerringong and the South Coast.
Yeah, it's definitely such a cool place to grow up. Definitely not as crowded as Snapper and around Queensland, so I'm super lucky.
I know, but you know what? No one's got much sympathy for you surfing with the crowds because you just got through a whole bunch of heats by yourself out Snapper. How good's that? And you still got another one to go.
Yep, I'm so excited.
Good on you, Lucy. Well, really great surfing. Can't wait to see you going to be up against one of these two in the final. Any picks?
Oh, they're both amazing. Both great goofy footers as well. I can't wait to see which one gets with me in the final.
Awesome. Well, go get warm, and we'll see you a bit later today for the finals. Great performance there from Lucy Darragh.
Well done, Luce.
Thank you.
Oh, this heat is firing up. Deluxe! 6.5 for last to Charlie Hatley, and unlike Eliza, nowhere near as long the waves. I'm so impressed with this young athlete's ability to maintain speed, Stace. She never
So
slows
good.
down.
Not
Doesn't
at
matter where
all.
she is on the wave.
No, it's great to see. And that paddle battle that we saw as that interview was going down was crucial
Yep.
because Liza did get priority there. And it was important
But look
to
at
shoot
this.
that wave.
How was that turn? That had so much aggression in it and really gets the power game going here. So two really different approaches. We've kind of got this light, nimble, high-speed surfing on the backhand versus the powerful, venomous attack of Charlie Hatley. Great variation of styles from these two surfers, Stace.
Yeah, totally. This wave was kind of tricky to surf, had that little warble in the top of the lip, but Eliza just refused to
Face,
let it
mate.
bother her. She smashed that wave.
Oh, I've got to take a leaf out of Eliza's book. Sometimes if I'm on a wave and it's not going how I want it, I'm like, this wave sucks. And
Yeah.
she's like, no, man, the wave doesn't suck.
Yeah.
You suck,
Yeah.
Vaughn. So Eliza Richardson, another fantastic ride. It's a 6.83. And that is another great score.
Yeah, the judges, I think, are kind of, and rightly so, just keeping a little bit of a lid on the scores on this one because I think we can see that both of these young ladies have probably got a little bit more on the tank. Charlie's had a couple of nice turns, but the waves have just kind of petered out. Eliza's had some really long waves, but they've had maybe like a bit of a wobble in them. And so I think if they find some magic where they get kind of lucky with the wave and how it hits the bank, and it does have that tempo the whole way down, we're going to see a backhand clinic, Bono.
For sure. Glenn, this is impeccable judging because it is rewarding the down the line, class of these two. But they both have so much more to give, as you say, Stace. So judges would have been all over these two for pretty much the whole Grom season. We're right in the thick of it.
Yeah.
Grom season is officially on in Australia.
Yep.
It's a thing.
It's a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a, you
Well,
know.
there's signs around Grom season.
Yeah.
Beware.
Yep.
And make sure you pick up all the gold coins from under your seat that fall out of your pockets because
Yep.
that's where the Groms are getting all their coin to get lunch and whatever. Or are they actually earning more money than us these days?
Oh, they're definitely earning more money than us these days. YouTube accounts and social media engagements.
Course.
Yeah, killing it.
Of course.
We'll be getting lunch off them, I reckon.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was your Grom at Hood lunch? What was
D and Paul's around the corner here, which is now called Fresh and Fried.
Yep. What about your lunch box, though? What do your folks put in your lunch box for school?
Well, my mum held the title 5 years running of greatest high school lunch.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Like
That's
chicken,
so cool.
lettuce, avocado on like...
And the bread wouldn't go soggy by lunchtime?
Nah, not at
How
all.
did she do it?
Oh, not too much mayo, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's key.
Yeah,
You
yep.
don't want your bread to get soggy. If you're going to take chicken and
Yeah.
avocado to school, there's two things you don't want. Hot avocado
Yeah,
and soggy bread.
That's right. No, 'cause there was always an ice pack in there, Vorno.
Oh,
and then,
see,
and then
she's
the
a
golden
classy woman.
golden pash frozen poppers.
Oh.
I used to get 2 of them.
How many golden pashes did you have at school, do you reckon?
Yeah, a couple.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
And the rest? Nah, I wasn't that much of a mad dog, actually. I used to trade one.
Charlie.
More on that later.
Here we go. Pocket snap. Beautiful timing. Comes flying into this
Wow.
next section. Huge hit on the backhand. And this is the wave she's been waiting for. It has got a lump, but just like Eliza, unfazed, powers through it. And Charlie, this is a really strong ride. What did she need there, Stace?
She needed a 7.66, and I think it's going to be right around the money. It's a great start to that
I think
wave.
she might even nudge 8 here. This is like really powerful turns, perfectly timed. Hooking it out of the lip. Good stuff.
Wow. Nice carve there to start this wave, and then gives it a bit more
That
in this
one
one.
there, that was huge.
Like you said, that wave just had a bit of a rib in it as well, but the timing around it and kind of how she placed her turns was just spot on. You're spot on, Vaughan. You might be sitting on the wrong side of this tent, mate. 8-1-7
What, you want me to sit out in the rain?
with the judges. No, that's well called and well judged. It was a deserving score. So she's turned the heat there with 8.5 minutes to go. This heat has definitely got a lot of storylines in it, and now it's back to Eliza Richardson.
Mate, every heat this morning has been a real slugfest.
Yep.
We've seen a seesawing battle, really top-line performances, and this is because the canvas is
Look
just
at
so
these
good
waves.
today. Look at the bottom turn,
Wow.
so much distance covered. High-speed snap again. Eliza's not done. Don't worry about that. 8.5 minutes to go, and she has found a howler on the inside. Slice off the top, straight onto the inside rail, and she just fangs down the line, looks at the judges, gives it a little bit of sting, and pulls off for the paddle back out. What a heat.
What a wave.
Cool response there. You know, an 8.17 when you feel like you're having a good
Wow,
heat.
they didn't muck around there. 9 points, Vaughan.
9 points. Why 9, Stace?
I think the flow, like the timing throughout the wave, and just the ability to keep her speed moving down the line. If I'm super critical, I don't know there was like one really huge turn on this wave. It was just a beautiful series of link turns together that was like, you know, what we were talking about earlier, just that beautiful point break surf and flying down the line and, you know, getting the turns done when they needed to. I think one of the hardest turns you can do on a surfboard is a backhand carve. It's a super underrated turn. It's not like necessarily a scoring turn, but it does set you up beautifully for the rest of the ride. Again, just being critical, there was that one steep section in that wave. Kind of probably didn't get a hold of it as much as what she would have loved. However, everything else about that wave was spot on.
Yeah, I think she went to town on that thing. There was one turn right at the very end there where she did the down carve and hits a little rib, and it gives her that little projection out of it, which that added a bit of spice to that turn, I think.
We're going to take a look at the 8 versus the 9 here, Vaughan.
Yeah, well, that turn, even though it was powerful, was just, that's the turn there. That's the biggest turn on this wave. And then the rest of them are really strong power carves, but probably not as punchy or as steep. Whereas Eliza's wave is a little bit more down the line, high speed, little more variety, and just a better quality wave.
Better quality wave.
So that turn there was sick. This one, little variety, just a nice punchy one. Yep, there's the tap. This little turn here, that little squirt out of the back there, I think that's where the judges went, oh, that was a really good finish to that ride.
Yep. Gave the point of difference to the rest of the carves. Just had like a little bit of extra spice in it.
Yeah, cool. What a heat. This is incredible. Eliza Richardson answers back. I mean, if you want to know about just how experienced these competitors are by the time they're 16, or not even 16 yet, this is the under 16s division. Charlie answers back. Big first turn. Hooks it in the pocket. Wants this thing to double up so she can get more work done on the inside. It looks like it will. Oh, this is a nice wave, Stace. Another snap. And giving this absolutely everything. The wave kind of peters a bit. What do you need? An 8.17.
She needs to match her score from before, which kind of makes the equation sort of easy for the judges.
It does. It feels like it could go 7s for sure. I don't know if it's got the punch of that second turn on her last wave. Let's have a look here. Nice first turn.
Start.
Yeah, the wave.
Super tight in the lip. It's kind of like two totally different styles of backhand surfing.
Yeah, needed one of these clubs on the inside to really land. But I think, yeah, she won't trouble that score requirement with this particular wave.
Still plenty of time remaining. And look at these waves just firing off down
Cooking.
the inside.
Mate, Grom comps do not get better surf than this.
Nah, this is so sick. Stoked to see some waves for finals day. Been a couple of smaller days to get to this point, so if you've made it this far, you've definitely earned the right to surf today.
4 minutes 30. Just curious, any other little treats did you get? Like, were you a roll-up kid or a LCMs or any of those?
Oh, I think my mum was kind of organic before it was cool.
Oh,
my God. Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
That was a sick wave.
Didn't realise we were looking at a fresh replay, so we might pull that one up again in a second if we get time, because Eliza Richardson's just nailed another big score. An 8.63. So
how's the splash of the water? Thanks for coming.
Things have just gotten really, really testing here
you
for
were
Charlie
spot on
Huntley.
with Charlie's call there, Vaughan, just under the 8 there, 7.83. Still great surfing.
So let's take a look at this, Stace.
Yeah. As we see here. Nice turn in the lip there. Just pulls the nose up. Beautiful backhand carve and then does not muck around. I mean, for me, this wave has moments that are more risky than her 9.
Yep.
The 9 was a beautiful wave, and she did obviously some awesome surfing, but wasn't, for me, there's like 3 turns in that wave that all are pretty eye-catching and, a deserved score at 8.63.
I think you won't see better point surfing than that. When you link in a carve into a down carve into a finishing turn, and it's all just one move.
One line, just calligraphy.
Full blown. Look at her. She's frothing out there. Giving herself a hell of a pep talk. Yeah, girl.
The cool thing is that, like, she was well behind. Like, Charlie had come from behind, jumped back into the lead, and have these seesawing battles, this early in your junior career, not just at this event in particular, but just overall.
Yeah.
Like, it's so character building. Like, she's fired up, and rightly so.
Charlie's heat total is pretty astounding.
It's
Any
massive.
coach or team manager or parent or, supporter would dead set go, you just surfed a great heat.
Yep.
And, that's what you want. You want to come in knowing that you had a real good go at it.
Yep. It is hard, though, isn't it, Vorno? You get to the semis and you're just like...
Heavy. Semis are just so like that too, aren't they? Like, it's in every sport. Doesn't matter what it is. It just seems to... The desperation of everyone to get so close to that goal brings out the best.
You can feel it. Just off topic, but I'm actually wearing a belt you gave me at one of these events back in the day.
No way!
Yeah, just thought I'd wear it for special occasion.
Classic. Yeah, I remember handing out the goodies. It was one of the cool things about working at Grom comps, hey? Like,
just the buff.
The surfing's sick, but the amount of froth that went down for the free kits that got handed out.
Best story actually about one of those events. It was the same event actually. There was like 8-person heats, and there was like black, green, and dark blue rashies. And I went out there and did my thing and bogged around on a few waves, but it got me confused with this kid that was in green that was ripping. And you guys put me through, but then the other kids' parents were blowing up, and then you guys just went, look, it's a free comp, like, just take it to somewhere else. And I ended up getting through. And
wow.
Obviously didn't complain, did I?
Mate, I surfed in 21 consecutive events on that little series.
Yeah.
And didn't make a heat. Not once.
I think the judges might have been a bit hard on you, mate.
Yeah, I think so. I did get a 10 though in one.
And you still lost?
No, I finally got through.
Oh, you finally got through a heat, okay.
But that was, I got a 10 in a heat.
Yes, sick.
So for all the times they scorched me, they finally juiced me.
By
the way, my school lunchbox.
Yes.
Promite multigrain sandwich.
Yum.
Apple, orange, and 2 Oreos. Backside air, you're joking.
With the wind at the back.
Eliza's having a heater. 1 minute to go. And it's all just free surfing right now. I'd love to know how you maintain this sort of belief and form. Fully throws the fins out. That is so cool.
That was sick.
And Liza, finals day is one of those strange things. You can be so on and then also, on a day where it's a bit chilly, a bit windy, it's almost like that half-time thing. If you're on fire and you come in and you feel like a different team when you run back out on the field.
You kind of don't want to come in.
Nah. 17 seconds to go here. What a heat. You've got to put your hands together for Eliza Richardson and Charlie Hadley. That was a real slugfest, man.
Yep.
In the Occy Grom comp, Billabong, Sunbum, the 2 big supporters of this event, and they've just done a wonderful job in providing a platform for these stars of the future to showcase what they're made of. But it's Eliza Richardson, and look at that energy, Stace.
I think she's looking to go back-to-back here, Vaughan, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right, yep. Real standout last year, taking the win. And
good to see a couple of otters join the lineup here.
Yeah, look at what is that?
It's an otter.
Is that a Duncan McFarlane out there, is it?
It's a Duncan McOtter.
All right, well, we'll take a quick break here from the Billabong Occy's Grom Comp, presented by Sunbum. Back with more semi-final action in just a moment.
This one's for the sun worshippers, Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Welcome back, folks, to Snapper Rocks. This is the Billabong Occy's Grom Comp, presented by Sunbum 2024. Surf's cooking, and special guests in the commentary box, Vaughan Blakey, Kai's King, Rasmus King. How you going, boys?
Good, mate.
Put it there. How's things? Good to see you guys. Well, pro surfers, actors, musicians, Renaissance men, really. You would have both surfed this event over the years, wouldn't you?
Oh, this was a standard. Make sure we always did the Occy Grom Comp.
Yeah.
This was like one of the toppest tiered Grom events ever, for sure.
Yeah, it's bringing back some good memories.
It must, mate. I mean, you guys are both from just down the road in Byron. Still there now?
Yeah, still there.
Same spot, mate.
How cool, eh?
Yeah.
And so coming back up the coast today, were you like getting a little bit nervous, like you might have to pull on the rashy and
I know,
paddle
yeah.
out against one of your old foes?
I was kind of hoping they actually extended the age bracket, so maybe I could do it again. Like, get me back in this thing, mate.
Oh, boys. Out in the water for this heat, we have Jesse Ferguson and Leo Matchett. Familiar with these guys?
I'm actually not too familiar, but I mean, they must be pretty frothing right now, having just two
people.
of them out snapper.
Semi-finals, they're frothing.
Pumping, like, well, you know, pretty pumping. I mean, to surf snapper with two guys out any time is pretty sick.
Well, I mean, mate, let's just start with you guys. Fresh off. Oh, hang on. We'll stay here with Jesse.
Jesse up and riding. Bang.
And, cracks it. So under 16 boys. It used to just be the under 16s was the top division here. We've opened it up to the pro juniors now. But just a little sort of finder, I guess, to get going. But, mate, it's one thing to have pumping snapper to yourself. It's another thing to have the day of all days at Nias.
Yeah.
That recent regional queue that you surfed in. Jeez, it was as good as I've ever seen Nias.
Yeah, it was
ever.
crazy.
And yeah, we got real lucky.
All the way to the semis, mate?
Yeah, It was pretty much from the round of 32 onwards was like the best waves we'd ever seen. It was like 6 to 8 foot plus, just perfect Nias, crazy drops, crazy pits. And there was something like 40 above 8-point rides on one of the days.
That was madness.
Yeah, it was nothing psycho.
And like, how hard is it to maintain a heat attitude when you just get
it's-
drained out of your head like that?
Well, it kind of just turned into an unreal free surf because we were just like, I'd get a bomb and then, you know, I had a heat with Axel, Kuroda and a few of the Japanese boys, and I think we all dropped a 9 within the first 5 minutes, and we were actually just hooting for each other because we couldn't help it. We were
How
like,
mad?
This is the best ever.
That's the dream.
Yeah,
that is the dream.
Being at home, just losing it, watching it, I just couldn't believe
I
it.
got a video of Ras, and I think he dropped 70 F-bombs in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, mate.
I couldn't hold it in. I was just losing it.
You got Jesse's going another one.
Jesse's got a bit of a bomb
I think
here.
I can see he's on a DNA. I mean, a Juliet DHD, so he's riding a bit of local craft here too.
That's if you're going to hit snapper and you
he's on again.
You want a board under your feet. That Juliet is a.
Darren's definitely got these wave curves down. That's for sure.
He does. So
yeah,
boys. Hang on a sec. Another one. Staying so busy here, Jess. He lets that one slide, but he's got the froth well and truly cranking. Ras, what about you, mate? You were like, you know, on the come up as a junior surfer, and then life sort of steered you off into a different direction with the acting and whatnot. Yeah, like, do you ever wish or get the desire to pull the rashy back on and get out there?
There's definitely some time. I mean, looking at this right now, it's getting me pretty psyched.
Yeah.
But no, I've been loving surfing. I'll never stop doing that for sure. But there's definitely going to be a time where I think I'm
trying to drag him back in the
race,
comps, but he's pretty frothing on just getting kegged and riding an alternate craft too.
Yeah,
I've been loving it.
That's cool, man. And surf's been pumping at home for you guys too.
It's been so good.
I mean, you don't always need a rashy to have fun and get the win. We're going to throw it down now to Liza Richardson, who went mad in that last semi-final. Congratulations, Eliza.
Yeah, thank you. The waves are so good.
Oh, you could barely contain your excitement. We saw you splash in the water and just giving yourselves screams, and what a feeling.
Yeah, Charlie's a really good surfer, so stoked to get the waves I got onto and win that heat, yeah.
That's so cool. And, you know, a defending champ here, so obviously this event means a lot to you.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to go back to back. Yeah.
No doubt. Tell us something. How often do you feel that good in a heat? Like, is it something that you can tap into a lot, or is it something that when it comes you just have to sit back and just breathe it all in?
Yeah, well, not much, but snap with 2 people out and pumping waves. I couldn't really hold it in.
No, you couldn't. But that's the way to go. Like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you're not enjoying it in the moment, you're never going to enjoy it.
Yeah, definitely.
That's cool. Tell us a little bit about the board you're on and just the waves that you got, because you were just maintaining speed and getting down the line so well.
Yeah, well, I'm riding a 5.5 Howie surfboard, and the waves I got into, just let me do a couple good turns, which is good.
Yeah, well, they're ripping. It looks so good. And do you think the surf's getting better?
Maybe. I actually don't know.
Oh, cool. Doesn't matter. You'll just work with whatever you got, eh?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, that was an amazing heat. You two went mad. I think you've got Lucy in the final. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, well, I've come up against her before, and she surfs so good, so keen for that one.
Yeah, that'll be great. Well, best of luck. Thanks so much for putting on a great show. It was really cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Liza Richardson into another final.
Mate, she was ripping. Hey, when I walked down the beach, I saw her tee off, and I think it was her 9. And
it was such a good one.
It was unreal. She's ripping. I mean, making the final at the Occy.
I know.
How stoked?
No, mad.
The Occy. And what, you said she was defending champ?
Defending champ,
wow,
yeah.
That's
Took it out last year.
Oh, hopefully 2 from 2.
Yeah, she was so good last year.
Let's go, Eliza.
The surf was not as good as this, so we haven't really seen what she's even capable of. Boys, you guys have this sort of like magical existence where you grew up in, the Rainbow region, and you were great surfers, got a great surfing family, but you both got pulled into acting. You were in Bosch and Rocket, obviously, Ras, and then you both were in 6 festivals, which was a really cool movie. What was that like?
That was crazy. That was insane. I mean, we've always sort of tried to keep our options open of things to do.
Yeah.
So, I got to
6
be
festivals, we kind of just played ourselves, really. It just felt like
well, I hope not.
Kind of
not
so
that
much,
far.
but,
The picking on each other and stuff felt pretty...
It felt pretty legit?
Yeah.
It was like the furthest thing from acting you've ever had to do.
Well, it was good because Macca from...
the director, yeah.
The director, he was he wanted 2 brothers, so actual brothers. I guess... We had the look in the eyes that, could stir each other up pretty good. So, it was such a good experience.
That's awesome, mate. Yeah, shout out to Kid Mac. That was such a great movie.
That was a really awesome experience. Super thankful to be a part of that.
Well done. And now you guys have just formed a band together.
We've got a band going too.
Album coming out?
Yeah, we've got an album coming out
this year. As soon as we got a band name, we're good.
All right.
People send us band names.
What's your Instagram handle? So that
DM us.
DM the
King,
boys.
Rasmus King, send us band names.
Please.
Sick. Lots of music in your family. Lots of music around you guys. I know that Uncle Cole's just been touring.
Yeah, Uncle Cole's been. CB Ghost is touring.
Yeah.
We sometimes slingshot Dad into our jam sessions. He comes and gets on the mic a little
Couple
bit.
screams.
Brings it right back to the 90s.
That's awesome. But mate, you're named after one of the all-time 90s bands.
Mate, I came out of the womb to Green Machine. Dude.
That's insane.
Just came out just doing the fork.
How good. I just went and saw Queens of the Stone Age the other night.
Yeah, we actually we saw
him
too.
Face melter.
Yeah.
What a gig.
That's it. Hey, that's what it's all about. It's just like having music, everyone can get together, and it's just so good.
When can we expect to see you guys releasing this music?
We'll have a first jam, a first actual gig in a couple of weeks in Byron, and then we're dropping a single in this month, you reckon?
Well, as soon as we get a band name, we drop it. We
drop
would
our
already
first
have
single
stuff
probably this
out
month.
if we had the band name.
Yeah, perfect.
We got a whole album recorded. It's all ready to just hit play. So real soon.
Yeah,
awesome.
very soon.
Yeah.
Awesome, man.
So fun.
All right, this has been a little slow this heat compared to the last couple. Jesse Ferguson.
Oh, here we go.
5.33 and a 3.67. He's found another one. This looks steep.
Oh, nice first turn.
Yep, big slice off the top.
Yep.
And third turn combo.
That Juliet looks flowy on that one.
The judges are actually really rewarding down the line point surfing today. So it's not just about a big Hail Mary at the end. They want to see all that connection.
Yep.
This is pretty nice. So Jess, that turn there, really on the rail, right up in the top of the wave.
It's good those last 2 turns. It was just flowing in between them too. There wasn't any weird hopping or.
No.
How would you guys describe your sound? Because I know that you're both fully into rock and roll, and especially
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
sort
it's
of
pretty
90s.
punky.
We're an older sound.
Punky, kind of like, I don't know, but we also have a lot of like acoustic stuff in that as well, so it's kind of a mixed bag, really.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's a mixed mashup between, I reckon, like there's some Helmet, some grungy, like, you know.
Yeah.
Mud
90s,
Honey, like.
Honey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
there's a bit of everything in there.
Don't forget the Goons of Doom when you become
Goons of
famous.
Doom, yeah,
We'll
100%.
come on tour, we'll come
Yeah,
on
I
tour
love
and
that.
drink your rider. Lock up your rider,
Yeah.
I tell you.
Yeah, for sure.
No, well, epic. And Kais, mate, how's the Challenger Series going? How's your experience?
Yeah, so
with that?
last year was a funny year. I was still dealing with the back injury, so I kind
Yeah.
of was in and out of the QSs. I ended up missing out on fully qualifying for the Changers by one spot.
Oh, bro.
So
that hurts.
yeah, I still got into Snapper. I had a bunch of fun heats here last whenever it was, the last one. Got into Sydney, missed out on Bolito. I'll probably get into the US Open.
That's good.
Fingers crossed. But no, I was doing all the QSs this year and just having a good time and just stoked to be feeling good.
That's sick, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that. You were sort of taken out by injuries, and you know,
So
injuries
yeah.
when you're young.
It's hard,
It's
man.
just so annoying.
But
They
it
get
taught
in-
me a
Yeah.
lot.
That's good.
So, you know, it's.
Yeah.
I think if you can get injured and pull a lot more out of it, then you're winning.
Well,
the
look
end, you know?
look at Fanning. You know, like
Exactly.
until he tore the hamstring off the
Yeah.
bone,
Yeah.
the tour was just one endless party, and that sort of like flicked the switch.
I think I watched lightning strikes about 15 times while I was
There you
out.
go.
So, yeah.
Mate, just in terms of, you know, like all your interests sort of pulling you in different directions, it's surfing still number one for you?
Oh, hell yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
100%. I mean, both of us, like, surfing's number one. It's just, it's
Yeah.
our life, you know, we can't not
For
do
sure.
it.
Yeah.
You know, once you got the...
Stop pulling my hair out if I can't get a surf in.
Oh, mate, yeah, we're all the
Once you're
same.
addicted, you're not. It's just impossible to not be, you know?
Yeah.
So,
And, mate, so what's the go? You have to do the long road back, the
yeah,
regional
I'm
queue,
doing the
and then back onto
Qees.
the Chang?
So I got a 13th at Cruy, which wasn't ideal, but got a third at Nias, so that's a good.
Yep.
5,000. Then I think we got a little bit of a break now, so just, you know, get busy doing other stuff and free surfing,
Yeah,
and then,
cool.
oh, here we go, Jesse.
Well, Leo, what is just seriously sitting out here waiting for the magic
Waiting
wave?
for
by the
you.
looks of it.
Definitely leaving it late, 7 minutes. Needs to-
That's cool, man. And just the other week, got to take part in a big specialty event.
yeah.
Actually, this year you surfed in, excuse me, 2 really massive comps, Pipe Masters.
Yeah.
That tail end of last year, and then the Stab Air Show, Stab High
Yep.
in Japan. What did you make of those experiences?
Oh, insane. I mean, they're dream experiences,
Yeah.
really. I mean, like Pipe Masters, I grew up watching that North Shore movie, you know? Big
Yeah.
Kane and that.
Yeah.
So. Nah, and then just, yeah, you know, that's like the holy grail, I think, of events. So to have the opportunity to surf in that with such crazy surfers too, especially local just heroes and psychopaths. Yeah, it was amazing to be out there and competing with them and getting to surf pipe. And I got a really sick one that I was really stoked to get, and that was just like, hell yeah.
What a buzz, man.
I'll
'cause,
take
like,
that.
They're really like completely different kind of cultural
Yeah.
things to surf in the Pipe Masters, which has a, you know, this huge legacy and all that heavy Hawaiian energy
Yeah.
around it. And then you got Stab High, which is just like the biggest party in the
Oh,
universe.
Stab High was so fun. Funnest comp ever. We just everyone, it's kind of felt like just the ass kept dragging on because we were just all going for each other
That's
again.
so cool,
you
man.
know?
Great
yeah,
stuff,
it was
mate.
sick.
And
It was
you-
really, really cool just experience. And the atmosphere there is just so, I mean, you know, how
Oh,
fun
yeah.
was it? It was the best.
Oh, it was the sickest. Yeah, I'm still a
Watching
little
all
bit
the
sore.
boys just go and doing crazy punts and then everyone's just having a good time and just, you know,
Yeah, mate. And
hollering and hooting. It was sick.
I want to doff the cap to you because, you know, in each of these events, Nias, Stab High and Pipe Masters, very different types of waves.
Yeah.
And, man, you were right up the top of the tree in all of them. So, so sick to
cheers,
see you
mate.
surfing so well and ripping.
Nah, it's
Rassie,
good.
tell us, man, is it true you played Daniel Johns in like a little biopic?
Yeah.
The Silverchair front man. What a
Crazy,
guy, dude. What an experience.
Yeah. Like crazy. I still like to this day because it's taken a while to actually come out. It comes out really soon.
Yep.
I still have to like pinch myself. Hey, it doesn't feel real.
Crazy. And you get to spend a lot of time with him and sort of hang out
Yeah,
with
we've
him?
become really good friends after that,
Yep.
and yeah, he's an absolute legend. He's one of the nicest guys ever. I
Yeah.
love him. Yeah, he's such a nice guy.
He looks insane,
Yeah.
man. Like, I love his whole... At Surfest one year, I was hanging out and he just walks into a pub. He had a white fur coat on, his hair
Yeah.
slicked back.
Yeah.
He just looks
He's a
like...
lord.
Oh, far out. What
So
an icon.
crazy.
So,
Yeah, he's a legend.
Jesse Ferguson pulls the trigger again. He's got some aggression going here, up and over. Deals with the lumps. He's really just been
Definitely
so
got
busy.
a stranglehold on this heat right now.
Look at
4
this.
minutes left.
5.33, a 7.33. You know that's going to get rid of the 5.
Yeah, Leo's got to get busy. 4 minutes.
Very slow.
Don't count him out, though. I mean, there's a lot of waves.
Yeah.
He could, only takes 2. He's just got 2 minutes for each wave left.
He's got.
Yeah, this is.
Hopefully he's still got the fingernails. Let's go, Leo. Come on.
What's he's got to be comboed? 12.44. So he needs 2 waves.
Needs it right now too.
Boys, Sunbum ambassadors.
Yeah, mate. We've been with Sunbum for a long while now.
That's cool.
Rafty, you've been with him for.
I swear I was in like nappies when I was.
Oh well, mate. I actually probably think you would have been because
I was real young.
Like that's the protection you need if you're growing up in Byron. You're spending your entire day at the beach.
Yeah,
when you're a little bubby, especially with your folks. I know they were down there just absolutely
all day, mate.
Outside.
Well, when you're in the sun all day,
what
better sponsor than to have Sunbum looking after you?
The best.
Yeah, and it's so cool to see them down here, not just supporting crew through sponsorship, but a big part of the Occy Grom comp for the past couple of years.
Yeah, for sure.
Giving people the chance to...
And getting the Grom psyched and just, keeping them outdoors longer. That's just what the parents want,
Yeah. That's it, man.
Get your kids in the sun.
Yeah, you don't want your kids on screens. I mean,
no, get them out in the sun.
Unless they're watching the comp.
Yeah, unless they're watching this right now.
That's the only exception.
Oh, here we go, Leo.
Match it. Oh.
Damn it.
Frustration.
Maybe
Body language.
He's probably got some nerves
rattled.
getting in right now too.
Boys, let's get your take on the world title race. I know you're both big fans of surfing.
Yeah.
Keeping an eye on that thing?
Yeah, I actually didn't get as much time to watch Brazil as I would have liked, so I kind of haven't actually. I'm sort of keeping it a bit fresh for myself.
Yeah, I haven't really either. I've been in this.
Who's it? I mean, we got the top 5.
Look, top 5 at the moment is John out in front by a country mile. I think he'd be world champion right now on the old scale.
Yeah.
Then you got Griffin in second. I think. Who's in third?
Did Yago make it in?
Jack Robbo in third.
Yeah.
Idolo in fourth and Ethan in fifth.
Ethan in fifth, yeah, okay.
Yago and Gabe and Geordie Smith. They're your top 8.
Yeah,
We're top 5. So
wow.
Out of those guys,
I had my money on. I mean, I've been wanting Geordie to win a title for ages. I mean, obviously love my Aussies, of course.
Yeah.
Just Geordie surfing's incredible.
It's a little bit scary for Ethan. He's down in fifth.
Ethan's definitely, yeah.
He's got
but I mean, Ethan though.
I know, but Gabriel Medina.
It's a hard one, eh?
Joel Parker was telling me yesterday, he goes, mate, best surfer I've ever seen a cloud break ever.
Yeah.
Gabe Medina.
Yeah, wow. I
know.
know.
Those barrels
especially
are
this
crazy.
Gabe Medina we got at the moment's looking pretty scary.
I know.
He's lethal.
Fierce.
I mean, he's always been fierce, but I feel like he's hit a new caliber lately.
Full level, new level.
Far out. Well, this has just been a bit of a lopsided heat. I just don't know. Really, I think Leo's strategy was there were so many waves
in the last
it
heat,
actually made sense for him to sit and wait for a bomb. And unfortunately,
it's gone quiet.
I think we're right at the bottom of the tide, so you know how it happens. You're sitting out there, you go, oh, I'll get one more, and you sit out there for an hour and a half, just going, what am I doing? This is bloody awful.
I like to always kind of get my heats rolling quick.
Are you guys like marathon surfers, or do you like to just have like little half-hour surf, eat some food, 40-minute surf, eat some food? Like Taj Barrow will surf 10 times a day, but only for like half hour, 40 minutes.
I think it kind of depends,
It depends. If it's pumping, I'm out there 12 hours.
Yeah, if you're out there and it's cooking, then you're not going in.
Nah, no way.
But if it's kind of fun, then I'll do 3 or 4.
Wow, that was a little cheeky inside double up, eh?
Far out.
Hopefully Leo just ends with a 9 or something. Let's just give us something.
Neil Purchase Jr. just draining behind the rock on the back
dragging
end.
that back foot.
30 seconds to go, and it's just Jesse Ferguson. He just stayed busy. He didn't really overthink this heat. If a wave came his way, he ripped into it. And unfortunately for Leo, it's looking like a bit of a frustrating exit here, a 1 and a 1.3. He'll just come in and just be so... I think he'll just be furious at himself.
Just needs to either go straight to Froggies and just get... Oh, here we go. Hail Mary, let's go.
So the wind's picked up here. Little backside.
See, if you had had 3 of those, that would have been a good score.
Yeah. He was surfing so good yesterday, this guy. Again, I was sitting with Parko, and he was like, who's that? Looks like a young Machado going mad. Wow, well, there you go. That is the end of semi-final number 1 in the under-16 boys here at the Billabong Occy's Grom Comp, presented by Sunbum. Caius and Raz, thanks so much for coming in, boys. Have a fantastic
Vaughnie.
rest of the year. Bro. Good to see you, lads.
Legend, mate.
Absolute legends. Yep. And, we'll be back with more semi-final action in just a moment. Stay with us.
All the watchmen on the tower are all sleeping, and the men have all gone home. Now that's a city that's ripe for the taking. Yeah, that's a city that's ripe for the taking.
Welcome back to the 2024 Billabong Occy Grom Comp presented by Sunbum. You can see all those beautiful Sunbum tents. The sun's just come out, Rabs.
Jess has just appeared out of nowhere. The sun has been it's been drizzling and raining all morning, and let's hope we've got the good wind, we've got good surf, and now a little glistening perfection out there.
I know, look at it. It's like diamonds right now in front of us. But we have a big under-16 boys heat coming up. Jai Nield, Benny Zanata-Crea. Here is Jai. A snapper boy, snapper local. You've seen this guy surf a lot.
Yeah, I've seen Jai coming through the junior ranks, and he does know this wave well. Just as I said that, he caught an outside edge.
Can tell he's on one of those new DHD Juliets just by that spray. So opting for a pretty good board that's just hit the market. He was telling us about it yesterday in his post-heat interview. And then Benny Zanata-Crea, he is from the northern beaches of Sydney. I've watched him grow up and surf for a couple years now. And he recently took out the Osgrom Cup down at Coffs Harbour.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so they're all battling, you know, for the top of the rankings so that they can qualify for the ISAs. And this is a big heat between these two.
Oh, there's a big one. First of all, the go forward is that one of the prizes is that you get another heat at Snapper.
Yeah, exactly.
And it happens to be a final.
It's an absolute dream. Someone who's just made the final, Jessie Ferguson, congratulations. You get to surf just another heat out Snapper with one other person.
Yeah, that's so good. I can't wait. It was actually really tricky out there. Each turn I did, after I did the turn, the water just kept going in my face, and I was like, oh, I can't see. So it's kind of hard to do like a quick combo. You kind of have to like choose where to do your turns and wait and then do another turn. But yeah, I got one all right one.
It felt like that heat kind of shifted because the heat before yours, there was plenty of sets coming through, and then in your heat, there wasn't really as much, but I feel like you've always been the surfer to turn a lot of waves. When it all changed for you in that heat, did you know that you were going to stick to your plan and just try and catch heaps?
Yeah, I always want to try to get that first wave, and this event I've been starting with a 5 like every heat. So when I started off with a 5, I was like, all right, I'll just try to get another one. And then I didn't really get another one, and then I paddled back out to Leo, and then actually a decent wave came, but not for the heat, not for the last heat. And I was like, oh, I might as well just go this one, and Leo let me go, and I got a 7. I was like, yay.
Stoked, 7 under priority.
Yeah.
But you are currently leading the rankings. Obviously, this is a 10,000. But I think besides the point, getting to surf Snapper with one other person out, I mean, people don't get to do that usually until the CT. How cool of an opportunity is this? I mean, did you even sleep last night knowing you're going to have a man-on-man heat out here?
I slept a little bit. I woke up at like 3. And I was so excited.
Too excited.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's such a great opportunity. We'll let you go and watch this heat, find out who's going to be in the finals with you. But congrats, Jessie. We're stoked to see you in the final.
Thank you.
Jessie Ferguson.
Yeah, well, there's one finalist confirmed. Security spot with a solid win in that last heat.
Yeah, he's one of those surfers who he has a game plan in every heat, and I swear it's to catch 10 waves in every heat. There's not a heat's gone by where I haven't seen him turn at least 8 waves.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, even watching him in other events. Here we go. Benny just getting caught up in that top third of the wave. That wind's looking like it was puffing a bit more too.
Yeah, it's just got that little bit of southwest in it still. I'm hoping that it just moves a bit more southerly and maybe even a bit more southeast, but that's what often happens here when you get these grey, steely grey skies. Is you get a little bit of wind coming up the valley, and it just makes a couple of ribs in the face sometimes. So it's not perfectly offshore, but you know, later waves in the set are a bit smoother.
We can see 7.5 for that first wave of Ben, a 4.33 for Jai. 7.5 is a pretty good way to start the heat, but I feel like Jai, he's a really consistent surfer.
Yeah, Jai, you know, it was pretty uncharacteristic to catch that rail. he was on his way to at least probably a 6.5 on that
Yeah.
wave. So that one really sort of to his disadvantage. And Ben gets that 7.5. It's a keeper for sure.
And tell me, Rabs, you know what it takes to run an event here at Snapper. So much goes into it. There's a lot of prestige around the wave. How cool is it to see the next generation of surfers coming through right here at Snapper?
Oh, well, it's a dream for these kids. And, you know, it's such an upgrade to go from D-Bar over to Snapper. And now it's going to be the home of the CT once again. There's been so many great international events out here. But for these young surfers, this is just such an eye-opener. And they'll really there's a lot of takeaways from this event.
I agree, and I think it's really cool that they get to experience man-on-man in events like this too, especially so young in the under 12s, under 14s, under 16s. When I was competing in the Occy, like you said, it was at D-Bar. We had no priority 4-man heats. So it was like a full-on scrap, you know, between us. Whoever wanted to win the most, had the most mrungle, kind of got the job done more times than not. But here, to learn priority and how to surf a man-on-man heat from so young, I feel like that's a real asset for them.
Oh, it's just an amazing opportunity. And man-on-man surfing, it looks easy, but there's actually quite a lot into it. It's like when to be patient, when to pull the trigger. As we see Jai here getting caught up a little bit there in that lip. He surfs so many Snapper Club rounds here, so many grommet rounds, and they're quite competitive too. But this is a bit of a step up level for him.
When was your first comp out Snapper?
Oh, well, first of all, back in my day, there was no CT events out of Snapper at all. They were always at Burleigh and Kira.
Really?
Oh yeah, no, Snapper was not a CT venue, absolutely not. I basically never, outside club events, I really never got to surf a professional event out of Snapper.
Really?
The Snapper, since the sand bypass, has become a much more consistent wave. I always call it Snapper on steroids because it never used to be that consistent a wave.
It was always Kira, that was the one.
And Burleigh. Burleigh was the big venue when I was competing on the World Tour. We had the Stubbies Classic at Burleigh, and then when I was running events, we had we had the Billabong Kira Pro, and then it moved to Burleigh as well.
Here we go, replay of this last wave of Ben. Loved that first opening carve, super tight in the pocket. Gets a second one there, but this turn he loads up. I thought he might have gone to the air, but I think he's probably thinking it's too early in the heat to throw that kind of risk.
Yeah, he's looking for with that 7.5, he's just looking for a good backup, and what a beauty it was, a 7.07. Joe Neal gets a 6.17.
Yeah, now he's looking for an 8.4, so needs the best wave of the heat so far. But it's funny, even talking to Jesse, who was the winner of that last heat, as we get back to that, this is the replay of Jai's. This was a 6.17, just 2 turns.
2 turns, and kind of got caught up in a little bit, but, he went for, quality over quantity, really.
I think that's the way it's got to be, though.
Yeah.
I'd rather see 2 really committed, strong turns than 6.
Yeah, so would I.
Just down the line.
Yeah.
Actually, yesterday it was really fun. I was telling Stace this morning, Vaughan and I commentated the under-12 girls semi-final, and they were going to town, the under-12 girls. One of them had 2 8s, almost a 9 in their lineup. It was
wow.
So incredible to see. And it had gotten smaller by the end of the day. And these girls just found these rights and just tagged them 3 times, but 3 big turns. And they were gaining more speed with each turn, so it just kept getting better and better. So I'm actually really looking forward to seeing those girls back out there for the final.
Yeah, I mean, every division's amazing. Every division's just got these super Groms that are capable of going out there and getting 8s and 9s. It's so amazing.
Oh, absolutely. It's such a dream just to have it here. Here we go, Ben, having a look again. This would be under priority. Snaps that first section. Oh, that's a better looking turn there for Ben. And gets a finish. That's definitely, I would say, his best wave so far.
Yeah, that was a dynamic ride. 3 world-class turns. Dynamic surfing.
Yeah, I love that second one. I feel like he got a lot of spring out of that
Yep.
second turn. Definitely was one of those turns where you go, oh,
Sure was. Even the first one, he just sets it up beautifully, but this one he really lets loose on. Wow, just such a big bucket of water over the back of the wave. The timing was just excellent.
yeah, so we'll see. There it is, 8.67.
Oh,
So now Jai Nield in combination needs a 6.18. So he locked in a 6.17. If he had locked in a 6.18 on on that wave, he wouldn't be in combination. So
yeah, but it's not an ideal position to be in.
it's not.
You know, he realistically needs two very good rides, two waves in the excellent range, because the 16.17 that's breaks down to at least 2 8s.
Yep.
So Jai, with all the work to do, he's got the local knowledge on his side, but not much else at this point.
Yeah, Jai Nield definitely with work to do. 8 minutes though, it feels like it's been one heat on with consistency, one heat off. I feel like this heat is a heat on though, so, and I mean, it's been 12 minutes, right? And Ben's locked in 2 7s and an 8.
Oh yeah.
So there's definitely quality out there for Jai to be able to, in the next 8 minutes, lock in at least 2 8s, you know?
Yeah, I feel that, Ben. You know, I've seen it often that, you know, you start with a big score or 7-5 or something, and you're just in such a good rhythm immediately, and the whole heat becomes more comfortable. Whereas when you're chasing, the pressure's on.
Yes.
You see those waves coming down that perfect bank.
It's perfect at the moment.
Oh, wow.
Look at that sand. I can't believe how much sand is up over these rocks here at Little
Yeah.
Marley.
Yeah, well, you know, we haven't had a big swell, and we didn't get a big swell last year or this year, and it's just those big swells move the sand. They move them very quickly here. You know, you get a solid 10-foot swell that lasts a few days, and all that sand will go.
Here we go. Benny back up. Got a nice turn at the start. He just had a quick look out the back there. Figures I should probably finish this wave off. It's going to get a bit of a bonus section through the inside. This wave's just the gift that kept on giving. Ooh. No ride out though.
I don't feel it was as clean as his last couple of rides.
No.
He had to work a bit more for it. It had that dead section in the middle, but still he did link it together and get that bonus section.
I think that goes back to the point we're just saying, you know, we would rather see less but quality.
Yeah.
I feel like that was a lot of turns down the line, but who knows, it might go into his top 2. We'll see what the judges think of that one, but we've got a pretty cool judging panel here. Got an international judge in there.
Yeah, it's great. It's really good.
A young panel as well.
See, this wave starts out pretty good. That first turn solid. Now the wave goes a little bit off the bank, and that's why he has a bit of a look over his shoulder to see if something better comes. See that little ledge he had to get over there? Now it goes into a pretty good place, this wave. He's surfing good. Doesn't quite ride out that last turn. I don't think it's going to go into his top 2.
It didn't. It's a 7.43, so it just came under, but still, he's locked in 3 7s and an 8.
God, and if he'd made that last turn, he would have bettered the 7.5, that's for sure.
Yep.
So
I'm pretty impressed by Ben, to be honest.
So impressive. He's had a heat here for the ages. Jai Nield knows he's really got to get a bomb. He's got to get a bomb, and then he needs a backup. And now time does become a big factor because we're down, quickly approaching the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, Ben's currently 3rd on the rankings, so he is definitely looking to gain some ground. But if he makes it to the final, there's still 5 minutes to decide. He comes up against the rankings leader, Jesse Ferguson. So
that'll be a great final.
I agree. This is the replay of the 7.5, so let's have a look at this in comparison to the 7.43. 2 turns, but 2 solid turns there, Rabs.
Very solid. And he...
3, actually.
he does get that third. Geez, he worked hard for that third one.
And this is the 8.
Oh, yeah. This rides, that turn there was the money turn. He just put that together. How's that? 3 turns in a very compact space. 8.67. Now, Jai Nield on the outside. he still needs 2 waves, so he needs to take off on something.
Looks like Ben's just hunting around on this inside section. He's probably at the point now where it's like, I'm just going to take any wave that comes to me out snapper.
Yeah. I'm surprised that Jai didn't take this wave.
Yeah, this had a nice wall to it.
Yeah, when Jai was really deep, and he would have got a couple of sections even before. So now he's waiting for something so special, but he actually needs 2 waves.
Yep.
One special wave won't do it.
No, he needs 2, and there's 4 or just under 4 minutes to go. So putting himself in a bit of the pressure cooker right now.
And this is another well-surfed wave. His timing is exquisite. And I think that this has got a chance of going into his top 2 this wave.
Yeah, I agree.
It fizzles out, but his surfing is superb. I think Jesse'd be having a look at this going, oh, yeah, I've got my hands full in the final. Because it definitely looks like Ben's on his way to the final here.
Yeah, this is, he always looks quite sparky. I feel like that's the word to describe his surfing. He always looks really lively on his feet. Works with Nick James and the Manly Surf School down there at Long Reef, so he's definitely got a big support crew coming out of the Northern Beaches. Waving his arms for an update. Score's not in yet, Ben, but I have a feeling, I agree with you, Rabs, I think this is going to extend, but I've been wrong plenty of times before.
Oh, yeah. Well, time's a real factor here, though, because Jai needs to get a good wave here, get an excellent score, and then get a wide one. So that's a big combination that's got to go his way. Ben's still asking for his latest heat score. Maybe he's asking for time, but everything's in his favour. 2.5 minutes to go. I don't see a set coming right now. And yeah, Jai would be disappointed that he didn't get in the rhythm required. And you see Ben, he kept busy.
Yep. Especially doing it at home too. You know, I feel like all you want to do is surf for the people in your hometown in front of you.
And look at Ben just go zooming past his opponent.
Straight up the inside.
Oh gosh, he's having a heat and a half, isn't he? And look, he's paddling. Now he's a little bit of gamesmanship here, I feel.
Yeah, his last wave didn't go into the top 2. It was 6.87. But in saying that, in 20 minutes, he's had 3 7-point rides, an 8.67 and a 6.87. So they've been out there, and he's pretty much got all his scores under priority as well.
Well, he's had every wave. He's had every wave now because he's had Jai's share as well.
Here we go. Just going
he's just
for
playing
one
with
turn.
it now. I think what Jai would be happy now is to get a bomb and just show what he can do.
What are you looking for out there when it's like this? Like, what kind of wave, what angle do you want it to come from?
Well, I mean, I don't mind where Jai's sitting. I mean, that's pretty much a local spot. But from there, you'd have to look down the line and see a bit of a bump down the line as well. And so you've got the combination of the outside section combined with the inside. And to make sure that you get your rhythm right and connect your turns and make those sections link up. That's the most important thing.
Noted. Take that with me this afternoon.
Yeah, because I mean, often you can just look what's in front of you and go, oh, great, here's a nice bowl.
Yeah.
But down the line, there's nothing there.
Yeah. All right, coming down to 30 seconds. I think it's definitely all she wrote right now for Jai Neal, but just maybe a bit of a personal wave.
Yeah. Yeah, he's sort of playing around now, and he'd be disappointed that he didn't get a better go. But you know what? A semi-final in the Occy Grom comp is still a great result. Yeah, look at that. He's going, give me some big points.
Yeah, this is still one of the most prestigious Grom comps.
It's still a good result. He's got equal third.
Yeah, he'll take home some good points too. He was quite far down the rankings as well, so this will be his best result. Best points he's going to get. He'll move up the rankings. Benny Zanata though, putting on an absolute blinder performance. We're going to go to a short break and be back with the under-18 girls semi-finals right after this. Don't go anywhere.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp presented by Sunbalm. We're here for finals day at Snapper Rocks. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Rabbit, famous Rabbit Bartholomew. But we're here for the under 18 girls semi-final, heat number 1. Sydney Chevalier in the red, Miller Brown in the white. Miller already locking in a 4.83. Here she goes here.
Yeah, well, Miller. I first saw Miller at the Skull Candy, and I was going, wow, I was so impressed with the surfing well beyond her years. And now she's in the semi-finals of the under 18 girls, so she's stepped up a division.
I feel like Miller's got a really strong pop when she goes for her top turns or her end turn. She's got a really dramatic finish.
Yeah.
Which I love because you're not really sure what you're going to get, which makes it exciting to watch her surf. This was the one from the break, a 4.83, 2 strong calves there. Gets a third one in, but yeah, like you said, there wasn't really much down the line. And then this one just a few calves string together again.
Yeah, well, she would have taken notice of the last heat, Ben getting away with that early start and really paying dividends for him, and Jai Neal kind of getting caught out there. You don't want to be kind of overly patient. So Miller, she's got a 4.83, the 4.17. That'll be a throwaway.
I find she's quite an aggressive competitor as well.
That's what I definitely noticed about her when I saw her surfing her heats down at Lennox, and she, she was just attacking the waves. And as you said, that pop, the dramatic finish to her rides, particularly on beach breaks, was outstanding.
Yeah, can't wait to see her. She'll be competing again at the Skull Candy next week. I'm pretty sure it's going to be pretty solid.
Yeah, this is the start of we've been in a pretty small cycle of swell up here and also on the north coast. And I feel today is at the beginning, it's shifting, and we're in for probably about a week and a half of pretty good waves.
All right. Finals time for Ben Zanata-Cray. Ben, congratulations into the final.
Yeah, thank you.
It just looks so fun out there. It felt like by the end of that heat, you were just trying to swing on anything just to keep surfing empty waves at Snapper.
Yeah, I was like, oh, all right, he's in combo. So I was like, oh, yeah, may as well just try get as many runners as I could.
It's funny, Rabs and I were talking during your heat. There's a big difference between getting 6 turns down the line that are good or getting 3 turns that are great. It felt like you really shifted your energy in that heat and just locked into producing quality.
Yeah, I was just thinking, because I've seen in the heats before, they like the 3 big turns on like a bigger wave, and then I got my double up one where I did a couple down the line and I got a lower score, so I just think it's better off being on the bigger waves with major manoeuvres.
And Ben, you've got you're in the final. That's a pretty good performance. You're against a fairly strong competitor in the final in Jessie, so how are you going to prepare?
Oh, just same as any other heat. Yeah, it's the final, just have fun and go out and try my best.
And the last big comp that I saw you in, it was the Osgrom. I feel like you're in better form now than you were at the Osgrom. Obviously, you've been working with people back at home on the northern beaches. Is there anyone you want to say hi to?
Oh, yeah, I just want to say hi to my coach, Nick, and thanks for Mum for bringing me down.
Thanks, Mum. All right, thanks so much, Ben. We'll see you in the finals. Best of luck.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, that's awesome. Always thank Mum.
Always thank Mum. I know my mum drove me up and down the coast, and my dad so many times.
Oh, unreal.
And it's cool to see now too all the big vans that everyone's travelling in.
Oh, yeah.
Just like a house on wheels.
Yeah, well, I mean, do they do also, because it used to be with the New South Wales kids, they'd have the Occy Grom, the Skullcandy, and then the New South Wales titles?
Yeah.
Is that still on?
Yeah, so we go to the Skull Candy next week, and then there's 1 day break, and then there's the state titles at Coffs Harbour.
And that's a bit of a marathon in itself,
Oh,
right?
I remember doing that as a Grom and being exhausted by the end of it, just
Yeah.
being so tired.
Just limp into the car and go home.
Yeah, we'd get back to Narrabeen and just be, I was like, I'm not surfing
Yeah.
for like 3 days.
That's a marathon.
Yeah, it'd be at least a month
Yeah, it's
on the road,
Month on the road.
because we come up here prior
Yeah.
and just get practice out D-bar before, and
That's
then
right.
we'd go to Lennox and we'd get all ready for Lennox, and then but when I was doing it, it was at Port Macquarie. So then we'd go
Yeah,
down
that's
to
right.
Bonny Hills for
Yeah.
about a week and a half.
Wow.
It was always a big event. And then sometimes actually, because True and I, she's older than I am, we would go to True's state titles at Port Macquarie, and I was still in the juniors, so then my state titles
Oh.
was then down at Maroubra, so then we would go back down. It
Wow.
was such a long stint.
I mean, that's the thing about New South Wales. I mean, there's so many regions. And I mean, you know, it's obviously such a powerful surfing state because every region produces great surfers. You know, Queensland's really only got the two regions. It's the Goldie and the Sunny Coast, as we see Miller up again.
Yeah, this is Miller's best wave for me so far. I feel like she finally broke out of that carve and she got one of those slashes in, but those two carves, she definitely ripped through them, pushed harder. But I feel like each heat we've seen someone take that I'm going to catch a lot of wave strategy and
Yeah.
someone else take that sit and wait. Not sure if this sit and wait has paid off yet.
No, and the longer you sit, the harder the equation becomes, because if the other competitor, they're kind of grinding away, and like we see Miller there, she's replaced that 4-1 with a 5-6-7. That's her strongest ride, as you called it right.
Yeah, that first turn, you could tell even by the spray that she threw that she was really pushing hard, trying to get that board more on rail, and then that turn there, she just kicks the fins out. That was that pop we were talking about, that bit of spice that you're not really ever sure what she's going to do. And then she's going to get back out there and hunt for more. Look, she's kicking.
Yeah, she's a real competitor, Miller Brown. We're keenly anticipating. Here we go, Sydney.
Here we go, Sydney Chevalier from the northern beaches of Sydney. Works with Maddie Cattle, so I'm sure he's tuning in, but she's got such a strong rail. This, for me, could potentially be the best wave of the heat so far. If she can finish this here. And she can't.
She got bounced, but she still banked a few points. Feel those cars that it would have been, I feel, would have been in the excellent range, but there was a difficult section, that last one.
Yeah, you could see it getting really shallow
that's
before
right.
she even went up for it. I was thinking the same thing. But here's the replay, Rabs. What do you think?
Oh, it's a bigger wave, and she goes through this series of carving turns. This turn here is pretty nice, and her timing's really good. Beautiful carve there. Kind of, the only thing is there's not much change in the variety, but this turn here, wow, that was a powerful section that she had to negotiate. Couldn't quite pull it off, but you can see that why. I feel that she waited. You know, she's a powerful surfer. She probably needed a bit more of a wave than Miller. You know, is diminutive in size and is able to take the smaller waves and still get good scores. But Sydney gets a 617. That's still the best wave of the heat.
Yep, I agree. I feel like those two calves that really stood out to you, they stood out to me as well. And I feel like she probably got her board more on edge than what we've seen Miller do in this heat so far. This first turn I felt like was just a bit of a setup, but this next carve bowls up, she pushes through it, and then it gets steeper again.
That's a beauty right there. So, you know, a 617, you know, you kind of nearly feel she got a little bit penalised right there. Turned a, definitely probably an 8-point ride into a 617, but still, it's a keeper.
It is a keeper. Best wave of the heat so far. We'll see how she goes next, but she's funny. She's quite a nonchalant person, you know, she'll just cruise.
Yeah.
If she gets knocked, she's like, yeah, you know, like she's just really cruisy.
Oh, that's good.
But then I feel like deep down she's like also very competitive, but she just doesn't show it.
Yeah.
Where Miller, she wears her heart on her sleeve. She wants the win. She has this Grom mongrel still.
Yeah. Well, it'll be super interesting to see what Miller does now. Whether she, you know, she's got that 5.67, 4.83. Definitely not safe territory against someone with the power of Sydney. But Miller, it'll be interesting to see whether she waits with priority. And this could be a very interesting wave here by Sydney. God, look how clean the face is.
Yeah, that was a beautiful carve there. That first turn, that's really sticking out to me. Gets a snap in there, needs the finish, and gets it. So that inside track just runs off super fast. Almost got taken out by her board. That is a good wave.
That was a brilliant ride. And she did the classic. She got a wave and she paddled back out, elected to paddle. And there was a wide one with a clean face in it. And that first turn's a beauty. Carves down the face, sets up the next one. Her combination, her time is good. I love this turn here. Carves it back. And there's never a dull moment. And now she goes into a series of snaps and does finish it off. So
that's going to be a good score.
Oh, yeah. I think it's going to go in the excellent range. You know, 6.17 for the first wave. I think that second one is going to really put Miller in a difficult situation, because Sydney's going to have by far the best two waves of this heat so far.
Definitely. And Laura and I were talking to her yesterday. It's a brand new board, feels really fast under her feet. We both think it looks great under her feet, actually. So, yeah, Sydney's going to lock in. I'm thinking excellent.
I am too. I think when you compare the rides, the 617, the wave itself was a quality wave, and you know, she really utilised every section. Manoeuvres were clean, crisp, and here we see another replay of it. That first turn sets it up so well, carves down the face, clean off the bottom, and now I feel she does a great cutty there. She comes into the inside section, and now she changes up and does a series of different manoeuvres and does finish it off.
717 for that last wave of Sydney. So the judges, I feel like, keeping the scale back a bit because they probably want to see more.
And I think they think she's capable of more.
Yep. I think she's capable of more too.
But, you know, look, to her favour, she's got the best two waves of the heat. Miller went out to the outside to where the traditional takeoff is. Sydney was the benefactor of a wide one that came in. She got it under priority. And now Miller has all the work to do because she needs a 7.67.
Yeah, big score. But like we said, she's got this spark about her surfing. She looks lively on her feet. Now she's just playing the game of, okay, I need a set. She knows she can't take off on those small inside ones anymore. They've capped her at that 5, almost 6 mark. So they want to see on those better looking faces, those better shaped waves for her to really go to town. And I think she knows she's got so much more in the bank too.
And I think she also knows that and feels confident if she gets the right wave, she can do it in one wave. It's not like she needs a 9.
No.
A 7.67 certainly within her wheelhouse to pull that off with her brand of surfing.
It looks like Sydney's opted to go back down the point. She doesn't look like she's anywhere near Miller. Bit of a wave coming now though.
Yeah, and it looks like it's got a wall to it. So Miller is elected to go on this wave. Interesting ride here, Jess.
Ooh, big opening turn there for Miller. Good looking section here. One big turn, stands tall, likes it.
The standing tall is the new claim. It's a good one though, because it's sort of going, well, what do you think of that?
What do you think of it, Rabs? What do you think of it?
I like it. Let's see that. Let's cut it down. There's only 2 turns, so pretty good snap there. Bit of a versatile. Look at this wave here. It's overhead, big section. Great execution.
8.5.
There you go. Whoa. There you go. So you compare the 717 from Sydney and that ride there, the judges are going, hey, if you degree of difficulty, if you just sort of take the bull by the horns here and take it on, you'll be rewarded. And Miller being that diminutive size, that wave looked like 2 foot overhead.
Yeah, it looks solid. Definitely one of the biggest sets I've seen of the day so far. 8.52 turns. We're talking about this, you know, with Ben as well.
Yeah.
He locked in all of his biggest scores just based off 2 or 3 turns. So now the answer is for Sydney. She needs a 7.01, not the highest score she's got in this heat so far. Here's the replay. Rips through that first carve.
Look at the size of this wall here. Bang! And she hits it so well. She just executes it so well, you know. It's a big score for 2 turns.
Yeah, it is a big score for 2 turns. But if there's one thing about Miller is that she's committed. I feel like she always puts 100% into all of her turns.
Well, you know, let's go back to what you said from the very start of the heat. She's got a lot of pop, and she makes a very dramatic finish to her waves. She did exactly that then. So she kind of plays to the judges, so she knows that if you make it dramatic, and it's a great strategic move. You put a bit of drama into your surfing.
Well, that's the thing. I guess they're entertainers at the end of the day, right?
Yeah. I've always been a fan of that. It's not like you're making it look harder than it is, but you're certainly going, well, gosh, that was, she popped it, she came clean off the bottom, and her execution was brilliant.
Yeah, I agree. So I feel like Sydney, though, she's got to get a score less than her highest score. So she knows what she has to do. A 7.01. It's obviously in her wheelhouse. And like I said, she's quite a nonchalant person, so she wouldn't be feeling overly phased right now.
Well, you know, you think though with 2 minutes 45, there's every chance that another decent wave will come through, and she's got the repertoire, that's for sure. You know, I'm impressed with the surfing. She probably just needs a wave that stands up a bit more and allows her to unleash a bit of her power.
Yeah, she's definitely strong. I feel like in the last year, I want to say year and a half, she's really grown into herself.
Yeah.
You know, she's gotten through that phase where you get taller, you're not really sure how you fit into your surfing. She's gotten through that phase and really found her own strength, her own style. And I think Miller's got to that point as well. She's not a little girl anymore.
Yeah.
You know, there's a bit of a line coming through now. We'll see if anyone wants to take this wave here.
2 minutes remaining, and you know what? Sydney's going to have to go, but there's a big section. She's going to have to go down the line quickly. Yeah, she sees that down the line section. No, there's not there. I thought there was a little bit more to that one, so that's a disappointing result. But now she's at that wide mark where she snaffled that 7.17. So it's not a disadvantage.
No, and she's made space from her competitor as well. 1.5 minutes to go. I feel like as well the start of that wave for Sydney, Miller's made her way down.
That's the thing though. It's the priority situation now. Time is the enemy for Sydney because Miller has priority. That's what she gave up. It mightn't be a disadvantage to see where she's sitting now, but it is to not have priority. So, you know, which means 2 things. She needs either a 2-wave set, or she needs to paddle Miller onto a speculator, and there'd be a better wave behind it, a little bit of gamesmanship. But right now, you would say advantage big time Miller Brown.
Absolutely. Absolutely advantage Miller Brown. There's 45 seconds on the clock. Are you seeing any crazy lines coming through?
I am seeing lines, but I mean, sometimes you're not sure if it's just wind shear.
Yeah, that's why I have been feeling the exact same way. I'm like, is that a set or is it just some wind?
That happens a lot here. And you go, oh, there's a set coming for sure. And you go, where did it go?
It's not here. All right, 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, a few little waves, but they're very close together.
Something has to happen pretty drastic and pretty soon.
And she'll go this one. And she made Miller go. So the miracle will be if there's a wave behind it. There has to be a wave directly behind this, and that strategy comes into it. But I'm not sure if that's the case.
Oh, air time. But I don't see Sydney on another wave. So, first finalist, Miller Brown.
Wow.
For the under 18 girls, we have the second semi coming up right after this. We're just going to go to a quick break.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing. Besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring. Basking, bathing. Every day exploring. Everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you. And we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp presented by Sunbalm. Look at those lines running all the way down to Greenmount after that drone angle shot.
Oh, it's an amazing bank right now. It's just so shallow, so lined up. You know, you just see those little waves just peeling like the perfect wave park.
It is. That is a great line. The perfect wave park.
See, it's really full of sand right now because, as I said earlier, that we haven't had a big swell for so long that the sand just keeps building up. Only wave movement shifts sand along here.
There is so much. I don't think I've ever seen this much sand here.
No, it's full. That's full house. It just couldn't get more.
But like you said, as soon as a swell comes through, it'll all get
you
washed
need
away.
you need a pretty decent sized swell for the sand now. It won't get washed away at Rainbow and Greenmount for a while, but Snapper can go in 36 hours. You can get a big hole out there because it's very dynamic on that corner, right where the camera is focused right now.
Yeah, I feel like it's always shifting. It's always changing.
Yeah.
Right now in the water, the under-18 girls semi-final, heat number 2, Ziggy McKenzie, the current ISA World Junior Champion. Ooh, that looked a little bit painful. Taking on Ruby Berry from WA.
Okay. Haven't seen much of Ruby, but she's made the semi-finals, so she's definitely got something. And Ziggy, well, we know about Ziggy. She's surfed all around the world.
Yeah, grew up in Indonesia, recently made the move to the Gold Coast. Super exciting times for Ziggy and her future, and I feel like it's been a good move since she's done so. Just won the ISA World Junior Champions for the under-16 girls. This is Ruby, just trying to get down the line, but nothing really of substance on that one. But Ruby, she's a really strong, goofy footer, has a lot of power behind her.
Yep.
And
as most surfers from WA do.
Yes, yep, you're not wrong. Just a bit of a funky start right now from the girls. But that's okay because right now we have Miller Brown for an interview. Miller in the finals.
Yeah, I'm so happy. Like, the surf's pretty fun, and to be able to surf another heat with Snapper with one other person, like, it's pretty fun.
We were talking before your heat, and you were kind of freaking out. You were so excited at the fact that you get to surf Snapper with no one out. This is every Grom's dream, and now you get to surf a final here. What's the game plan? Is it turn as many waves as you can, or still be smart?
Got to be smart, but it's pretty slow, so you still got to keep the wave count up. But both Ziggy and Ruby are like my best mates, so either or, whoever gets through this heat, they both rip. It'll be a fun final no matter what.
Yeah, and have you had many heats against Sydney? She's obviously quite a strong competitor. She's got a lot of power behind her as well. How was that? Were you nervous coming up against her?
Yeah, a little bit nervous. Like, maybe 3 years ago, the last heat I had with her was at regionals in the final, and she absolutely smoked me. So it's good to get one back on her.
Absolutely. And I feel like you've got a lot of people in your corner up here. You spend a lot of time up here over the last couple of years, I'd say you're a temporary resident up here, 6 months a year. Do you reckon that gives you a little bit of extra pep in your step when you go out for heats?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Snapper's one of my favourite waves, and I've been working on it heaps with Surfing Oz, like Peter Duncan and Bottle and Chels. And, yeah, they help me out heaps just with positioning and, like, what sections to hit at the right time, and, yeah, helped heaps.
Amazing. Well, we're actually stoked to see you in the final. We can't wait to see you surf more waves, especially like that 8.5. That was incredible. 2 turns, but 2 great ones. Best of luck in the finals.
Thanks heaps.
She's a lady of little words.
Oh, yeah. What a classic. And she's going to come up against one of her 2 best mates. You can't beat that. And that's what Grom surfing's all about. It's this wave here is a pretty interesting ride here for Ruby. And Jess, you're doing the interview, and this wave here, you can see that power base that you spoke of.
Yeah, she's got that. She pivots off her back foot really nicely, which I feel like sends a lot of spray out the back. And also, she's just strong as well. So a 6-point right for that one of Ruby. This was a 4.5 for Ziggy. So just, I feel like building momentum, the both of these surfers.
Yeah, you know, I think Ziggy, he put her on the right wave, she's going to look so fabulous out here. But she's Ruby has got herself a 7.17, so it's a strong start. Well, as you said, it was a bit of a funky start for both of them. But Ruby now has laid down the gauntlet with a good score.
Absolutely.
Well, it's actually a 6, and she's got the 7.17 total, but a 6-point ride is the high point.
A 6-point ride's a backup, I feel like, especially by the time you get to the semi-finals. And with surfers of this caliber, you're going to see a 6-point ride as a backup. I mean, both Miller and Sydney had that. So we're going to see, I guess, how the rest of this heat's going to pan out. But I imagine it's going to be a nice back-and-forth battle between these two. Both quite driven surfers, very competitive.
Oh, yeah.
And Ziggy as well, she won the trials here for the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
She looked on point that day. But I'm sure her family's watching in from all around the world. She's got an uncle from Narrabeen. I'm pretty sure her mum's from Narrabeen originally too. Her dad and brother in Bali. Twin sister might be here in Bali. Who knows?
Oh, wow. There's so many people making the Gold Coast their second home.
Yeah, Drew and I definitely did. We love it up here. Bit of a wave going unridden there. Bit of space between the competitors.
Yep.
I don't hate it.
No.
I like it.
Yeah, well, we've seen it work before. I mean, you know, some surfers sitting wider, it's worked really well for them, and others, it hasn't done so. So it's a bit of a toss-up, but yeah, they're down the beach.
If you were a coach today, what would you be telling your athlete?
Well, I think, look, there's definitely some better waves. I think that having that patience to wait and get a good wave to start with, I think is really important. You know, whatever wave it is, it doesn't even have to be a set wave. It's just got to have that line to it so that you can look down the line and see a section that's going to hit that wider bank. And then you've got to, you know, link your manoeuvres with all that down the line point break savvy that, you know, you need to call upon.
I think as well, we've touched on it a bunch during the entirety of this broadcast, but if you're a goofy footer, your takeoff spot's probably going to be a little bit different than a natural footer. You want to come just behind the section.
That's right. And the thing about being a goofy footer, you need to actually make it through the fast section. Then when the wave slows up, then you start your bottom turn, top turn combos. And if you know, you can like reel 3 or 4 of them off in a pretty short space. And that's where backhand surfers can get big points.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes they can even get the edge.
Well, yeah.
You know?
But you can get more vertical. You can get sort of beyond 12 o'clock on your backhand, whereas on your forehand, you know, you're nearly surfing a bit more lateral.
Yeah.
As we saw, say, Sydney in that last heat.
Yeah,
you know, she was doing those nice carves, but not as vertical.
Yeah, you're a bit more, I guess, rail game on your forehand, but on your backhand you can really pivot
just
off.
Straight up into the pocket. And then, you know, in the pocket, and then drive down the face and just repeat, you know.
It's so funny. I actually got my first real experience of a left-hand point to surf on my backhand at Raglan just a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, what a great spot.
It's such a cool experience to be surfing your backhand on a point break.
At Mano Bay?
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful.
It was awesome. So I feel like whenever I watch goofy footers out here, especially Nick Vasicek, he'd be one of my favourite goofy footers out here. it just looks like a completely different wave to them than what it is for a natural footer.
It really is. And you're looking for different kind of waves.
All right, 10 minutes on the clock. I like how at the start they were both turning a lot of waves, but they're both kind of playing the waiting game right now. They want one of those sets.
Yeah, they're both sitting pretty wide, really.
Yeah, super wide, actually. They're pretty much...
near the Marley Rocks.
Yeah, just in front of them.
So obviously their coaches have seen something down there.
A lot of people have been, I guess, getting that score from up the top of the point and then getting a pretty solid backup score from down the bottom, if not higher than the one they're getting. So I guess they're just testing it out for the rest of the heats.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they're both using that same strategy, though, that not one of them is elected to go up the point.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a bit of a replay here of, this is Ruby's 6.
Yep.
Yeah, look at that. She was just able to get straight up there, like you said, where maybe a natural footer might opt for a carve there.
Yeah, that's right. She illustrated that perfectly.
Thank you, Ruby. Making us look good.
Yep.
And then this was Ziggy's 4-5. She kind of had to get moving straight away.
Yeah, and then she does this cutback here, and then it just fizzles out.
Yeah, had to get super low as well, so no real power.
No. Yeah, they're right next to each other.
But it looks quite quiet, no talking going on.
No.
Very serious business.
Yeah, well, they both know that like a 6 and a 4-5 is not going to get them there. And we're down to 8 minutes remaining, so I kind of nearly feel that one of them might get a wave soon and do a runner.
Do a run around, yeah. Start again, up the top of the point.
But whoever's got priority is not going to give that up easily. So it seems to me that whoever's in second priority might be in a position to do that.
So currently Ziggy is the rankings leader.
Yep.
Second place is Miller Brown, who we've seen has already made the final.
Wow.
So that could be a bit of a cool story if Ziggy makes it through. Ruby sitting down in 11th, so needs a result.
Yeah.
You know, so this is going to be big points for Ruby so far. She's had a third place at the Taj Small Fries over there in WA. And that's a 10,000 as well.
Yep.
So that was a big win for her. So no matter what, one of these ladies will be walking away with 7,300 points. But right now, here goes Ziggy. Nice top turn there. And then comes back for the carve, but doesn't quite get the ride out.
No, kind of similar ride to one of her earlier ones. And yeah, she's still not doing the runaround. I'm super surprised she's not running around right now. So this wave here, yeah, she just gets that turn in there, and then this Cardi, she gets caught up. There's not enough power on the wave. It's gone off the bank a little bit.
Yeah, kind of bent back out to sea almost.
It bent back out to sea, and on those ones, what you need to do is you need to actually use, you can't just rely on that whitewater foam ball. You know, you've got to turn out of the top.
So 367 for that last wave does put her in the lead, but Ruby only needs a 217. She has the power of that 6.
Yeah, this is kind of a strange heat.
It is a bit of a strange heat, isn't it?
Yeah, nothing like what we've seen in, say, the last 2 or 3.
Yeah, but like we said, it's kind of been one heat on, one heat off.
Yeah, it's been,
or maybe 2 heats on, 1 heat off.
Yeah, there hasn't been much quality. You're right, there hasn't been the quality in this heat. But we also, oh, hang on, what's going on here?
Oh, that was a beautiful opening carve. Gets that second one. Again, just a 2-turner, but we've seen 2-turners be good scores.
Well, that was a better 2-turner. She got one great carve in.
Yeah, the second carve, it didn't have as much grunt as the first one for me, but this first carve.
Yeah, good size wave. Yeah, that's nice. I still think that's going to be better than a 367.
Yeah, it was a 507. So still not as high as Ruby's 6, which I think is really good judging from our judges, because the 6, I felt like had those more spark moments. That, I mean, that carve was gorgeous, and if she had got a nice top turn after that, would have gone a lot higher. But Ruby Berry now needing a 357. There's 5 minutes, just on 5 minutes to go. But how many heats have we seen change in the last 3 minutes?
Yeah, a lot.
Over the last 2 days. It's crazy.
I mean, we've got the tide coming in now, and we should. Maybe that's one thing they've seen with the incoming tide, a bit more water on the bank. This wider bank is coming alive. I still think that I'd like to see what it's looking like up the point. It's hard to see on camera exactly how wide they are, but they seem like on that one shot we had, they seemed like they were down near the Marley Rocks.
Yeah, they were right down in front of it for sure. And Ziggy's sitting even wider. I have a feeling Ziggy's right out front of those rocks.
Yeah.
Ruby's making her way back up the point from what it looks like, but definitely not sitting next to the rocks.
No, well, definitely not really making a big effort to get up there either. She's sitting now, and there's a bit of current, so she's they're about halfway. And when you sit there, you are slowly drifting down the beach. There's a bit of current where she is, not so much quite where Millie is. I mean, where Ziggy is. The current sort of backs off a little bit, about halfway down the point.
Yeah, almost. It's kind of a nice place to sit down there,
Oh,
actually,
yeah.
when you're free surfing.
It's easier, that's for sure. You're not paddling just to hold your ground.
No, not for 2 hours.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Just watching people rock off and go straight up your inside.
Now it looks like there's a few waves coming right here.
Yeah.
But they're coming up the point.
Yeah, hopefully they don't taper off down where they are.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. There is going to be a takeoff here. Bang. Yeah, she liked that first section, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was just like we're talking. Could pivot straight up, go vertical on that first section. One of the best turns, I think, of the heat so far.
And she had to do that because the wave was always going to fizzle out. There was a little ridge in it. She wasn't going to get down the line. But that first turn, this is a money turn right there. Bang.
Yeah.
And another one, like, she's got a powerful carve.
Yeah, she does. She's super strong. I loved that first turn. And it was a 7.17 for Ruby Berry. Goes back to the lead. Now Ziggy needs an 8.1.
Yes, now Ziggy actually needs to go up the point and get herself a set wave.
And one of those ones, like you said, that you can see down the line has those two sections. She's going to need something pretty magical. And because of the time, there's just over 2 minutes, it might have to be done in one wave.
Oh, it definitely does. And for Ziggy, I think it's been a little bit of an uncharacteristic heat for Ziggy in a way because all her waves have been really similar. They'll just one or two carves and then fizzle out. Amazing, nearly just one great carve.
Yeah, one great carve for sure. I just don't think by the time you get to the semis, you can win heats on carves, but we know she has more. She's a great surfer. She's a world champ for the ISA, so...
Yeah, she hasn't had a good wave yet.
No, definitely not. We haven't seen the best of Ziggy just yet, but hopefully in the next 1 minute 45, we get to see, just for herself as well, put on a performance.
Yeah, that's right. Look, she's so capable of getting the score. But Ruby, she has played a smart heat. She's had the two quality waves of the whole heat.
Yeah, definitely, and she's made the most of those first sections.
And she kind of knows with that backhand power that there's been no use going for the smaller ones. So even though it restricts her in some way, it makes the game plan a lot easier. She knows what she's going for, and she's found two of them.
Yep. Stuck to her guns.
Yeah.
All right, 1 minute remaining. So nervous times right now for Ziggy. But yeah, hopefully a little flurry of waves comes through. I'd love to see one more wave from both these girls, but they're kicking.
Yeah, there's something here, all right. There's a good-looking size wave, and let's see what it's got in line. A little bit of chop on the face. Not a smooth face. She's been caught up by that chop. Now she needs to get something seriously going on this wave. Oh, wow, it fizzles again. Goes off the bank. This wave here, it's I don't think that's going to do much for her. So 26 seconds, that could be all she wrote unless Ziggy can paddle out. There's a miracle wave for her down the line. She is looking and hunting.
Yeah, she might ever so better that 4.5 maybe, but our clock's just slightly off. So the heat is over. That last wave was a 4.6, so not enough for Ziggy. So it's going to be Miller Brown and Ruby Berry in the final. Rabs, it's been lovely to chat with you.
Yeah, Jess, I think we're back on again in an hour's time.
Amazing. All right, well, we're going to go to a break, have a commentator change. Don't go anywhere. Under 18 boys semi-final coming up right after this.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning, we salute you. And we don't care if you use ours, just use sunscreen.
That's my really shocking attempt at a Grom and a hoot. Should be a bit quick,
Hey, it is good. Ew.
Yeah, this is it. Under 18 boys semi-final. Billabong Occy's Grom Comp 2024 presented by Sunbum. Deadly and Laszlo in the booth. And waves already ridden here. This is going to be crazy. Zaya Hessian. Yeah, what a surfer. He's been so smooth. Local guy, knows the point well, knows which ones to grab. And one of the few crew in this event who would have enjoyed really top quality waves at Snapper.
Silky smooth surfing, hey?
Silky smooth.
Love it.
Silky as.
5-5 to kick things off, and we've been saying it all week, but there was some testing conditions the last few days, and especially for these 18 boys, you know.
Yeah.
I feel like just turn up year after year and they've just grown like 3 feet, and a couple of them have moustaches now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And,
well, moustaches or weird little wispy kind of sus-looking things.
They're grown-up boys
Yeah.
into men.
What do
and
you- what- yeah, what-
at least we've got some more oomph
Can you,
in the swell today.
I just want to get the word on this because I was a late bloomer. So moustache didn't really come into my life till about, I don't know,
40?
3 years ago. But when I was in school, you know, the guys in, let's say, year 10 to 12, which would be the under 18 boys, you know, what did you make of the little wispy teen moustache? Were you like, yeah, down with that? Or were you like, ugh,
I can't
gross?
even remember. I wish I could tell you. I think, I reckon it was good. I liked it when the boys rocked it. They're like, yeah, let's go.
All right. What about this? What about the earring on a high school boy? Like,
Yeah,
don't get me wrong.
earrings are great.
Nowadays it's sweet. Like everyone's down. But it was kind of like the cool kids who
Yeah, like
weren't
a
scared
little
to be
gold
themselves.
hoop.
Yeah. What
That's
do you
a
reckon?
vibe.
Down?
Yeah, vibey.
Good to know.
Um,
I was so paranoid of like doing anything like that when I was a kid. Although I did have a mohawk. That was like my Mullum high spec surf guy haircut.
Wow, the mohawk. I mean,
Loved it.
I feel like everyone now is like, you know, the mullet or the bowl cut is
Yeah.
like, it's so in.
Actually, that's the look, isn't it? It's
Both
mullet.
of these boys look like they've just got a nice regular haircut.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. And what's the deal? Like, what sort of image are you sort of putting out there? If you've got the mullet, couple of earrings, full sus little mo going, like, you're
Well-
putting something out there that says, yeah, I'm backing myself here.
Definitely not at a private school.
True. True that. What school did you go to? Narrabeen
I went
Sports
to
High?
Narrabeen Sports High, yeah. So a lot of mullets and earrings, and everyone. We actually surfed. I feel like so we
Fades?
had a class that was literally surfing, and
That's cool.
yeah, it was the targeted sports program. So we literally every Tuesday, Thursday morning, our first class was surfing. Great.
How good's that?
Yeah.
My first class was double maths and I could not hitchhike home
gosh.
quick enough. Hitchhike, you wouldn't do that anymore. Yeah, but back in the day, far out, how old? About 1992 I was in year 10. What year were you
Wow,
born, lads?
91.
Oh, no! Oh, gosh.
It's all good. Everyone asked me what year I finished school, but I didn't finish any type of schooling. I was just so busy doing all the comps and stuff that put it all on the back burner and got to year 11. I remember I was doing the Pro Junior Series trying to like do some paintings like, on the road for visual arts and like had my like
it's amazing
pastels out like painting in between heats and I was like, you know what? Let's go for surfing for now.
Yeah, I was actually such a late bloomer just in all areas of life. Like I really liked just surfing my brains out, eating me wheat bix, going to bed and getting up and doing the same thing this day. All right, let's throw it down now to Ruby. Ruby, congratulations. What a heat against the ISA World Junior Champ, and you got it done. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. It was pretty nerve-wracking out there, but no, I'm happy I got through.
That's great. This morning we saw like some really pumping surf. Looked like the swell had kicked. And then just at the bottom of the tide, it's been kind of a bit tricky to pick off the ones that are running down the point.
Yeah, it is tricky because like a lot of them ride wide and stuff, but yeah, you just gotta be patient, I think, and yeah, it's pretty good though.
That's it. Now look, if I may comment on your demeanour right now, you look like you aren't celebrating too hard. Another heat to get through.
Yeah, another one to go, but no, it's against my Roxy sister Mills, and I'm pretty excited. I reckon it's gonna be a really fun heat. So.
Hey Ruby, it's Laura. So how do you approach those heats with your friends? I mean, I remember looking back at so many heats with friends, and you know, you obviously want to beat them, but leave it out in the water. Hey, how are you approaching it?
I think yeah, obviously we're really good friends on the beach, but out there we're gonna have to get it on and see who can get the best waves and
who's starting with the inside.
I guess we'll see. We'll probably be palling each other up to froggies, but
love it.
I guess we'll see. Oh, there it is. That's your final right there. That's going to be cool, Miller Brown.
Yeah.
So you guys are good friends, but what's your sort of tactic for once the heat has
she's
gone?
Right there, so she can't tell you anymore.
Oh, all right.
I know I got to keep it quiet.
All right. Well, without giving too much away, you can just nod your head or shake your head. But are you a talker in a heat? Are you going to sort of chirp away at it, try and get away from the conversation?
Yeah, I could be a talker. Like after we get sick waves, like paddle back out and egg each other on a little bit. Yeah.
That's funny. Like,
just have fun.
When me and Ronnie, my brother, who commentates the WSL and stuff, when we'd surf together, I'd always paddle out and go, "Did you see that one? I was ripping, bruh." And he'd be
yeah,
like,
it might
"Nah,
be
man,
like that.
Didn't see, bro. No, look, congratulations, Ruby. That was a huge heat. You know, it's no small feat to take out an ISA World Champ, and you did that. So congrats. Can't wait to see what you bring in the final.
Thank you so much, guys.
Good stuff, Ruby, and what a performance, hey, Laz.
So good, yeah. Her last
Whoa!
wave.
Fletch going upside down and just bashing this section. Full Crowpeck fest.
Wow.
Upside down Crowies.
That was some big turns.
There were some really big turns, and on the inside of this side threw a little air rev as well. So a snap into a front side air combo, but down the beach, there's some real unleashing of power going on here. A couple of, good stab and a carve. And then this turn. He's got some sting, doesn't he, Fletcher? Bangs it.
So, yeah, those were some bloody 1 o'clock. But that same situation happened in the 14 boys semi with Loki doing an air on the inside of the wave, and then, the other Grom just shredding down the line on the outside, and love the use of the whole wave here. So this was pretty sick. It'll be epic to see where this goes. Looks like Zaya maybe a 5, 6, 7, but Fletcher 7, 3, 3. So this heat is well and truly on.
It's pretty interesting, isn't it? You ask a lot of the guys in this under-18 boys division who the danger men are, and Fletch gets always mentioned as one of the top class in this division. Landon Smales, another guy who, people look at and think, well, this guy can drop 10s at any moment. And so, we've got basically two of the big standouts in the under-18 boys on opposite sides of the draw in the semis, but they've got a mission on their hands. Zaya Hessian, such a class act, and I think Jimmy Hill's the other guy who'll be coming up in the semi, so really powerful surfers. And you always love to see that. The difference between 16 and 18s is pretty significant. Just in stature, the Groms put on a bit more weight. They got that extra year of experience or whatever, and they know each other's games so well, inside and out by this stage of their careers.
Yeah, it's like once you get to the 18s, you kind of just know exactly what you're in for when you're coming up against a competitor, and you can start even basing your strategy off how you know them and how they compete. And Fletcher wanting to back up that 7-3-3, and he's doing an epic job of it right now. Just sort of, we saw a lot of runarounds at the start of the day, especially with the ladies. They were, surfing down, running around. But I think as this tide pushes in, the guys are electing to paddle back out to just really be, in the position if a wide set comes, because those wide ones coming down through Little Marley, they're kind of standing up. And this was a wider one that hit the bank so well. Fletch up into the pocket, jams it, and again. So 3 super strong turns, and he got a finish. It sort of fizzled out here. It didn't give him that big end turn, but once again, Zaya was on the inside as well of that one, going to the air. So 2 completely different approaches here.
Yeah, very different.
Oh, no, this is the 7-3-3.
Yeah,
I
this
think.
is his first score, and you can just see the sting in the attack there. A bit more down the line. The judges definitely have said all throughout the morning they're going to reward this point break style of surfing. Multiple turns, linking it together, not
And
losing speed, etc.
And the wave quality. The judges want to see, as soon as they see that wave stand up on the bank, their eyes light up. They're like, they're ready. As soon as someone can tee off, that's just the classic snapper rock surfing that, I feel like earlier in the day, there was a couple when it was a bit, there wasn't as many waves hitting the bank. Going to those single maneuvers, the judges do love to see it, but it's got to be a really, really big single maneuver to really go up against someone teeing off down the line on a big wall. But in saying that, Zaya Hessian is in the priority for this absolute bomb out the back. So this is more like it. This is a
look
corking
out.
one.
Yeah, we're on the other side of the tide. Huge first snap. And this could be the starting gun for an afternoon of absolute shreddery down here at Snapper Rocks. And Zaya has opened this way with a beautiful snap. Some in-between surfing going on, but he's linking it together beautifully. And he'll get this one right through. He doesn't get the double up through into Little Marley, but wow, that first turn was just... lick your lips, gobble it up. So
just
good.
when we were feeling like Fletcher was running away with it, Zaya answers back with an absolute hammer. Look at that, Warno.
That is a really nice score. In it comes, and it looks like a 8.67.
Yep.
Far out. Yeah, this turn just huge. And, we've been waiting for this tide to turn because there's a little low pressure system off the coast. There's actually a lot of swell moving up the coast as well.
Totally.
So
You can
we've
see
got this
those
kind of
lumps out the back.
double system happening where the one that's off the coast that's really close is going to start pushing swell in really quickly. So unreal. Look at the size of this thing.
That was the best wave of the day, for sure.
That was easily one of the biggest snaps we've seen, and he backs it up. So a 2-turn combo into that wrap. And then just, on the inside here, stays busy, gets another little pocket, throws a little slide, pushes the fins just a touch harder on that one. Judges loving that, Laz.
Oh, yeah, they dropped that score within like 0.5 of a second. They're like, boom.
Bang.
That is excellent. Some judges would have dropped in a couple of 9s to get to that. So excellent surfing to kick off. These are the last 2 semis, and then we're into finals time,
How
baby.
cool, yes.
What?
Occy's Grom comp wrapping already. Can't
And
believe
it's-
it.
Oh, wait, we can't. We're not going into finals until we've done
The Occy and Friends expression session. Can't wait.
Who's in that?
All these specialty heats
Why
are
aren't
just
you
so
in that?
fun. Yeah, why aren't I
You
in
should
that,
be
actually?
coffin riding in that.
Well,
It's bomb of the day.
Fortunately, if I go surfing, it'll expose why I'm always talking about it and never seen doing it. But no, epic response here from Zaya. On his home beach, wants to get a result. Fletcher from down in Sydney, Queenie boy.
Yeah.
I feel like he is. He definitely surfed in the ISA World Games. He's an Irukandji, so accomplished already, even at this age. Surfed at the highest levels. And he is a really talented, high-speed, powerful, goofy footer from Sydney's Northern Beaches. And as I say, like a danger man. Every surfer I spoke to in this under-18s division mentioned that Fletcher was going to be if not the guy to beat, then one of the top 3, and that's why he's in these semis. So he's proven that. But I did a little trip away with Zaya last year, Laz, and geez, he was just such a joy to surf with, you know. Quite serious in the water. Not a whole lot of banter.
Just ready to focus.
Keeps focused on his own game, and but his style is just so smooth. And yeah, cool kid.
Just loves to be sort of in tune with the ocean, hey?
He does.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, has he spotted a grower here?
Probably
Local
why
knowledge.
he's on the bombs, not talking so much like us, missing
No,
waves.
yeah. I know you and I are pretty social out in the water, aren't we?
Oh, what a grower.
Oh, wow. Local knowledge coming to the fore. Gets a little snap to slide out of that turn. Links a beautiful little off the whitewash to stay with the speed. Cracks it on the inside. And he's just turned this heat into the tube. Don't tell me. No exit. Strong here from Zaya.
Wow, well.
Got a bit of viz.
He had the 8.67. He needed a 6.33 on that. So, got to go there, right?
Has to. He's done at least 5 turns here. I love the local knowledge to take off on a nothing little chip shot and have this down the line waiting for him.
Yeah, that second turn, kick the tail
Cool.
out. Oh, just even the way he carved like up the top of that pocket, it reminded me of a, Parko-esque,
Yep.
just really utilising the whole entire wave here. And yeah, that's the local knowledge. They just draw different lines.
They do.
The crew that surf here a lot. They just, when someone's sort of missing a section, they're just like, oh yeah, they just know it
Yep.
so well. So
That little
pleasure to
S-bend
watch.
that you're talking about, that is that signature that Joel has,
Yeah,
where
it
there's
is.
that little ridge that moves across the face. Sometimes people get stuck
Just-
behind it, or it'll push them too far out in front.
yeah, all that they'll try to snap. It's just the perfect
That's
carve.
it. And Mick and Joel and Dingo, they'd all just use that little ridge for this perfect little setup turn that had just put them perfectly in the pocket.
Yeah, and I feel like others would either try to go too hard there, and it's like not enough of a
Yeah,
wall and just bog, and then anyway.
So you had your best ever result in a CT at Snappo, is that right?
Yes, made my final here against Steph, and she crushed my fairy tale.
Oh,
Absolutely.
you know, for someone who's so lovely and happy and delightful.
She's
God,
a competitive beast.
Oh, she just ruined so many people's dreams. She crushed them.
Totally.
Just a trail of disaster in other people's lives.
Yeah,
behind
and you know what
Steph's
happened?
winning.
I was winning the whole entire final, and with about 4 minutes left, or like 3 minutes left, she just got this tiny little runner that just, like the local knowledge that we're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah.
There was nothing, and then she just found this like little thing, and she paddled into it, and I was like, oh, that's a tiny one, like that's nothing, and then just hear like hooting and hollering down the line, and she just ended up at like Greenmount, got the win. I was like, wow. So I didn't even know that was a wave.
That's really the heartbreaker, isn't it? When
but it was-
you can't even block them, those little waves. They're just just takes a local to see what it is.
Fully.
So this is interesting. When the Challenger Series was on
I
earlier
never
this year,
recovered from that because I never made another final.
Oh.
No, I'm joking.
You've done some pretty nice things since then, Laz.
Jokes, man, jokes.
Look, you know what? Competing's not for everyone.
I just
How many
talk-
years were you on tour though? For seven,
7 years, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's remarkable. That's impressive. What I was going to say was we've got a big rain squall coming in. I don't know if you remember the final of the Challenger Series here.
Oh, yes.
Sammy Pupo versus Mike McDonough, but as soon as the rain hit, the waves stopped.
Stopped, yeah.
So I wonder if that might happen here. The waves turn to pure doggers. But look at this. Zaya picks off a gem. So Fletcher has just caught the first wave of this set. Nothing
No.
there. But again, see, that wave went fat and lumpy.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what happens when the rain hits here at Snapper. It just kind of like washes it out until the score goes
Yeah,
by.
and this is the same as what happens in Hawaii. I remember Coco's dad always used to say in Hawaii, you know, as soon as it starts raining, it just goes flat.
Go
it
in.
happens at Midas was paddling.
Yeah.
Heat's over.
Well, it's just a bit of a squall. It almost looks like it's passing already. So
Yeah, we've got
it's-
some very un-Gold Coast-like weather up here at the moment.
It's cold today.
Yeah.
It's actually chilly.
Everyone's in snow gear. Just freezing. We've got hot water bottles out.
I know. Little cup of soup. I've been hugging Sammy, the sunbum gorilla, to stay warm.
Oh, nice. A little fuzzy. There he is.
Fletcher, what's he found here? Is this a little grower? It's got a steep little face. First snap, beautiful. Little power carve. And he's sticking with this one. There's a real ridge that he's dealing with beautifully, and beautifully surf waves. Will a trouble of 7.33. Don't know.
Yeah,
it doesn't seem as big or as...
Didn't have the oomph that he had in those the first two waves that he got. And gosh, it'd be what a mental. He still got a 7.10 though.
Yeah.
So he didn't better the 7.33 and.
Oh wow, that's the end of the heat.
Whoa.
That went so quick. Excuse me, I thought he was just about to run around and get back out there, but no, we let it slide, and there is the body language of a pretty stoked Grommet. Zaya Hessian gets it done. Fletcher Kelleher from the Northern Beaches, he is going to watch the Occy Grom comp go sailing over the horizon. We're going to have a little break as Zaya starts to consider that he could be the Occy Grom comp champion in one more heat. Back with more in just a moment.
Oh, the watchmen on the tower, all sleeping, and the moon have all gone home. Now that's a city that's ripe for the taking. Yeah, that's a city that's ripe for the taking.
We're straight back into the action here. Semi-final number 2 of the under-18 boys. This is Jimmy Hill from Anna Bay, Port Stephens. And he is relocated up to the Goldie. Been doing plenty of time out here at Snapper. He's got a magic little craft under his feet. And he's been putting together really strong performances throughout this Billabong Occy Grom Comp 2024. And presented by Sunbar. So what's that? Fletcher's from where? Bogangar.
Boganga.
Boganga.
He's from Cabba.
Is he?
Yeah.
Thought he was a Queenie dude. Sorry about that.
Sorry, bro. We'll claim you though in the Northern Beaches.
Doesn't matter. Don't know why I was saying that. I must have got my names mixed up. But anyway, Jimmy Hill, he's definitely from down that sort of Newcastle, Sunny Coast area. And he's done well. He's been in a few queues. So he's tasted, he charges.
Love that board though. You know, it's just real grimy wax. You know, you can just tell that he's just
He loves it. He's dialed it in.
And it's short too. It's like a little skateboard.
All right, well, let's have a chat here to Zai. How are you, brother?
Yeah, pretty good.
Awesome, mate. Geez, you looked pretty stoked at the end of that heat. Got it done.
Yeah, it was slow start. I only got 2 5s at the start, but I just backed myself and believed myself and got the job done.
You did, mate. Fletcher got away, you know, to a pretty good start himself. He had a pair of 7s. You know, what's it like out there when you're a local, you kind of kick off, you get a couple of scores under your feet, but then your opposition gets, you know, 2 keepers?
Well, yeah, like when they get 2 good scores, you're kind of just sitting there going, all right, I need to get the best wave that comes through. And that's exactly what I did. I was just waiting for the best one to come through.
Man,
got it.
Yeah, your local knowledge really shined then. The first set wave you got was the biggest wave we've seen today, and then the second scoring ride was just this little chip shot. Did Fletcher even look at that thing?
I think he had a little look, but it didn't really look good at the start, and I was like, I might just go and have a look. If it's no good, I'll kick out, but it just started growing down the line. It was so good.
Mate, tell us about the Occy Grom Comp. You've obviously surfed in this a lot. Have you ever had a win here?
No, I haven't. This is my first final. The first year I did it, I got knocked out round 3, so yeah, pretty happy.
Epic, man. So dream come true then, and the under-18 boys, we haven't had this division before, so
yeah.
Almost like a second go round for you guys.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. It's pretty cool how they put this in it. I mean, there's so many good surfers in the under-18s, so it's pretty cool that they put it at us at Snapper, show our talents.
That's all time, mate. Well, look, we'll let you go get ready because you got one more heat to get it done.
Yeah.
Best of luck and congrats on a good win there.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
That's Zai Hassan, and he'll be coming up soon. Jimmy Hill gets the best of the opening exchange against Landon Smales, Noosa's finest. And he's Landon's wave. This guy, he just keeps racking up results. He's such a winner. He gets to the top end of a draw and he just gets it done. That turn
This
and
is so
that
nice.
turn. Now, is this during the... Oh, okay, so the wave maybe petered out a little bit. And these are the opening turns we didn't see of Jimmy's wave too. So, wow, we got a couple of big units going at it here. Loving the board control here from Jimmy. Yeah, Landon, he's like insane. I think he's got like multiple state titles to his name, a bunch of Aussie titles to his name. He's the Indigenous champ. He's like the longboarding champ.
Longboard as well. What a weapon.
Yeah, I think one year, I could be wrong, but I think maybe last year he won the juniors, opens and longboarding at the Indigenous titles. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. So
what a weapon.
Yeah, he's on some kind of roll, and he was actually... I think he was actually, he was. He was a contender for the Mick Fanning Rising Star Award as well at the Surfing Australia Awards this year. So real cool. Did you win the Heavy Water Award at that?
I did, yes.
Congrats.
Thanks, man.
You legend.
Finally, I've been nominated a few times, but I got the win.
I mean...
I think just because the other boys didn't catch a wave.
Well, please.
Well, they did, but
I don't know if you caught Russell Bjerke's movie from last year.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. He's holding out, so he's far out. His movie is gnarly.
Yeah, outermost... No, what's it called? The outermost limits of pleasure or leisure. Sorry. Anyway, it was the best movie I saw last year.
His movie wasn't out, and then out yet, and it's just far out. The stuff that they're paddling into
So
is just
who was nominated in your category?
I think it was me, Russ, and Ned Hart.
Ned Hart had a year too,
he
breakout year for
did.
Ned. What's it like in the big wave fraternity these days for you guys? Is it competitive? Is it
It's really, it's actually really, really sort of supportive community. I think there's not a heap of crew doing it, but then there is just like these local legends that just chase their own spots like all over Australia, and are just so talented, just throwing themselves over the ledge of just unbelievable waves for the love. It's like everyone that does it is just like doing it purely because they're addicted to doing it and not for anything else. So it's pretty sick.
The thing that trips me out is like when I was growing up, two guys, maybe two, usually guys when I was Grom, would paddle out and surf these outer bommies or secret slabs, and it was so misty, mystiquey. It had it was mythical.
Oh my gosh.
And now, that latest swell at Shippies where you were out, Summer Longbottom was out, all that crew, there was 50 people out there.
Yeah.
50.
That was like, and I feel like the next few weeks there was like so many swells kind of like that there was no one out.
Yeah, gotcha.
So it was kind of like there's these swells that just get so hyped up, and then everyone just like chases it, and then if you're sneaky and then just get down there and keep chasing it, you'll get some time to yourself. But I think that's always like that at the start of the season. It's been summer, everyone's just like cruising and then itching to just like chase a swell. They see a blob on the forecast and everyone's out there for those first couple of swells of the season.
Yeah, that's true. Hey guys.
This is us. Look in our winter gear.
Welcome to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. Far out, I'm feeling so old. My youngest kid just turned 18, so...
Oh my gosh, epic.
Yeah, but you know what? You'll never ever see the grommet within me get old, lads.
Nah, you literally you're like 21 at heart.
Yeah.
Maybe even 18.
Thank you.
But
that's why I'm here. I'm still, like, inside.
But how's the
Still
setup on
qualified.
this thing, on this comp?
Oh, it's the best. Yeah,
Like we're in a proper like house on the beach here that has been built for the Occy Grom Comp at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah. And it's legit. We got our broadcast cracking. We've got our catering. We've got the judges and the broadcast team doing an excellent job. The broadcast team is CT quality. The judging panel's Olympic quality. The head judge here is the head judge of the Olympic Games.
So sick.
At Chopes. We have, what else we got going on? Oh, we're at a CT location.
Yeah.
Snapper back on the CT. So the home of your greatest CT triumph, a runner-up here at Snapper. We're going to be back here, folks.
That is the setup.
That's our little bunker down on the bottom right-hand corner of the road there.
It's proper.
And you can see the priority boards are just open.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Just
to competitors.
adding in the priority, adding in, you know, the 2-person heats. It's so cool.
It is so
you
cool.
know, I think I keep saying it, but I'm like, these Groms can be out there in their heat just like looking and going, you know, in 10 years' time I might be doing this at
I know.
the CT.
Well, that is the ultimate, you know, I guess carrot in front of the donkey, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. It's just, you know, it's a little slice of a little taste of it, I think, and it's just, it's really cool.
Think of it like this, like, you know, I'm sure all these Groms are watching the Challenge Series anyway, but next year, everyone who put on a rashie at this event, every single kid who surfed in this event is going to be watching the CT, you know, your John Johns, your Katies, your Mollys, your Jack Robbos. They're all going to be watching them in singlets out here on this bank in the exact same scenario, and they're going to be, I was doing that a couple of months ago.
I missed one. I would have gone that one.
How good, hey? Like,
So
I mean,
good.
that it puts it so there. You can reach
Yeah.
out and touch it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You stick your tongue out far enough, you can taste it.
Yeah.
Just, yeah, like a frog, or like, what do they call those? What's that thing that Rango is? A chameleon, just like.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's like my dog when I've got like cheese on the table, cheese and bickies, he just puts his little tongue on it, like when we're not looking.
And
Turn around and you're like, hey.
Are you like 3-second rule with the dog tongue?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I'm looking
Happy
very
to share.
relaxed now. Should have had some warning.
Yeah. My wife and I, Ali, we got a Chihuahua.
Oh, you do?
A
No way.
long-haired Chihuahua called Smokey Lopez.
That's epic.
And yeah, I think, you know, if her tongue touches food, it's like it never happened.
Yep, no, that's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I turned around and my sausage dog was eating our friend's birthday
Sausage
cake.
dog?
It was like,
What's his
hadn't even
name?
been
Doogie
chili. And he was eating this whole chocolate cake, and yeah, and anyway, thought we had to take him to the vet, but he was sweet. Anyway, anyone else got a dog we
Look
want
at
to talk
this.
about?
This is from the very start of the heat. We're having a relook here. Oh, wow. Landon actually tore this wave a complete new one. So it was 3 big turns. And then behind him, Jimmy gets a big power slice. Tail release, snap there.
Far out.
Comes around this section.
Such a bomb.
And I think, you know, far out, looking at these 2 waves, maybe the difference is just how much work Jimmy got done, because Landon's wave seemed to have the 3 bigger turns. But the judges love Jimmy's commitment to the full length of ride here.
Yeah, I think his wave as well, like the quality out the back, just he had that height in it for those first, you know, and so that draining height. I love his. He's got. I said it before, but he's got shades of Breno Dorrington.
He does,
I reckon,
doesn't
when he
he?
surfs, and I think it's just that skatey style and.
Well, they surf a lot
fits-
together, obviously
yeah,
on the same team with the Hueys and stuff.
Fits in some. Just so many. Yeah, they just surf this wave so good, just different.
Some,
Gosh, we're already down to 7.5 minutes.
yeah,
Bloody
these things
20 minutes
fly by.
heats.
It's funny. I was asking Stace before, but you know, Taj Barrow famously hates the marathon sesh. He likes multiple short sessions, so
Yeah.
he goes in, recharges, and you know, because he's so fast and radical, kind of suits it. Makes sense to me that the battery would run out super fast, and then he goes back
Yeah.
in, charges back up.
Yeah, I get that.
What's your system? Do you like marathon sessions, or do
Nah.
you like just in and out?
Short, sharp.
Yeah.
I'm like a napper. If I go hard and then I just like need to have like a 10-minute nap.
Yeah.
And then I'll go back out again and just like I need the recharge, because it's like I think mentally and physically, just because my brain is working so fast as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, yeah.
I just get to the point where I'm like, battery depleted.
Yeah, done.
Go in.
Battery
Recharge.
My like boombox or whatever says critical battery or
Yeah.
battery critical. I'm like, critical.
But I surfed
a funny word.
up at Nalu with Jack Robbo probably about 7 or 8 years ago
Yeah.
now. And I watched that kid stay out in the surf from about 6 or 7 a.m. till 4 p.m. And he just had one bar of like one little granola bar. And then when he came in, we came in at the same time. I'd already come in twice throughout the day, or maybe even 3 times.
I want to fact check something with you here.
Oh, yeah.
Does he come in to wee?
Yes,
he
only
does.
came in to
He
wee.
doesn't do wetty warmers.
No weddy warmers. And I was like, mate.
So how long did he surf for?
He surfed for like about 8 hours.
And he won't come in
came
to eat, but
No,
he'll
but
come
he'll-
in for a quick
whiz.
squash in the bushes.
Yeah, he doesn't want to, yeah. I was like, you get free weddies anyway, right? But no, he's like, no, it's not a weddy. I've actually met a few people like that find it really you know, like pretty wrong to.
Well,
you
look,
know.
far be it from me
I'm
to
on
cast
the,
judgment on
I'm
people
on
who
Team
have
Wendy.
perfect, you know, urinary hygiene in their wetsuits. But,
Wow,
did
thank
someone
God
just
there was
get
a wave.
pitted?
You can stop talking about please.
Yeah, I know. Well, you know, just don't leave a fresh one in the bucket in the back of your car. That's all I can say. So Jimmy finds some vision here behind the rock. Is this our first little proper cone?
I think so.
Could
I think
be.
actually one of the little girls got a little head dip yesterday, but I think it's our first behind the rock cone.
Let's see what the replay looks like on this one.
And what the judges do right now. That was smart from Jimmy. I wonder if he had priority then.
This is, we're just waiting, like sort of almost with bated breath for this swell to just get over the hump, the tide hump. And we don't want any more squalls coming, although there seems to be some. So Jimmy flies. Definitely gets
pretty fun.
a little doggy door exit on that.
And a carve, so...
Wasn't the cleanest or longest drainer, but it was definitely Vig. Like, if that was me, I'd be telling all my mates who got pitted for sure.
No, for sure. Probably around maybe a 5. I don't know. We'll have to see because this is, the judges are thinking about it because this is, you know.
It's a final.
Yeah.
It's a spot in the final.
And there haven't been many tubes, so just working out where it comes in on the scale. And gosh, it's been a sleepy heat. We had those first couple of bombs and then just not a lot, hey? Landon's only got the one wave.
There's a real little weather system that's sort of like doing a bit of a cycle over the top of the contest site. So we keep getting this little squall, and whenever the squalls hit, the surf just stops. And then, once the wind disappears, like 2 or 3 waves come through, and then the squall comes again. So this is a really critical time in this heat. 4 minutes to go, and finally a second score drops. It's actually quite up there, 6.97. The judges haven't seen a whole lot of barrels, so I think they're pretty excited to see more of that action.
We're going to have a local Goldie final.
Wow, that could actually happen, yeah. Jimmy originally from down Anna Bay, Port Stephens Way, but relocated to the Goldie now. And at home here at Snapper, clearly. Landon Smales, this will be, and I'm sure Jimmy won't mind me saying this, but it'll be a pretty major upset if he can get over Landon. Landon is the form surfer of the last 2 years in the Australian Junior Series.
Wow, let's see. I just want to see another couple of waves, another couple of hangers.
Please. Is it too much to ask in the last 3 minutes?
Come on, Huey. Look at that, some tranquil pitter-patter sounds.
It's almost like nighttime sleeping app stuff, isn't it?
It is.
Are you a sleeping app kind of girl? Do you like to have a little bit of noise going on?
Yeah, it depends if I've had too much sugar.
Here's Jimmy. Oh, as he picked off a grower here. I like the speed line out of the first section of this wave. Looking for an opportunity, and no, it won't offer anything. So 2 minutes 30, Landon in position, Landon with priority. But the rain has hit. Will he get semi-poopoed here?
Oh, wow.
Michael McDonough got so much work done in that Challenger Series final, and it just
this
left
is shades of that right
he left
now.
Semi-poopo stranded. There was
These
nothing
birds
doing it.
Bombing out the back.
I know.
Oh, Jesus. They're dropping like flies.
Big fat bait ball out there.
Oh, look at this. There's a lump.
No, it's below sea level just on that little seggy, but sometimes the foam ball overtakes. But Jimmy wants to crack at it.
He needed an 8-3 on that. And just watching that run down, I think Len probably knows that he just needs that little bit more height.
Yeah. So an 8-3, that's the
yeah,
requirement?
The 8-3. So...
Minute 40.
What are you thinking? Just a bit of variety. You know, he could get an 8-5 on 3 turns, but they'd have to be, like, you'd have to go really hard on each of them.
I'd love to have another look at Landon's opening ride, because I feel like it's slightly undone. But, you know, 3 big turns. Just trying to remember the quality of the wave. But 6.5. Here we go.
There's a lump, and this is a wide one as well. It's got a big wall. Oh, no, let's it go, Jimmy.
Here we go. Maybe Jimmy will just put this away right now. Beautiful carve. back to the power source, links it. And, well, point surfing really, it's a great example of what it looks like. A bit of a wobble through that end section. But I do love that line, you know, that just that clean one single line start to
He's seen
finish.
something. Landon's seen it.
Yeah, he sparked into action here with 52 seconds, so it's got to be on this wave. It has to be the score. He's looking for an 8.3. Cracks the first turn. Beautiful. High speed on rail turn. He gets the little check here. Speed down the line. Is this thing going to stay open? That's a huge carve. Plenty of spray coming off the rails. Round into this little Marley section. Will there be a double up? Cracks a vertical snap. He's given it everything. Another punch through the inside. Wraps it back in, down past little Marley. He's thrown everything at this wave. And I just wonder, what more can you do?
Wow, that third turn, when he raced around that section and he just threw spray to the heavens. That was the biggest turn, the biggest carve as well, you know, in the pocket. So, wow, can't wait to watch this replay.
Here we go.
The hooter has just sounded, and first carve, a bit of a check turn here, but this is where the money will come from. Flies around and huge on-rail carving snap. And then he gets another couple of hangers in here. I'm sure his legs are burning. Actually, he's a point surfer, so maybe not, but
there's plenty in those two turns. And Jimmy Hill must be watching this going far out, because the weird thing is there's a lot of like manufacturing going on. The wave's not just sitting there letting him do it.
Yeah.
He's still got to push these turns. So this is interesting.
it's going to be super interesting to see. I mean, I think there was a point of difference in that carve that he had. You know, it was huge, that big carve, and he just sort of snapped it around. How's that? 2 waves for Landon, the whole heat.
Yeah. You know, as you said, a little sleepy through the midsection. I do feel like he was slightly underscored on his first wave. I'm thinking about the turns, the size of them.
Maybe we could see his first wave.
But
we probably want to see them.
Why don't we stick right here with the broadcast, because we're going to get a reaction. And let's have a look here. So this was only, I think we are going to have a look at Landon's first wave again, yeah, because this was only a minor score. It was like a 6.5. Talk us through this one. So that first snap's so nice. And then this thing.
Oh, that was the last. Is that the last wave?
Oh, this is the last wave, is it?
No, that was the first one.
No, the first one. So only 3 turns.
Yeah, then it kind of fizzled
out. I felt
out.
like it could have had a little more on it.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I think the speed and the wave height and the drama in that last wave was, you know, this is it. It stood up way more. We got that nice carve. This was a check turn just down the line, but then taken away here.
Yeah, that carve, perfectly timed. And the way that he comes out of that turn with speed, that's where he was able to, you know, make sure that it didn't get boggy or sticky. 2 big snaps on the inside, plenty of spray being thrown. This is going to go close, Law.
Oh, God, yeah. It's going to
really don't know. I've got no idea.
Oh, it's come under.
Under?
Yep.
Wow.
7.57.
Jimmy Hill has done it. Climbed the mountain.
Wow. Yeah, I think the judges maybe just seeing a few little bobbles in that just at the end, and just kind of when you break it down, there's only 2 major turns.
And like I said, he was working for it. The wave wasn't just sitting there letting him really unleash. So Landon Smales, a huge upset here in the under-18 boys semi-final. Heat number 2. We're going to have a quick break from the Billabong Occy Grom comp presented by Sunbum. Back in just a moment. Welcome back, folks. Snapper Rocks. It's the 2024 Occy Grom Comp. Billabong and Sunbum, they are presenting sponsors. And down in the interview box, or cage, or Grom cage, is Jimmy Hill, who has just caused a massive upset. Well done, brother. You took down Landon Smales, but that was a really kind of interesting heat. I mean, you got some pretty good waves in there, and Landon only getting 2, and far out. Tail of 2 surfs, really.
Yeah, I was lucky to get that first one. I was frothing.
For sure, mate. Yeah, that wave was fantastic. Got to ask you about this board. It just looks so good. It's a real different shape to what everyone else is riding. It's a little bit shorter, wider in the nose. Working beautifully for you.
Yeah, it's actually Sean Hazard's board, so cheers to him.
Yeah, that's awesome, mate. And tell us, your junior career, how's it been going so far? Have you made many finals?
I've just made the Pro Junior final up at Parko's comp.
Sick.
Got second in that, so that was pretty good.
Unreal, mate. Well, back-to-back finals, that's got to feel good for you.
Yeah, frothing.
Sick, man. And so you're actually from down sort of Anna Bay, Port Stephens way, but you've relocated to the Goldie?
Yeah, I only moved up Boxing Day.
Classic, man.
So
how are you liking it up here?
Oh, I love it. There's no better place.
That's awesome. But Blues supporter, no doubt?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, mate. Well, how are you going dealing with all the Queenslanders up here?
Oh, they're pests, but it's all right.
Well said, brother. Well said. Landon, tell us a little bit about him. When you got a heat against someone of that quality who wins so often, what's your attitude going into a heat like that?
Just stay positive. I know he's got a lot of these tricks up his sleeve, but just lucky to get one on him this time.
That's it, man. And the final, how are you viewing that one against Zaya?
Oh, I'm frothing. Keen as. Can't wait.
That's good. You guys surf a lot together?
Oh, here and there. See him at Debo a bit.
Yep.
So it's good.
Awesome, mate. Well, listen, we'll let you go get ready for the final. Congratulations. Sick surfing, not only in that heat, but right throughout this event so far. You're on a roll, buddy.
Yeah, cheers, legend.
Good on ya. That's Jimmy Hill, Chris Enever. Welcome back to the booth. Mate, guess what?
What?
We got an Occy expression session going on. I believe that was Jay just then.
Occy and friends.
Young Jay. Young Ock.
Occy family
Junior.
and friends.
Yeah, how good,
Okay.
eh? So I think Parko's out there. Dingo Morrison's out there. Well, Jay Ockalupo's obviously out there. Anyone else?
Kai's King.
Kai's King's out there.
Jonah Ock.
Jonah's out there.
Yeah, the whole family.
Ew.
It's an Ock family reunion and friends out there right now. Jay Phillips, Mr. Snapper Rocks himself.
Oh, he's not going to miss an opportunity to get out there.
Yeah, so lunch has come through as well. It's an
Magic,
absolute
mate.
doozy today.
You've been calling all the action on the beach as well. How's it been looking from your perspective?
No, it's been unbelievable. It's been, well, I guess it's one of those pinch yourself moments when you come down here and you surf Snapper Rocks with only 1 or 2 other competitors in the lineup. What more do you want as a Grom? I mean, premier venue. This place is like an amphitheatre for surfing. It's almost like the Super Bowl arena.
No, for sure. And imagine it. Imagine being 12 years old, mate, in the final of the Occy Grom Comp. Wow, Caius. Oh, I'm so glad that injury's gone. This guy is such a good surfer. His technique and the way that he has matured has been one of the great joys, having seen him when he was just like 9 years old and surfing in his first club comp. So he's just amazing. Here goes Jay Ockalupo, probably one of the big local heroes here at Snapper these days. He runs in a pretty awesome little brat pack with Sheldon Simkus and Corbin Hutchins. Oh, he's found the cone zone!
There he is.
Ew!
He is just a tube master.
I know. I'm going to eat some lunch and bring in Jess Starling.
Yeah.
But I'll see you after.
Yeah, come back in, join us. And welcome, Jesse, to the booth for the Occy and Friends heat.
Yeah, I'm excited. I was just watching this, finish my lunch, and I get the cue of, hey, can I eat my lunch? I'm bored.
It's lunchtime and the bell's ringing. Ox out in the water with all his friends. A couple of world titles amongst them. 99 world champ. There he is, the Raging Bull.
The Raging Bull. I actually love the Occy and Friends heats or the celebrity heats that all the events have. I just think it is so much fun, especially the one we had here earlier in the year. That was iconic.
And here he is, Dingo. big advocate for all the youth these days. He's really pushing all the Groms, always supporting him. You'll find him on the ski a lot of times. He'll be stepping them off into cones up and down the coast in the Goldie here. And that looks like Caius King. You do a bit of travelling and competing with Caius, Jess?
I have, yeah. KK's one of my good friends, actually, and
wow.
Wow. Oh, they just look like they're having so much fun. And just flaring down the line.
This is Jay, Mr. Snapper Rocks himself.
That was sick.
Long-term serving president of the Board Riders Club at Snapper. And there's the Ock, 99 world champ.
Look at all the Groms watching him go down the line. And a drop-in. Sick.
Oh, it's good to get one back on Ock. He's always the one usually doing the dropping in, so...
It's the best, though, when
He's
you're
so
friends with
good.
Ock, and if he knows he's not getting around the amount of times he's gone, go, Jess, and, like, scream down the line, like, without paddling into waves at Snapper. Like, thank you, Occy. Very much appreciated. But even I think he was one of the standouts earlier this year when he was out here.
Yeah, when they had the expression session at the Challenger.
Yep.
They did 2 of them. They did the World Champs heat, then the Fisher and Friends heat.
Yes, yep.
And I think Ock first wave just burned Parko on an absolute bomb while he was in the tube. But apparently they got they were getting real competitive out there in that one.
Really?
Especially with Kelly and that. They were all really competitive in that heat. They wanted just to take each other down. Even though there was no
love that.
scores going down, they were mentally scoring that heat.
I think it'd be strange if it wasn't getting competitive out there between them. I mean, they're all world champs. They're all very
Yeah.
competitive people.
They're born just to go out there and rip each other's heads off. And,
Absolutely.
and we got a free surfer in the lineup. And getting burnt by Jay Ocalupo. There he is. Smooth and silky style. He's just become the prince of snapper, pretty much. You spend a lot of time with Jay surfing?
I have, actually. Jay and I have known each other. We're around the same age. I think he's just a couple months younger than me. And we've basically done all the Grom comps. I first met him here at this event, at the Occy, actually, when we would have been like 13, 14. So basically grown up together in the last few years since moving up here. He's been one of my good mates. But this wave of Jay, Chris, this was really nice surfing. I feel like he might be on one of those dark art boards.
It looks nice under his feet, doesn't it? Silky smooth. And well, he's always been just a style master. Jay Phillips, he just loves it.
That is Jonah, younger brother of Jay. Those guys kind of go everywhere together. They've got a really cool brotherly relationship out there with Dad.
So good. It's like a family reunion out there.
Absolutely it is.
It
Absolutely.
actually is. And they're all just out there battling for waves at Snapper Rocks. They weren't even on the schedule to have this heat, and I think Occy rocked up and just went, I want a friends heat.
Yep.
We're doing it.
Saw how much fun the Groms were making it look and then just said, I want a friends heat too. I love that Parko's out there. Can't wait to see Parko swing on a wave.
He was unbelievable this year, and every time he hits the water out here, especially in an event, he goes to another level. Like, we saw him in the Usher Cup surfing for Snapper.
Yes.
That was insane.
Yes.
He was doing the most vicious filet mignon hacks you've ever seen. And he was just like gaffing and just so silky smooth, and he hasn't lost. He's like red wine. He just gets better with age.
Oh, I totally agree. And also, it's so funny. So many people, I know we've talked about this celebrity heat, but so many people, including myself, think that Occy and Parko and Mick could all still, and Steph, all those guys in that heat would all still make heats on the Challenger Series. The connection they have with this wave, and any wave really around the world, it's insane. They're still world-class surfers. It just keeps getting better.
100%. You couldn't have said it more spot on. When they actually hit the water for that expression session, Steph got one of the longest tubes of the whole event. And then Parko just went absolutely Burko, as well as Mick. I felt like they almost would have been getting higher scores than most of the Challenger crew still. Like, they're just so unbelievable.
I agree.
In the water, especially on this point break here. They're just...
There we go, Dingo. That board looks quite small, maybe a twin fin. Oh!
He's still got it. And here's the Ock. It's not an Occy Friends heat without a raging bull burn. That's vintage Ock. Couple of nice hooks in the pocket. So we might have to put some scores on the board for this. Who do you think leading so far? I think maybe Caius with that air reverse we saw.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
He got a really nice one at the start too, where he just hacked it to pieces down the line.
This is actually Sonny. So this is Occy's stepson.
Out
And
there.
He's out there too. Last minute signer. Sonny Karma. But I don't know. I really like Jay Phillips' wave.
Yeah, so what are you calling, about a 6 for Jays? What do you reckon?
I reckon a high 6, early 7s.
7s.
I'd say. It was
Okay.
really well put together from start to finish. Loved that air from Dingo. Caius's probably does go higher. But look at this. I definitely think he's on a twin fin. Look at the size of those fins.
Yeah, that is a full 20 if you've ever seen one. I feel like they've all transitioned to the twin fin phase. It's just as soon as you come off tour, it's just grab a 20 and go nuts.
Did you grab a 20?
No, I haven't, so I was never on tour.
Yeah, but you kind of were on tour. You did the tour with Laura for years.
I need to just get off the denial train. And it's like kind of when you lose your hair, you got to shave it. But it's when you get old, you just get on the 20. It makes you surf a lot faster and a lot better.
I have actually recently invested in a twin fin.
I'm still in the thrust of denial phase.
Not ready for it yet.
Not ready yet to transition over, but I'm sure
Fair
Parko's out there on a 20. He's the same. As soon as he gets, he's been riding these a lot shorter, wider JS models, and they look unbelievable.
Yeah, all actually the ads that we've seen for the JS surfboards look incredible. Even the boards Mateus Hurdy's been riding, they just look really fast. That all the new technology coming through in surfboard design right now is mind-boggling how good it is.
And that's crazy. And how's it when you see those surfers riding like a crazy good board, and you just envision you doing that, and then you get it and you just can't. And,
Then you're like,
and you're like,
oh.
but the board's still going amazing.
The board
but,
still goes great.
But it's like you just take off some days and you go, I want to surf like John. You try to do a real drop knee kick bottom turn with no arms, and it just doesn't work. You just look like the biggest clown ever.
And you pull a hammy. It's all downhill.
And here's one of the Ocks. Jonah or?
That's Jay.
Jay. Oh yeah, Jonah's out there in orange, and just casual air reverse. Did that in his sleep.
Oh, that was awesome. I just love how he was still riding out but looking out the back.
Yeah, he was completely checked out of the manoeuvre, but he was still doing it.
All right, Jay Phillips now, the Snapper Club president. He's out of there. I feel like he kind of wanted to spray Jay then. This is Jonah.
He's in the wrong rashy, but
I feel like they all are.
yeah, there's no oranges there. We're just going off just basic instinct of knowing what they look like. I feel like as a surfer, you know, even when my partner would come down and watch me surf, she would have no idea who I was in the lineup, but I could pick every single person in the lineup.
Same.
Even when they're paddling, you just know.
Even sitting at home at Narrabeen, you go, oh yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah, you can tell from their paddle, when they paddle on the wave when they get up.
I agree. I can swap my dad out a full crowded Snapper lineup.
Yeah, you could black the person out and make them a shadow, and you could still tell who they were just by the style.
Yeah, I totally agree.
It's only a surfer can ever do that.
Maybe it's just us. Maybe we're just really talented.
We'll go with that. That sounds great. But in the lineup right now, how long have we got in this heat? 15 minutes on the clock still, 15:50, and well, here's one of the Occy offspring. And here he is, the man himself. Maybe a little tube time. Oh, nothing there. You can see the bank starting to show its teeth down a little Marley. And
Rabbit and I were talking, we can't believe how much sand there is at the moment.
yeah, it's crazy. It's almost like there's too much sand. It'll be interesting to see what this next swell does in the coming week, because plenty of swell forecasted. There's Jay. Wow. Does that put him in the lead?
I reckon.
Maybe. That was some crisp surfing. That first turn was really silky.
Are we scoring? Is this a one wave heat? Let's
Yeah,
make
just a
our own
one wave,
rules.
yeah,
We're scoring
one
one
wave.
best
One
wave.
best wave.
You're right. I love it.
We don't have the capacity to calculate scores.
We're
in
not.
here.
We're not doing two waves.
Not at all.
I feel like I'm waiting for Occy just to find one of those beautiful walls and just start winding like we're used to seeing. He still to this day is one of my favourite goofy footers out there. This is Sunny looking so strong. Definitely on one of Occy's old boards, it looks like. But
Surely.
you'd think so. Should we look at the finals, the matchups that are coming up?
Yeah, that'd be a great idea, Jess. Who have we got? So straight after this heat, running into the 12 girls, and it's going to be ascending in age bracket throughout the afternoon. We finished with a 18 boys final, but the semi-finals were unbelievable. There was so much good surfing going on. I felt bad for people losing.
I know, but also at the same time, I didn't really feel bad for them because they're getting snapper with one other person now. I was like, that itself is a win. But in the under 12 girls, Lily White and Everly Morgan, did you watch you commentated the under 12s yesterday as well?
Yeah, I have been commentating under 12s all event. It's been a crazy division to commentate. I mean,
insane.
I've never seen so many waves caught in the universe of a HIS surfing event. I don't know, it was just the froth.
Oh,
but
yeah.
in the earlier brackets, in the round 1, round 2, when the waves were small at Snapper, we had the small wind swell as well as so many waves breaking on that shallow bank. There was north of 50 waves being caught every heat. I felt the priority judge's hands were about to fall off. It was like he was DJing. It was like he couldn't even put the colour in before he had to pull it out again. It was crazy, and especially doing 4-person priority, it was insane.
Crazy. But then yesterday, Everly Morgan had 2 8s, and Lily White, she had an 8 as well. So that's going to be a pretty interesting matchup. Definitely the 2 informed 12s that I've seen. Everly, I've come across her before as well, but I'm excited. And then we go to the under 12 boys, the Italian stallion, Rocco Rigliaco, and then Thomas Burke, the local. So that's an exciting matchup, Chris.
That's a really exciting matchup. I love Thomas Burke's approach out here. He's got the silkiest style, and he really approaches the wave with maturity.
Yep.
He's surfing like a 16, an under 16 boy.
Yep.
You look, there's 2 contrasting styles there. You look at Rocco, more compressed, and he's really attacks sections, whereas you've got Thomas Burke, who looks a lot taller. He surfs quite mature for his age and has a really drawn out style and a lot of patience for a point break, which I feel he has the real suiting style for a point break surfer.
And he's got that full back knee drop leg.
Yeah.
Stace now was saying he's got shades of George Pitter, especially his upper body torque through his calves. But then Rocco's just this like machine. He just gets so many turns done in a wave. Jay Okalupo looking, Dingo's going. Saying, I'm going Grom. Wrapping this one
if you see Dingo or rock paddling for a wave, you just look the other way. You just don't even bother. Wow.
Oh.
His 20's looking magic. Oh! That was vintage Dingo. How was that layback? Just, he put every bit of energy he had into that thing. And into an alley-oop. Wow, I think he's gone to first.
That's the lead for me.
That's the high 8s, I reckon. That layback was just vicious.
That is the lead for me. Drops in. With the drop in, it's an extra bonus point.
Yeah, point for the drop in, 6 points for the Larry, and that carve, but there was this one and then into this one, this 2-turn combo here. Just put the entire girth into it.
Wow. Yep, this is a heat winner. This is the lead for me. This tops Caius's air. Went for the alley-oop as well.
Good.
He is just looking like he's having the most fun.
You know you've caught a good wave when you get to the end and you just start trying tricks.
Yeah.
You're
not worried about falling anymore. You're like, nah, I've had a good wave. Can do what I want now.
All right, Caius. He's looking to get one back on the Dingo.
Wow.
Big hack. He's just become so mature and like his style and technique.
Wow.
He's just gotten so much better.
He's heard us. He's heard us say, nah, I want the best wave. I still think Dingo tops that, but Caius just looks spicy on his feet.
Oh, Larry. There it is. It looks like Jonah racing down the line. Just on Dad's board. Probably a few too many leaders, you'd have to say.
Just a couple too many.
Just a few too many. But he's having a hell time out there. I mean, anytime you get to surf snapper with a bunch of your mates,
Oh, and with not 100 other people, it's a dream. Kai's, this wave was really nice. And I love how he just kept working with it. It looked like he lost speed here, but then pushed so hard through that turn. Went zipping through another carve. Have we seen Joel take off on a wave yet?
is Joel out there?
Yeah, is Joel here? Joel
know.
is in the building.
Unless he's sitting way behind the rock, just hoping for a drainer to come through.
He's just sitting, patiently waiting. I mean, he's got such a cool relationship with this wave, so if anyone knows what he's doing, it's Joel.
100%.
He's just sitting and waiting. But, yeah, let's get back to the heat. So we've covered the under 12s. We've got the under 14 girls. Leilani Zorik, Mila May Berg. Big final. Two really strong surfers coming out of that division. And big semi-finals too. Either one of those semi-finals could have been a final.
I feel like Leilani's semi was quite a slow semi. They were struggling to find the right waves. She has that really good go-to whip where she releases the tail, and she's like just a very explosive and progressive surfer for her age.
Yeah, definitely.
Coming off, obviously being in Japan, going over there for the
stab high.
Stab high, and she doesn't compete a whole lot, but when she does, she's almost got a strike rate of about 100%.
Well, when you say that, she definitely does, because on the events that go towards the rankings, I had a look. She's competed in 3 events and she's won 3 events. So
strike rate.
100%, you're bang on.
So
right
the winks of under 14
Yeah.
surfers.
And then the under 14 boys, speaking of winks, Loki Cullen.
Oh,
Talk about 100% strike rate.
He is so good. It looks like a little Italo or something.
Yes.
He's so just, but he has so much style and smoothness to his surfing as well.
Yeah, he does. And look, he's under 14 still. Now, when he starts to grow and get stronger as well, I'm thinking danger time for all of us older people.
But then Luca Martin, he dropped some of the biggest numbers of the whole day so far.
Yeah.
Looked very, very solid.
I think 2 really different surfers, right? Loki's very progressive. Luke is progressive as well, but I think he still has that traditional class to his surfing as well. Here we go.
Oh, the man, the moment he's found a grower down the line. Porky, no go. He's waited 23 minutes for that, and you can just tell he's just
not frothing on it.
Not frothing on that one, but he'll get back out behind the rock.
The thing is, Chris, in our books, he can do it in one wave.
He can. He can.
All right, under 16s, Lucy Dara, Eliza Richardson. That is a great matchup too. Goofy footers.
Yeah, 2 goofies.
That the goofs.
Lucy was looking very, very strong, but 2 contrasting styles. I feel Lucy is a bit, she's very powerful and really tight in the pocket, whereas Eliza Richardson looks super drawn out. She has a really great backhand carve on her as well that sets up the entire wave. This is like an Ock fest.
How's this wave? Oh, that was cool. Sunny and Ock. And Jay.
It was the family reunion on that wave.
Yeah, no, I agree. I feel like 2 really different contrasting styles, just like you said. Let's recap this wave though. So Sunny goes, go Jay. Jay goes, they almost collide here. And then Ock starts paddling, Jay goes, I'm out.
Yeah, I'm done.
And these 2 just start playing.
I feel like Sunny wanted to go for more wraps around, and Ock just went, nah, see ya. Cut him off.
We're done. This is my wave. But yeah, so 5 minutes to go left in this heat. Under 16 boys final, Jessie Ferguson, Benzonata Crowder. 2 really, really similar competitors, those 2. They both catch lots of waves. They both have a similar electric style, I want to say. Like, they're both quite zappy on their feet. And 2 surfers who have quite a high heat IQ. They've surfed a lot of heats. They've done a lot of reps. So I think that is a really equal matchup.
Yeah, I had a few of the DY crew actually shoot through some messages going, go Benny.
Go Benny.
So I wonder if he'll be able to take the title back to the Northern Beaches. But he's looked so on point. His board looks amazing, riding Mike Salakis, one of the crew from Longy. He's a team rider of Mike. And wow, there's Jay. And the Ock getting the burn count well and truly up today. It's just been Ock burning heats and in the tube. The Raging Bull gets coned down the inside.
How's that style?
Oh, he'd love that one. Yes. It was only a matter of time before the Ock chipped into a doozy. And that was a great ride there. Caius and Jay. And Ock just went, no go.
This was so cool. I was like, oh, this is going to be a good one. You could tell by the speed he was gaining. And then perfect style, tucks in.
A little back door on the inside through that little Marley section. There's so much sand down there, and it's going to be crazy to see what this next swell does over the coming weeks.
I can't get over how that backhand barrel riding style, that was perfect.
It was about a 2 foot wave too. He just hopped over that little crease and you could see the bend in the wave and he just slotted perfectly. Just complete local knowledge there from the Ock. We'll run into the 18 girls final. This is a really good matchup. Miller Brown, Ruby Berry.
Best friends.
What are your thoughts here? Besties.
Besties. Two very different surfers. Ruby quite traditional, a goofy footer from WA, so has lots of power behind her. Miller quite progressive, a smaller stature, can do airs though. So like polar opposite surfers in my opinion. And then the under 18 boys, I'm thinking polar opposite again. Zaya, similar thing, quite small in stature, tall but skinny. And Jimmy Hill's a second rower for a footy team.
That's crazy.
So we've got two interesting 18 finals.
Wow.
Parko. Oh.
Oh, just dodging around just before the buzzer. Porky just going ham on this one. Biggest wave of the entire day. You would expect nothing less than Parko to chip into the wave of the day so far, and I reckon that's the winning wave.
I'd say so.
Big, swooping calves. Just, that board looks so nice under his feet. And
Traditional Parko, that's what it is.
That was traditional, big, wrapping calves, and that's going to round out the Occy and Friends heat.
Amazing. Well, we're going to go to a break. We're going to come back with finals action with the under 12 girls kicking off right after this.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing. Besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring. Basking, bathing. Every day exploring. Everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you. And we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Here we go, folks. Welcome to our first final of the 2024 Billabong Occy's Grom Comp presented by Sunbum. It's our first wave of the under 12 girls final. Looking for the cone. Lily White trying to get barreled on the backhand. That thing looked about 20 foot. This is going to be a great heat. Vaughn Blakey and Laura Enovar to call the action here in what is going to be, without doubt, the biggest moment of both these young surfers' careers so far. If you can call it a career, I mean, it's literally like the starting block, but both these surfers, Lily White and Ev Morgan, yesterday provided probably the highlights of the day in terms of the way they surfed their heat, the attitude they brought to it, the froth and the stoke, man. They were so buzzed, and it was really encapsulated everything this event's about.
Oh, can you imagine being 10 to 12 years old, even younger, and putting on a little rashy.
Look at these little grommies.
Oh, look
Look
at
these little
Groms.
peewees. Big future here.
Yeah. Yep,
Look at
one
that.
day you guys might make the tour.
Jay Phillips behind him, the future. Foreground.
Even those, Everly and Lily just paddling out, and Parker's just on a bomb right in front of
I
them.
know. How scary would that have
Oh.
looked? He's so big on a wave, Parker, and I can't even imagine what
Look
it's
at
like
little
to race
Ev
through it.
powering out the back. These girls are so petite, but they're powerful and they charge and they're not scared out here today. I was watching them paddle out. That rock is getting a bit sweepy and it swept them down the beach, and they just kept paddling and got into position. So out the back.
Look at
and
these
just-
little waves, lads.
Just ready to
So,
flare.
you're not even 12 yet. You're surfing perfect ending snapper with one other surfer. Looks like Lily's already getting swept down the point. Might be better served to paddle out a little further. But anyway, all this you learn. A 3.83 for her first. Lily from the Mornington Peninsula in Victoria. So I know that a big crew will be tuning in. Welcome. All the very best in this final. Lily surfed so well yesterday to get through her semi. And out the back, Ev Morgan from the south coast of New South Wales. And she's on Team Billabong, just recently signed. Beautiful backside snap to start her heat. And, with every wave she finishes, she looks into the support crew. She gives a little thumbs up or, gets a little bit of guidance about where to be or how she's going. And that was
So
cool to see
good.
as well.
Yeah, I just look at the paddle power on her. So good. She's
frothy.
She's got a huge future. We were just checking out her clips during the break and just watching her absolutely charging at G-Land.
Charging.
Over shallow reef, just pretty much almost getting pitted along like a solid 4-footer the
mate,
whole way. It looked like it was 10 foot on
Reef, you grew up on a
20
beachy.
foot, yeah.
I grew up on a beachy. Reef was the most intimidating thing you could ever imagine. The first time
totally.
you see water drawing off it and you're just looking down at rocks, you're like, no thanks.
Yeah, the first time I went down the south coast and surfed one of those reefs, I just remember going over the falls and just like slamming on it and just going, oh, this is not sand. I'm not like, it's so intimidating. And, Ev's got these clips of her just charging the shallow. Like there's just rocks popping up in front of her and she's, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, she's fearless. No surprises. Her father, Paul Morgan, a well-known core lord, slab heathen, crazy man.
He's one of the guys
from the
we
South Coast.
were talking about earlier. Like just, they just chase it for the love, you know, and he's just so talented. One of the best in the world.
You would have spent time in lineups with him, and he sits so deep and goes the thickest, angriest, most
totally. One of those guys that just like
diabolical things.
will only probably catch like a few waves in a session,
Yeah.
but they're like the best,
That's
biggest
it.
ones. Like kind of like a Cole
Patient.
Christensen or
Yeah.
just, they just sit out there, just they're eyeing off that wave that they know.
They know the one they want.
Totally.
They wait
And
for it.
it's so inspiring. It's rad.
Shout out to all the South Coast, New South Wales viewers who are tuning in to watch Everly Morgan in her first Occy Grom Comp final. Lily White, she surfed so well yesterday, and one thing I really loved about her approach was how she grew during the heat. She got a couple of little backside snaps in early, and then I think you'll recall, Law, she just came off the bottom and just whipped this big backside hook, got a huge score for one turn.
Yes.
So Everly Morgan just did the one backside snap just then, a 6.5. Lily will back herself to get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I loved Lily. She did her turn like way on the inside in the dredgiest part. So Ev kind of getting a little first turn done there, but then all the points coming from that second turn there. So
Little combo. They're going to pay the combos. The judges would have let the coaches and the support teams know, as well as the athletes. Get down the line. Do a bit of point surfing. Let's see it. And both these young women know how to do it. Now, Lily is being coached by Ava Holland.
Nice.
Also a Ninch girl. And before this event was the third-ranked woman in the rolling national seeding in the country. So how good is positive female role models? Up the Vic Mafia. That's direct from Cowbell Warren. On your was.
So good.
He loves to get in behind the Victorians, mate. He's a passionate state man as Ev Morgan now linking it together. And that's right. The wind up, the snap. And I was waiting for the thumbs up. But I think maybe they're just keeping her settled. A really strong ride there, though. How good is that technique? You know that's going to, as she develops, that'll turn into a proper drawn-out, long, winding bottom turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, everything about the way she's surfing right now, just like the arms and just the way she wound out for that.
So sick. And the actual, read of the wave as well.
Yeah.
Getting back to the whitewash, getting that little kick into the next section.
Go Ev.
Go Ev. I mean, they've got to run at least 5 times further than everyone else to get back out to the point.
I reckon we should have a little, Murph bike lift for them.
That's not a bad idea.
Next year. So she just backed up a 6.5 with a 5.6. So smart surfing by Ev. She's on there. You see Paul just going to give us some little words of wisdom.
5.6. There he is. That's Paul Morgan, Ev's dad there.
Look at these legendary parents just down in the rain all day, cheering on the Groms.
Yeah, this is unreal. This is Lily's first interstate event. She's never left Victoria for a surf comp.
This is
so
huge
it's
for her
huge.
then.
Like you can see it yesterday when she came in, she could not believe it. She goes, I can't believe I'm on a surf trip. It's school holidays. I'm surfing in a semi-final and I just beat one of the favourites. And she just put it together so well.
And look at this one. She's actually picking off such good waves, putting herself in position.
Oh,
Look at that
this is
paddle.
a nice wave. Big paddle. Far out. Is she riding a step up? Looks about 9 foot, that board. She carves rack to the foam. This one doesn't stand up for her, sadly, but I love the commitment. It's funny, isn't it? Those little arms, they can get a board moving.
No, and I feel like, the South Coast crew, they're just bred differently, There's just so much heavy water and a lot of, even with the cold and then just the swells and, surfing down there, it's,
One thing that both these little, sounds like
petite.
Petite.
Micro Groms.
Micro Groms have to deal with is the sweep. With the tide coming in now, that has really increased the amount of water running down the point. And you saw Lily there going, oh, am I going to paddle back out? No, just too much work. So she'll do the runaround. And I think, or I would like to see someone just say maybe a bit further up. Maybe a bit further up this
I
time.
think someone's told her, here, go to the top.
Yeah.
I mean, she actually got out in a pretty good spot last time. We thought she started paddling a bit too far down, but she actually snuck through. But yeah, you can tell everyone there.
Look at the support. How cool is that?
Get up
Full
to the top.
runners all with her.
Oh, and here goes Ev. Look
her.
at this bomb. Unfortunately, it's a little bit wide for that one. But when I was these girls' age, I literally had my dad's 6'2", just chunky board, just on my head. Couldn't even fit under my arm.
Yeah.
And, look at this.
Oh,
wow.
my goodness. This is a good-looking ride here for Everly Morgan. Cuts back to the source. Her timing is just so nice with those calves. Back to the power source. Big section. Will she ride out of it? She does. Oh,
wow.
That felt good. You know it did. She even gets the bonus where she doesn't have to paddle in. So she's across this flat section. And,
look, she means business.
Yesterday, it was all fun and games. Today, there is a little bit of something going on here with Emily's attitude.
The precision and the control to pull this off was so sick. Look at her just waiting. She knows exactly where she wants to just crack the lip. And this, boom.
She did that so well. That was perfectly timed.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see
Any
where
earlier,
these
she could've
ladies
gone
go.
off the back.
Look, the judges just
9-point ride. Huge score here.
wow.
And that's going to feel good. There's the high five. I'll bet you anything
Oh, wow.
I'd love to see her face right now.
Don't stub your toe, Lily. Everly.
I would love to see her face. Yesterday, she could not hide that stoke when she heard those scores, And
so cool.
There's a little bit of a hop in her run now. And Lily, look, here's the thing. There's 9.5 minutes to go. She can easily get 2 waves. She could probably get 6 waves, really, if she wanted to. She just needs to back herself to get that really solid, crispy backside re-entry that got her the huge scores yesterday. If she can just get 1 or 2 of those, she'll be back in this final. Right now, she is comboed. And
she's 10.
Everly
That's so cool.
is also using that keyhole, to her advantage. Lil did paddle out off the beach at one stage, and that sort of sent her down the point a little bit. So that's not always the best tactic to get the best open face wave, but she's out there now.
Yeah, she's out there now. I'm sensing she's just going to take off on a bomb.
Here we go.
She's no stranger to these, overhead, double overhead waves. So
You know,
Sick to see her just get an absolute runner.
yesterday, Law, the real strength of Lily's semi-final, aside from the backside rips that she was doing, was that she was just picking off gems. She had perfect rhythm. Her wave selection was just bang on. Every time she turned around, it just seemed another wave popped up right in front of her. So for this heat, she's got to try and, it's not sort of happening like that. So she's got to try and like really pick which wave she wants and which wave will give her the best opportunity to do what she's capable of doing.
Yeah, well, she's at the back. She's got priority and 8 minutes to go. So these ladies
I'd like to see her get one, you know, in the next couple of minutes, just so she's not sitting out there waiting too long.
Well, she's comboed at the moment, so she's going to need to get moving soon. Oh, here we go.
Is she out of position
bit
for
too
paddling
far
for that
in.
one?
Oh,
No.
she's on.
Lily White, it's a steep looking wave here. Down the point she goes, gets the first snap off. That's a good start here. Let's see if she can get around this one. Go, Lil. No, she gets bobbled. It looked like that wave might have some potential. First turn was nice. Yeah, what did you think here? I thought, wow, we could be on.
Yeah, it just had that bit of it, that double section down the end there, and she almost, I reckon she could have just tried to hit that, but she decided to try get around that section and just didn't really let her. So probably just
Yeah, and that's a rhythm thing, right? Because yesterday she probably would have hit that.
Yeah.
Today she was looking, okay, I need a big score. Maybe I keep surfing this one.
Yeah.
But, you know, another backside snap there. And
Look,
she
she
would
got a
have been looking
4-2-3 for that one turn
That's
there.
what I mean. If one extra turn, she would have easily got a 6. So
Fully, yeah, so those are things that you that you learn.
you do learn. It's all about learning.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that both these surfers are so stoked to be in the final.
But I'm so impressed with, you know, their wave selection. There's just, you know, they know, it looks like they know the lineup. Like, they don't feel lost out there.
No.
You know, they're out snapper, and it's so bizarre being out snapper with no one out.
Yeah.
And it just feels like these girls just know exactly where they are in lineup and what they're doing, and it's so rad to see. Like, I feel like most heats that I'd surf when I was their age, I'd just sit way too far at the back, like waiting for a set that was never going to come.
You'd have
It was
to
just
think.
like, I'd come in and Dad was like, oh, where are you sitting? And I was like, oh, I was just waiting for a set. He's like, wave hasn't broke there all day.
Yeah, yeah. Yep, they're the lessons, all right.
What were you lining up with, Laura? Oh,
Lining up? What's that? Well, you know, you get a point on land and you
I was
sort of
lining up with the yellow
link it up with another
sunbum umbrella. Which
Yeah.
one?
All of them. Yeah, you know, this is the 9, so let's have a good look at this. Just beautifully timed cut back. Waits patiently off the bottom. The wave steepens up, gets a check turn in. But how's that? You know, that little run into the bottom turn, into the snap. And a really, you know, well-deserved 9-point ride there.
That was sick. And, you know, it was like that last turn was like a 7-point turn in itself.
Yeah.
It was absolutely sick. Oh, and she's again.
From deep, and this is a nice steep wall off the bottom, loads up, snaps into the pocket, and somehow rides out, slices back. She's got this cut back on lock, and this is where she's been getting big points. This thing now slices into another little combo of turns, and will go for the finish. Not quite the clean ride out, but another good ride here from Everly Morgan. She's starting to feel so confident. Look at her. It's all business at the moment.
So cool.
I was just on your point before about, you know, surf and snapper on your own, and, you know, we hear it at every Challenger Series event, every CT that's been here in the past, you know. Man, I just want to surf snapper with one other guy. How can you not be stoked, even if you win or lose? But surely, even at this age, you know, the parents, the support staff, as we look at this beautiful first snap, critical too, hangs on, cuts down.
Was so sick. Just the positioning of the takeoff, I'm so impressed. You know, she took off like just like behind that peak and literally came hooning around the section and just put herself perfectly in position to
She's a hoon.
crack
She's a South Coast hoon. That's
to
what
crack
it is.
that first lip, and it was just that she's just she's got it down pat. It takes a lot to know, you know, even where you're taking off and placing yourself before the wave.
That's what I was going to say. Like the support crews and everyone else's Lil takes off on a little shoulder here. Surely you've got to say, hey, just make sure you appreciate what you're looking at when you're out in the water, because this never happens. It only happens in the rarest of circumstances. And you guys
Totally.
are experiencing something that everyone dreams of.
Oh,
Empty snapper.
So cool. Empty snapper. What's this? The 80th runaround? No, this is her 4th runaround. So she would be feeling it, but maybe not because she's 10 and they can just go forever, right?
Yeah. You chuck like, a 3-year-old on this point, get them to do 59 runarounds and they'd just go all day long.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even feel it.
Oh,
So this
Dad,
is,
there's Paul.
It's got to start feeling good here.
Must
3
be
minutes
so-
to go.
just all the parents must be so proud of their
They-
little grommies.
They definitely are.
I
Definitely
just
are.
got tears in my eyes. I'm like, oh, this is so rad.
But, at this stage, 2 minutes 50, it's sort of almost beyond Lily here unless you can get something very quickly.
Yeah,
But
just
what an event she's had and what a statement she's made for her career from this point moving forward. Everyone's going to remember her name now based on what she did yesterday, based on being in the final at the Occy Grom Comp. It's such a huge achievement.
absolutely. And for her first interstate trip, like how memorable.
I know.
Yeah, what did you do in the holidays? Went to Snapper.
Yeah.
Got second at the Occy Grom Comp and got to surf Snapper with no one out.
Yeah.
Shoots.
Such a cool feeling. My first ever surf trip away from home was with South the Border, which was a New South Wales
Oh,
team, but we
yes.
got roped into the Queensland team for the state titles. And I came up on a bus with Danny Wills, Pratamo, who drank the old head judge from the
Yes.
OSB, and a bunch of us all came up. And my greatest memory from that event, because I got flogged in my first heat, as we see Ev, is this going to be the victory lap? Just a snap under the lip. She'll jump off, probably paddle back out with 2 minutes to go. But my favourite memory was that we went to a certain popular restaurant chain and just threw gherkins on the windows for like hours.
Was it
just, this
Sizzler?
is the greatest. No, it wasn't. No, it was
Pizza Hut.
No, it was the other one that has the gherkins. Gherkins on the roof, gherkins on the window, just such a little grub, but
No, I
it was
think
so
every
fun. So
young
fun.
kid has had their like Pizza Hut all you can eat buffet, just
Yeah.
food fight.
Chocolate mousse food fight.
What? Yeah.
What was that chocolate mousse? It was
Oh my gosh! The little jelly squares, like the red and green ones. That's like.
Stop it. No wonder I got diabetes. 1 minute, 10 seconds to
Here
go,
she
and
goes,
here goes
Lily.
Lily. Let's see if she can put a score on the board here. Little bit caught behind, grabs the rail. It's been a bit of a frustrating heat, a 4.23 though. It's definitely not something you're coming in going, it just went all pear-shaped. She's done some surfing, but we would love to see her just get one clean face to get a
One
turn
big-
that she feels right in her soul. She got right,
Yeah, one big crack like yesterday. I'm sure she'll be right there to. Oh, looks like she might have a little swing on the inside.
So-
37 seconds
Laura,
left.
I know we talked about this a lot yesterday. I don't know actually if you heard this convo. Jess and I were talking. She had 3 8s in 9 years of competitive surfing. So that's how hard it was to get an excellent score. Everly Morgan has posted a 9 in a final. Like,
Wow.
what does that do for your head, as a young
Oh.
surfer?
It's just an epic confidence builder, and I think even more so she can just be proud of the approach to the heat, and she literally built throughout
This
this
is
heat
it.
a 6.5.
This is the moment. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have a new Occy Grom Comp champion presented by Sunbum. It's Everly Morgan, and she can finally let off the celebration. She's had such a great event. She's been a joy to watch. She's been so committed. Her backhand technique is flawless out here. She really was, a standout performer in this under-12 girls. And, congratulations to Lily. Far out. What a great performance.
Look at
There's a
that.
moment.
Oh, we're going to see that in about 5 and 10 years' time. Those two girls
They
together.
could be.
It's, yeah.
And look at the smile on Lily White. Like, mate, she's going home a new person. She's not the same person she came to Queensland as. This is her first interstate comp. She's made the final. Yes, it didn't go her way, but what an achievement. She's
And
frothing.
Look, she's probably going to.
But Everly, you've got to take your hat off. What a performance. She really kept it pretty staunch in that final compared to yesterday's
Oh,
seven.
and there's the hoist.
Yes! Yes! Fist in the air. And we're going to be seeing CT surfers experiencing exactly this in a few months' time when the WSL returns to Snapper Rocks. So, Ev's going to be going, I know what that feels like.
Yeah, I've been carried at the beach at Snapper. Yeah.
How cool. Great scenes
That
here at
is
Snapper Rocks.
Core memory. Unlocked.
Unreal, mate. So good to share this moment with you, Laura.
That is the sickest little thing I've ever seen.
We're going to be back with the under-12 boys final. It's the Billabong Occy Grom Comp presented by Sunbum. Jess Starling and Rabbit Bartholomew in the booth next.
I'm getting down there.
Welcome back to the beautiful Snapper Rocks for the Billabong Occy Grom Comp presented by Sunbum. Finals day. We've already crowned one of our champions. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Rabbit Bartholomew. Rabbit, we walked in at such a good time. We both saw both of those 7-point rides.
Yeah, well, we were just both discussing how much better the waves are getting, and this first wave by Thomas Burke, it just sets the pace for this heat. The surfing is amazing. Look, this wave's like 1.5 size overhead. And Thomas is just reeling off manoeuvre after manoeuvre, just gets the better of him there, but he went for it. And then we see Rocco on the wave behind. Well, we'll see it in a minute, I'm sure the replay, because he got a 7 as well. But Thomas Burke gets the first exchange, a 7.33.
That is absolutely insane. Here he goes again. Shades of George Pitter in his surfing, I would say, Rabbit.
Oh, yeah.
Puts it up there beautifully for that first turn. This is every grommet's dream. Tuck in. Oh, and here we go. Rocco, the Italian stallion behind him, but he's going to hop out. So this is an international final.
Oh, that's awesome. You know, Rocco, the Italian, coming in and coming in hot, and Thomas Burke holding up the Aussie flag, but this is what you want to see. And this is what's amazing about this event and really these two events back to back. This is like the two major events on the Grommet Tour. The Billabong Occy Grom Comp, the Skull Candy. It's just they are just two huge events, and the internationals come because they're back to back on. Well, this one's in Queensland, and the other one's in northern New South Wales, and it's just brilliant.
It's so exciting. I mean, I feel like since they've come about, everyone has wanted to win this comp. You know, the Occy's so prestigious. Yeah. Here we go, Rocco on his third wave. That's a better looking start compared to his last. He's just a one turn and out. But we crowned our first champion, Everly Morgan, the under 12 girls, and we have her for an interview. Everly, congratulations, you are our champion. How are you feeling?
I feel so good. I'm so happy.
And tell me, it's absolutely pumping out there. Was that one of the best heats you've ever surfed?
Yeah, probably. That 9 felt so good.
And yesterday you got 2 8s. Today you've dropped 9s. What is going on? How are you dropping so many excellent scores?
I don't know. I'm just I surf how I usually surf and just try to get them big scores, find the waves that I will get scores on.
And Everly, you've just been to G-Land as well. We saw you pulling into some pretty crazy barrels, so you know how to surf every type of wave. Yeah. How amazing was it for you to come here to Snapper and surf a heat on a point break?
Oh, well, it was good, yeah.
It was good? What did you love about it?
I don't know. It's just so fun surfing Snapper with no one out, and yeah.
And what did it look like to get here? How did you get here? Did you drive? Because you're from the South Coast.
Yeah. Well, I caught the plane.
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
And are we going to see you at the Skull Candy?
No, I'm not going to Skull Candy.
All right, so just a win and then you're home.
Yeah.
Amazing. And is there anyone you want to say thanks to?
Thanks to my dad and my nan for coming up and supporting me, and my mum and my brother watching at home.
Oh, amazing. Well, Everly, we're so proud of you. Congratulations on taking out the Under-12 Girls Final. Go and enjoy your victory. And, yeah, watch the rest of the action.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Awesome. Thanks, Everly.
That's all right.
That's priceless. Just priceless. You know, that is just the best little interview.
They surf so good, and then you interview them and they're just so little.
So little people, and they're just surfing beyond their
I know.
years.
Yeah, you don't expect it. Wow. Oh, no.
Thomas, that would have put him in the lead big time. Jeez, I mean, Thomas now Rocco that was, and Thomas is just picking the bomb waves. He must have watched that. He watched the Occy and Friends heat.
Yep.
And he said, I know the waves I want.
I know what I'm looking for. He's really set himself up for a great future with his style and technique through his surfing. He brings his calves all the way back around where a lot of competitors will see that cut it short.
Yeah, it's kind of like a little stabby move just to get a bit of spray flying, but Thomas has got a big, wide-ranging repertoire. And Rocco, this is a better look. Oh, this is that replay. This wave was looking good. And, yeah, you know what? He's still got some good points.
I'd say so. He actually got a bit of a bonus section down the end here too. But
Bang. Yeah, just came unstuck there at the end. You lose a bit there. But look at these waves Thomas Burke is picking off. And it's just flawless surfing. As you said, he's got that beautiful style. And the way he sets up with his technique, brings the board right back around again. That's so important. And so surfing just with maturity well beyond his years.
I agree. You know, sometimes every now and then there's a surfer in each generation that comes through that just has it, whatever that style it is. You know, for me, it was the Jai Glindemann. He had that beautiful style. I feel like for me, Thomas has really got that style that's really stood out to me.
Yeah, it's nearly like, you know, kind of watching like a 13-year-old Tom Curran or something.
Yeah.
You know, it's that good.
Not even. He's 10.
Oh, there you go. Come on. 10. Oh, that's wild.
I know. So we've got a really, really close hit on our hands. We've got Thomas Burke out in the lead, 7.33 and a 6.83 on the back of that last wave. And Rocco, 2 7s. Only needs a 7.17 only, but well within his reach.
Well, there you go, because that wave of Rocco, he did get it all going on that wave, and if he'd made that final turn, he'd be in the lead right now. And, you know, Thomas is setting the pace, but Rocco has just made up ground.
How exciting is this? So the waves, it's definitely swell, has picked up, kept picking up throughout the day.
Yeah, I knew that as soon as that tide turned, I knew that swell would come in with it. It was just sort of hanging out there, and that's what happens here. I mean, with a new swell and the tide, a little bit of water on the bank, and then also notice the wind's gone a bit straighter offshore now. So all that factor, you know, comes into play on a building swell, and it's just set up for the finals. So I'll tell you what, it's set up for these finals so perfectly.
Oh, here we go. Maybe a paddle here from Thomas. He's gonna take it. Love his style so much.
How's that low compression bottom? You know, he comes down the face. Yeah, when he took off on that wave, I had a feeling there wasn't much in it. No substance. Not like the other ones he's got.
No,
so
definitely
now,
not.
Rocco will have priority.
Yeah, and I mean, still 10 minutes to go, right? I can't believe we've had 3 7s in 10 minutes, and almost 4. But I just feel like these guys are going wave for wave. They're going to go toe-to-toe all through this heat.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be one of those heats that's going to come down to the final dying stages.
You know, we love that, because there is not a struck match between, you know, 16 hundredths of a point between the two surfers right now. Thomas Burke has really had the lion's share of the good sets, but Rocco has proven to be a resilient little character, and he keeps coming at him.
I know, he's not backing down. And tell me, did you get a chance to watch the Occy and Friends heat?
Oh, yeah. It was fun.
Who would you call the winner? Off the back of one wave.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't look for the win. Oh, well, I mean, that last wave of Parko was ridiculous. I mean, come on. That was unbelievable.
Yep.
And I think Thomas saw that wave of Parko.
Said, I want something like that. No, I agree. I thought Parko's wave was amazing. I thought I loved the wave of Jay Phillips. He got it all the way through and finished with a layback. I was like, oh, Jay.
That was a cool ride too, wasn't it?
Taking it all the way through.
Yeah, it was great. It was just great to see the Yokalupo family out there. Dingo was showing off. It was great.
Yeah.
Dino did a couple of airs. It was like, it was fun.
A couple of Larrys. Was feeling like he's 18 again.
Yeah.
Back in the Grom comp.
Yep.
Yeah, but no, I know. It's just been so fun to see all of the Groms giving it their best. I feel like no one's not really rose to the occasion of having Snapper with one other person out.
But I tell you, this really shows generationally as we see Thomas having a good look at this one. It's got a good wall, Jess.
First turn, gorgeous there from Thomas. Puts it up there for a second, gets a bit of drift. Not as big as the waves we've seen him on so far, but I love how he's just keeping his momentum going. Here we go, Rocco now out the back. Another small wave, but looks like it might have a section. Takes to the air. Oh no, just can't ride out, but these guys, look at them. They're competing right now.
Now, I'll tell you a classic story about it, and this goes to show, look at this paddle battle first. I mean, that is awesome. Thomas now, he's had a couple of waves under priority, but now it looks like he'll regain priority, and that'll be crucial as we go into the last 7.5 minutes of this final. You see these waves here. I don't know if they'll go into the scores, Jess.
I don't think so. Yeah, those last waves, a 1.5 and a 4.83. So they weren't as big as the waves that we saw him on before.
No, and they didn't have that connection down the line. And this was just an absolute go for it. But see, you know, look, back in the day, and oh, wow, first of all, Rocco, Lucy, you can't get a word in here. These kids are just on everything that moves. So back in the day, all the way, I mean, from my day all the way through till, let's say, the early 90s, the youngest division was under 14. That was
really?
that was the absolute youngest division. And what's happening was that I was running, you know, I was president of Snapper Rocks and having a contest off the wall D-bar, and this young kid came up to me and he's just about tugging on my board choice going, "Mister, can I join the club?" And it was Dean Morrison.
No way.
When he was 11 years of age. And I looked at him and he was just such a little guy. And back then it was like, you know, I nearly sort of said, you know, come back next year.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's how, see, now the vibe is, gosh, you're starting the under sixes.
Literally.
But then a month later, he was pretty persistent. He turned up again. He said, "Mr. Rabbit, can I join the club?" And I went, "Okay, kiddo, get out there and show us your stuff." And he went out and dominated and won.
Stop it!
But I mean, see, that's the difference. Like then it was the under 14s, an 11-year-old going in the under 14s. He was against much bigger kids, but there wasn't the under 10s, under 8s, under 12s. It just didn't exist.
Wow.
No, that's true.
What a cool story.
And that's all the way through to, you know, Dino and Parko and Mick Fanning's generation. They surfed in the under 14s.
So you fully got to watch the entire trajectory of all of their careers.
Yeah, so from, you know, and also try to get them all to school too.
Trying to be a good role model at the same time. All right, here we go. Thomas, under 12s. I'm sure he'd probably be doing the same thing if he was Dingo, saying, "Please, Mr. Rabbit, let me in board riders." But yeah, I feel like these guys are just trying to create momentum for themselves right now. But who knows, Rab? Maybe in like 3 years we might have an under 8s.
Oh, well, you know.
Who knows?
Well,
doing airs.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, you know, if Thomas Berg's 10 years of age or 10 or 11, I mean, that's incredible.
Oh, it's just ridiculous. I think it's just outrageous. And surfing with so much style and class at 10.
Yeah, that's what's... He really does have a presence out there on a wave.
That is just ridiculous. I mean, I know I said it before, but I really think he's set himself up for great future in surfing because he's got his technique down pat so young. So hands off, hats off to whoever taught him that. Or maybe it's just it's just him.
And back when I was about 12 or 13, I was, the Queensland titles were actually out here at Snapper Rocks, even though...
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is years ago. This is like 1968, 69. and it was actually held at Snapper Rocks. So Snapper was breaking back then, big time, but there was no pro events here through the pro era. But anyway, and I came down the beach, and there was these kids there. There's a kid from Noosa, and there's other kids from, and I looked at them, and I just went, oh, I'm not even entering. I'm not even good enough to go on this kind of. That's how, you know, I mean, there was so few events to go on back then. It took me a couple of years before I went, okay, I'll have a go at this.
I'll have a crack. All right, here we go. Thomas Burke, the local lad, trying to win it for the Aussies. Wraps that one all the way back around. Again, just building momentum down the line here, but definitely not one of those set waves we saw him on at the start. But look at that style. So classy. Not sure if there's much to work with down the end here. He's going to opt for the paddle back out too.
Yeah. Well, with 3.5 minutes remaining, he might be looking for a wide one. And, you know, also with Thomas, you can see it's the economy of movement. I love that little, he gets down that little compression as he drops down the wave and sets up for that bottom turn.
How good is it? And he really drops his back knee down and waits.
Yeah.
Waits. His timing's impeccable.
Very good, very good. You know, kind of shades of Dakota Walters too.
Yep, I see that. A little bit of Ethan too with that drop back knee, and he waits down the bottom. They're all great names.
Great
You'd
names.
be stoked to be compared to those guys.
Yeah, you would be actually.
We're rattling off a good list, but 2 minutes 40 seconds. Rocco is looking for a 717 still.
Oh yeah, we won't count Rocco out because, you know, he's got that score on not the best wave. So if he gets a cracking wave in the last 2.5 minutes, he can still take this out.
Absolutely, he can. Absolutely. So, especially because he's got sevens with a fall at the end of both of his waves.
Exactly.
If he makes those waves, we're talking 7.5s, maybe even more.
Well, he'd be in the lead for sure.
Yep.
Well, Thomas went down on his 7.33 too, though, right at the end.
Yes, that's
so
a
they're
good
both
point.
they're kind of you know, neutralised each other there. They haven't quite finished off to get the excellent range. Yeah, so Rocco having a bit of a look at that wave there. Probably did him a favour not to get it.
I think so. They're definitely neck and neck in this heat.
And because Thomas, he didn't do the run around, probably didn't think he had enough time. He might have had enough time, but that won't affect Rocco paddling for that wave. He won't lose priority because Thomas is so far down the line.
Yeah, he's way down with the free surfers. You can see just a skip up the beach there from someone.
Oh, I see a little wave here. Rocco will have a good look at this one.
Oh, this is a good looking line, Rabbit. So here we go. Rocco laying back for that first section. Needs a 717. This is for the win. He's surfing for the championships right now. Rips it back again. Is there going to be a finish to this wave?
Yep.
Needs one more steep section. What are we thinking? Oh, he
Hang
loves
on.
it.
I tell you what, under pressure, Rocco surfed that wave extremely well.
Extremely well.
Under pressure, and you know what? He knows it. He knew it. That was hot.
That was so many people would have crumbled just then and could have fallen or bogged a rail, but here we go. Here's the replay, Rabbit.
Yeah, at this turn here, this is the turn that really sets this wave up. It's pretty critical, and right here snaps it back. And this is going to be a counting wave big time. Very easy. You think about this compared to his sevens, that was better. Now Thomas has got to do something. What a great finish.
An 8.33 for Rocco goes to the lead. So 20 seconds to go. Score now to come in for Thomas. But it's all changed. We said it in the last lot of heats we did. The last 3 minutes. It always changes in the last 3 minutes.
Well, we sort of knew that. Look at Rocco. Oh my God, that's what it's all about. He's won at Snapper. He's won the Occy Grom. He's beaten, like, you know, one of the best pound for pound surfers in Australia.
Wow, what a battle just then between Rocco Rigliaco, the Italian surfer, our very own Australian Thomas Burke, but it was Rocco taking the lead in the dying stages. We have to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with the under-14s final right after this.
one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing. Besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring. Basking, bathing. Every day exploring. Everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you. And we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen. This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
All right, that is our under-12 boys champion, the Italian Rocco Rigliaco, taking it out. The second international surfer to take it out for the 12s. Second year in a row here at Snapper. So our under-12s champion, he took down Thomas Burke, but I mean, Thomas put up a beautiful fight there for Rocco. So great final there. Right now, under 14 girls final, Leihani Zorek, Miller May Berg.
Oh, wow. This is a clash because these are the two outstanding surfers that have come through different halves of the draw, and now they meet in the final for the championship, and it's a 6-point start for Leihani. So she's already got a 6 under the belt. We'll probably see the replay of that.
Yeah, Leihani just from down the road from the Broken Head area, so northern New South Wales. And this is the 6-point ride here. Lovely opening slash there. Wraps it back for a carve. She's looking super strong and gets a finish, maybe more down the line, but that was a really nice wave there for Leihani.
Yeah, it was a good start for Leihani. A 6-point ride early in the heat, early in the final. It's going to serve her well.
I feel like Lei, she's gone through a growth spurt, and you know how some people take a bit of time to adjust, but she just looks like she's just gone with it.
Yeah, well, you know, you can go through that sort of gawky part when you're stretched out and,
Yeah.
and then you've got to adjust your style and new surfboards. It's a challenging time.
It is, for sure. But she's done it, and quite beautifully as well. I'm sure she'll go through it more. I mean, she's still in the under 14s, but a 6-point ride with some really strong surfing on it. Heaps of variety on that wave as well. And she's got that carve on lock where she can, you know, flip the tail out at the end.
Yeah, that's right. She's got a few moves, that's for sure.
And then Miller, she comes from a family of athletes.
Oh, wow, sure does. And she proved that in the semi-final. She got a ton of waves. She was doing the run around. She was not even puffing at the end of the heat. Super fit.
She got second over there at the Taj at Small Fries.
Oh, wow.
So she's already got a pretty big result in a 10,000. But these guys, you know, the level of junior surfing just keeps getting higher and higher and higher. I watched her semi-final. She was going for it and tagging everything that came her way. There goes Leihani again. Just a quick in and out.
Yeah. It always keeps your competitor honest. That's her third wave, just an in and out wave, but Miller being more selective and letting that one go. Obviously had no wall attached to it. Sometimes these little growers behind can just rear up.
She's probably hoping for some of those sets like we saw at the start of the last heat.
Well, Thomas got a bunch of them. I mean, both surfers in that last heat got waves that were overhead.
And it looks like we are going to cross down to our champion, Rocco. Congratulations all the way from Italy, taking out the Occy Grom comp here in Australia. How are you feeling?
Yeah, thanks. I'm really happy, so grateful. I want to thank my dad and my whole family supporting me, and also to my sponsor. Yeah, thanks.
And you were on the back foot that entire heat. You're in second all the way up until the last minute. Managed to keep you cool, get the highest wave score of the heat. What emotions were you feeling when you got that 8.33?
Yeah, I was like super happy because I was like so nervous.
Yeah. Were you stressing when you were like,
Yeah.
oh no, I need a score?
Yeah, I was like, oh, I need a score. Like the whole time, I just kept that in my mind, and I was being patient, and I finally got it.
That was a great final, Rocco.
Yeah,
You know,
thanks.
you held your nerve. There was a lot of pressure on you on that last wave. You know, when you went into the manoeuvres, you knew you needed a big score, yeah?
Yeah, just like I was waiting for the big set. Like there was a couple that Thomas got, but like I didn't want to get them because I knew I wasn't gonna get a 7 on that. So I was just waiting for the set, and it came.
It sure did come,
Yeah.
but you had to surf it really well too. And
Yeah, I did.
Now, what about do you think Leonardo will hear about this win?
Probably.
We hope so, because it was super impressive. You kept your cool. You're surfing beyond your years, Rocco. Even doing that air that you were so close to landing was amazing. You're all the way from Italy. We know you spent a lot of time around the world. Is there anything you want to say in Italian back home?
Ciao tutti, ciao nonna, nonno e zio zia. E vi manco e non vedo l'ora di vederti. You.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Rocco. Congratulations
thanks.
again. You're our champion.
Thank
Go
you.
and soak it all up.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you another person who'd be very, very proud of that young man, and that would be Mark Luciano Occhilupo.
Definitely. We have some replays to cover here, Rabs. Here we go. This was a 7-point ride for Miller May. Nice opening turn. Rips through a second one. But this wave, she got a really nice finish on it too. Tags it. Gets the ride out and started the runaround from here. But this next wave, Rabbit, I don't know if you saw it.
I did. We were interviewing Rocco, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw this wave. This turn here is unbelievable. Wow. And this one here, yeah, that's the move. This is a classy ride.
3 turns, but 3 big turns. That first turn had so much pizzazz. The second one, it was exactly what we were talking about not long ago. She can do that carve, kick the tail out at the end and bring it back around. So impressive that she can do that so young. And a 9.1.
Yeah, and well earned. I mean, when you look at the scale of things, they set the scale with that 6-point ride. Miller Mayberg getting the 7-point ride. And then Lehani, you know, she could not be denied an excellent score in the upper range. A 9-1, deserving of every decimal point.
Absolutely. And then we had the run around, the battle to get back out. Miller May is now chasing an 8.11. But this wave, it had a really nice bend in it too. That first turn, perfectly timed in the pocket. This carve ripped through.
I think it's the wave of the tournament. I really do, because the wave itself is so beautiful. Like this will be on the highlight reel for years to come, that wave. And boy, does that showcase the next generation coming through like nothing else.
She had such beautiful timing on that wave as well. It allowed her to surf fast and in the pocket, but still, I feel like, pace herself at the bottom of the wave. She didn't look rushed. You know, she could really transition beautifully between turn to turn. So, yeah.
And she effortlessly handled the pressure, because that second turn, you know when you're on a wave and you've blasted the first turn's a beauty, and you can't be thinking, okay, don't blow it. You've just got to go into the next level, and the next section was quite a challenging one for her, and then she just wrapped it around. It was a beautiful ride. This is just something else. It's my favourite ride of the tournament so far. Jess.
Wow. Yeah, let's look at this one more time. That was just, that second turn, like you said, she was able to really wrap it back around, but keep her cool, because that third section, it's one of those ones that you can easily fall on.
And she was very calm. Like she held herself kind of at the bottom of that wave to get her timing right. She didn't rush into it to try to squeeze out another major move. It was just a solid finish.
Hence the 9.1. One of the highest scores we've seen, maybe the highest score we've seen in the event so far.
There's been a couple in the 9 ranges, but I just think it was there was just something special about that ride. Now here's an answer by Miller.
Oh, just falls on that second snap. But that opening roundhouse was beautiful.
It was. And this is where a bit of pressure will come on to Miller because, when your opponent's got a 9-1, you kind of go, okay, I've got to push the envelope a bit here. And that wave that Miller got, it wasn't like a bombing set. So I think she made the right move just going for it. Trying to do something, like huge beyond, above the lip line.
Yep, I definitely agree. And look, Miller is in no word out of this heat. She has a 7-point ride on her first wave. And, you always have a bit of first wave nerves. You're probably holding back a little bit on your first wave just to make sure that you can get the finish. She got it, and she got about 7 turns on this wave. Really nice opening slash there. Love this carve. She pushed hard through it and then was just able to kind of tee off on about 17 more turns on this wave. She could have finished it there, but she just kept putting it back up there.
Yeah, she's just really trying to milk everything she can out of this wave, and she did just that, and then she does the runaround, and this is where, her overall general fitness comes into play because, you do that runaround and, you're paddling back out and you're doing the deep breathing, and that can take away from your performance on the next wave.
Yep, absolutely can. But 7 points, she needs an 8.11. It's ever so slightly better than what she got, right?
Yeah.
So she needs maybe a bigger wave with a bigger finish.
And she's really hoping for a wider set to come through here, that with one of those cut-off sections where it's a little bit, too walled from where Leihani is and Miller just swoops in. That's what she wants right now.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like it's no test, like it's nothing to do with her surfing. Her surfing is beautiful. She just needs to be on one of those waves that had the timing of Leihani's. And even though she got the 7, she probably turned around and saw Leihani's wave, even though she had priority, and just thinking, wow, that wave had a really nice wall to it.
And I mean, the luxury of having that 9-1 means that Leihani, she's got herself in such a good position because she's already got a 6. Now, there's no use going for anything less than a set. She just needs to improve upon a 6-point ride, and she's going to up the ante.
Yep. And she can get another 9 in her sleep.
So, even if Miller can even get a 7.5 or something now just to cut that down a bit, that would be really handy.
These girls just playing a bit of a waiting game right now. They know what those sets look like, so they probably don't want to turn on anything other than a bit of a line coming here. Miller May down, having a crack here. Whoa, huge first turn. Solid second, looking for more down the line. Gets a third slash in, but that first turn was really nice, Rab.
It was solid. It was really solid. Yeah, I thought that wave may have fizzled out at some point. The one behind had a big wall, but it was too fast. And she surfed it well, though. And now Leihani, smooth. Look at the face on this one.
It's so clean out there. Oh, wow. Kicks the fins for that first turn. What? What?
Hang on.
What are we talking about right now?
Just such progressive surfing.
What just happened?
Now, how old is Leihani?
11.
Oh, come on. That's impossible.
What?
that was so good. I mean, the variety, the progressive surfing, just the improvisation of not having a bombing wave down the line. So what does she do? She just pulls a couple of big tricks out of the book. I love the face of this wave. That little slash there is fantastic. And this is just so... And the way she comes out of it, though, and then she does that tail sliding above the lip.
I'm never lost for words.
Yeah. No.
Never.
You have been gasping ever since that ride.
Sometimes you just don't expect things. I am stunned. I wasn't expecting that. 8.5 for Leihani Zorich. Now Miller May is in combination land with 5 minutes to go.
Oh my gosh, such a severe combination. 8.5. This has got to be the highest combined total of the tournament.
I just love this first turn, right?
Yep.
Kicks the fins out the back. This here, I was not expecting this. Puts in the reverse in the under 14s, right?
And look at that last turn. And she's quite happy about it. It's a silent kind of claim. Here she is again.
She's up and riding again. She's feeling it. She releases the fins again.
Now she's loosened right up.
Yep.
And it is fun time. With 5 minutes to go, she's got her opponent comboed a 9-1 and 8-5. She's out of snapper with one other person, and she can just have total fun time right now. She's in a luxurious position. And come on, mate Miller, let's get into this. Big move here. Solid.
3 big turns there from Miller. I liked that wave a lot,
Yeah,
actually, Rab.
Yeah, I like that she finished it with a powerful turn.
I like how she hasn't given up yet either.
No, it's really good.
You
She's got
know?
that fighting spirit.
She knows what it takes to win. She's
Yeah.
running still. She hasn't given up yet. Lehani now, she's still turning.
Well, Lehani's on a victory lap. This wave here, this second turn here, that's pretty solid. And then the finish, well timed, good placement.
Yeah, we'll see where that score locks in at. We still have more to come in.
And I love what you said, that she hasn't given up. Like, she's still fighting. And look at that wave out there behind the rock.
Wow.
Whoa.
6.57 for that last wave of Miller, so doesn't break combination, needs a 7.61 to break.
And you know, a 7 and a 6.57 is still a respectable heat.
Absolutely.
But look at the score above her. Whammo. That's just big time surfing.
A 7 and a 6.57. That's you want 12 plus points.
Exactly.
You know, so she's still ticked that box. Here we go. Lehani, what can she do on this wave? She's just going to get out of that one. But yeah, she's just having a fun time right now. 3 minutes to go. I'm still gasped, to be honest with you.
17.60 in an Occy final. That is sensational.
Sensational. I haven't heard that word in a really long time.
No, well, that's why I had to bring it out right now.
Had to bring it out because it's what it is. A 9.1 and 8.5. She's not going home unhappy. Let's take a look. This is the 9.1.
This is Bugsy's favourite wave. Yeah. And the way she comes out of that is so superb. Yeah, she knew it was so good. And then this is her 8.5. These are the two. They'll be on the highlight reel for the Occy Grom comp for years to come. This is what it's all about. I'd love to see what Stephanie Gilmore's reaction would be to see an 11-year-old doing that kind of stuff out at her home break. It'd just be great to see her actually. She would be really stoked.
I'm still lost for words, to be honest with you. Those 2 waves were incredible. Here's the answer back from Miller, still not giving up. Huge turn. She's pushing hard though.
Yeah, no, this is great. Come on. This is going to be a good ride if she can link up the sections. Yes, it's lined up down the point. This is going to go into the excellent range too.
Yeah, this is a great wave here from Miller on the answer back. It's still lining up. Gets the finish. I love her fighting spirit.
I know. Now, it'll be interesting to see what she does here because she can't possibly run back around again, but like she's going to go in the excellent range. She's going to have a great combined score.
If any family could make the run around,
exactly,
it's the Berg family.
Yeah, I know.
So who knows? Who knows with these guys? Let's see. I really love that wave. Hats off to her. There's a real testament to having a fighting spirit and not giving up until the end.
Yeah, I love it too. And it's like she knows like that it's a super respectable performance, outstanding.
8-point ride.
Yeah, 8-point ride in the excellent range and deservedly so. And she really lines this wave up well. Still got great energy. She could probably go for the rest of the afternoon. This turn here is superb. And just the way she's thinking down the line all the time. Good point break surfing. Connecting the sections. Legs would be burning now.
Second place with a 7 and an 8. You can't go home upset with that. I know she would have wanted the win, but that combination, Lehani just finishing off another ride there. She's going to be the ultimate sportsman. Heat's over. 9-1 and an 8.5 for first and 7 and an 8 for second.
Well, who knows? We didn't see the start of Lehani's wave, but we saw the end and it was unbelievable. Yeah, look at that. They're going
There we go. Hugs from everyone. We have another champion, Leilani Zorik, an incredibly impressive champion at that. All right, we've got to go to a break, but we're going to come back with the under 14 boys final. More action coming your way, guys.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
There is our champion. If you haven't heard the news, it's finals day here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp, presented by Sunbum. Leilani Zorik taking out the under 14 girls in maybe the best junior final I've ever seen.
It was definitely the best one I've ever seen. It was unbelievable. I cannot believe how young these surfers are doing what they're doing. And then look at Locana Cullen and Luca Martin, this under 14 boys. We've been watching these kids coming through the draw. Another classy final.
Oh, drifts the fins there for Loki Cullen.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. They're going to push each other so hard, these two.
Yep, definitely. Loki Cullen coming from the Northern Beaches area. Here we go. Start from Luca Martin.
Yeah, well, Luca got a bit of air on his board there. And what's amazing me about Luca, he's got this tiny board. He serves it way forward, and he just attacks. Look at this. Jeez. That's phenomenal. You know, in that last heat, he came from behind, and you know, he was gone, and then he came and won that heat on his last wave in his semi-final with that kind of surfing.
817 for that wave of Luca Martin. And we've seen it all event, right? 3 solo turns is going to get you in the excellent range.
Yeah. You know, especially with an outstanding finish at speed. Look at this. He goes down the line. This turn here, like, he definitely, you know, his board leaves the water.
Mm-hmm.
And then he gets there's a little ridge over the wave. Very clever how he surfs this. That's solid again. But this move here, bang. Yeah, that's got the better of a lot of competitors, but not this young man.
Ooh, sets approaching by the looks of it. Hopefully not just the wind fooling me again.
Well, it's getting better all the time, Jess. You know, this is on the improve all the time. We've got that low-lying cloud. The visibility is a factor, but what it's doing is keeping the conditions just pristine.
Yeah, these guys are just getting everyone's dream. Snapper with no one out. Here we go. Loki Cullen having a look at this one. This guy has been on a heater. Whoa! Huge first turn. Oh, goes for the reverse. Can't stick it.
Oh, man. Jeez. That would have been something if he'd pulled that. That's what I love about this kid. I mean, yeah, look, he's upset at that. He was splashing the water. He knows a big opportunity got away from him then because that first turn was just world class.
That first turn is beyond his years.
Yeah, it is.
There is no doubt about that. He's not a big guy. You stand next to him, he's still little, but he's under 14.
Bang! Oh, that's the timing of that is so good. And, you know, there's no safety net there. He's just going for it. That would have been an 80-point ride right there.
I don't understand how they're so good. 6-point ride, even just for that first turn.
There you go.
So straight back in the heat.
He left a couple of points dangling there. That's 6 points for one turn.
All right. The lady who left me speechless and surfed Rabbit's favourite wave of the entire event, Leilani Zorik, is our champion. Leigh, that might have been the best junior heat we've ever seen.
Oh, thanks heaps, Lawsy.
This was this was incredible for you. I mean, what a win, right? What a way to come home from Japan straight into a win.
Yeah.
Are you stoked? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I'm just super pumped. Yeah, it's just the waves are pumping and everyone was surfing so good the whole entire event. And I'm just super, glad to, win and, yeah.
Leihani, could you have dreamt of a better final?
No. I don't know. I reckon there was a couple things I could have improved on.
Uh-oh.
But, yeah, I gave it my best and I was happy.
Oh, you sure did. You made everyone happy too by, it was a joy to watch and, both, you both surfed really well there, but you just, on that one wave where you got the 9-1, that second turn, tell us about that. I mean, it was such a glassy, smooth face of the wave, wasn't it?
Yeah, I can't quite remember it properly, but,
Oh, wow.
yeah, it felt like a good wave. Like the wave just kept healing and yeah, it's just pumping out there.
Do you get nervous when you're paddling into such perfect waves like that? Are you thinking, oh gosh, I have to perform on this? Or are you just kind of like, oh my gosh, look at this wave in front of me?
I don't know. I'm probably just really excited to get up and hopefully surf good. But yeah, I don't get nervous, but it's a good wave. I just get excited.
Oh, amazing, Leihani. We're absolutely stoked. Rabbit and I'm not very rarely left speechless, and I was left speechless. And Rabbit was loving your waves as well. So congratulations, you are our champion. And there's plenty more finals to watch, so go and get amongst it.
Yeah, thanks heaps.
Thanks, Leihani.
Congratulations. Yeah, that's wonderful. Yeah, I'd say she's stoked.
I would say so too.
Yeah, that is just, it is really priceless to see this. It is just so special. She's surfing at the same break that Stephanie Gilmore will be surfing at next year, and all the CT girls, but of course Steph, the queen of snapper. I'd like to see her reaction to some of those waves young Leihani had. Wow.
Yes, I know. I can't wait for Leihani to watch them back too. The fact that she thinks there's still things she needs to improve on.
Yeah, even in that final. Even in that final. Well, there you go. that says volumes.
Honestly, I'm so impressed by the caliber, not only of her surfing, but also Miller's determination to still make it, her resilience. It's such a testament to, I think, Australian sportsmanship coming from such a long line of incredible surfers before them.
Most definitely. Look, we've definitely got a visibility factor going here. It's like the sky's fallen in.
It's right over us right now. We have had on and off rain all day, but Loki Cullen, he's fallen on both his waves, but he's got a 6 and a 5.83. He's out in the lead. But that 8.17 still really speaks wonders in this heat.
It looms large for Luca Martin, an 8.17. He'd be happy to have that in his ledger. 11.40, he won't catch that wave, I don't think.
He's gone for it, though.
Yeah, he went for it. A bit of early desperation there, I think. He knows that he can kind of manufacture a score. He's got some big moves. He probably knows that he can get at least a 7.75 on a medium-sized wave. Imagine what he would have got on that 6 if he, so he maybe, he definitely showed his frustration after that. He really slammed the water hard. And, I think that's okay to let off a bit of steam.
Here we go, Loki Cullen. Yeah, that one kind of had a weird wall from
the
start.
Look, it's one of those ones, Jess, we spoke about. It was too south. It went off the bank, and it was also had a bit of chop on the face. You've got to get those huggers, the ones that really hug that bank.
Or those...
You've got to get the ones Leihani got.
Exactly. That's what you got to do. She made it nice and easy out there for everyone.
She showed everyone what you got to do at snapper.
Oh, that heat was just remarkable. And then we kicked off this heat with an 8.17, so we're just rolling through.
Oh, well, all three finals that we've commentated at this level of the contest have been outstanding.
Outstanding.
And we've got some beauties to come.
It looks like we're going to get another look at Loki Cullen here. Ooh, and characteristic, falling a lot in this heat.
Yeah, that's a weak wave. The wave didn't have enough substance in it to hold up that that mighty turn he tried to do.
This is the 817 again from Luca Martin.
Like, this kid just attacks. It is phenomenal. He's look how far forward on his board he surfs. He sort of just shifted his feet back for that, and that was well done.
Yeah, that end turn, it's taken out a lot of our competitors.
It's a degree of difficulty for sure, because he did it at speed coming off a turn, straight into another one. No time to set up.
And made it look so easy too.
I just can't believe how, when he trims down the line, how forward his front foot gets on that board. And then he just subtly, I saw the subtle shift of his feet back as he went into those 2 turns. So he knows what he's doing.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I didn't really take it into consideration until you mentioned it. That board, his front foot is quite a far way up that board. It's a short board, but he surfs it really well. He makes it work for him. I think Loki, he surfs quite far up his board too.
Yeah.
But they both have that kind of stockier stance, so that they can push harder in their turns.
Now, what Loki's got to overcome here is that, he's had that frustrating start to the heat where he left a couple of big points on a move that he really went for it. It was an incredibly high risk move that he was upset that he didn't pull. He's got to overcome that now.
He's kicking. He wants to get some work done here. You can tell that he's frustrated that he hasn't really put a wave together from start to finish.
And look at that wave behind. He has got it too.
All right, Loki Cullen, full roundhouse to start this one off.
Oh, down the line. Bang. Bang.
Oh, no.
Oh, hang on. He won't be happy now. That was a big score. Oh, he's left 2 dangling as Luca Martin flicks off a bit early to make sure he gets priority. And Locana has got his head down and paddling with intent. What do you reckon this wave was going to be, Jess?
This would have been a big score.
Look at this move here. Boom. And then again, what threw him was that little looping lip. He just couldn't resist himself.
Oh, that was a really nice driving turn to start this wave off for Luca.
Bang. Oh, wow, that was a powerful turn. Yeah, this is a good backup wave for Luca.
And he kicks out ahead of Loki.
And I think that was a real move to flick out and make sure he gets priority. He's surfing a super smart final. He doesn't realise that Loki's left a couple of major scores on the cutting floor.
So Loki's last wave was a 6.93. So now Luca needed a 4.67 on the back of that last wave. It's a 4.67 in my eyes.
Oh, it's well up there.
It's going to be a good score.
It's going to be 6+ for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's interesting to see. I think it's a great learning curve for Loki because he hasn't really been on the back foot before. He's always that competitor who's dominated. He's like the Winks of the under 14s. He just wins everything. But now Luca Martin is out in the lead, 5.1 for that last wave. So
yeah, a bit under what we thought. We thought it might be around that 6 mark, but
I thought
5.1. So. They've kept to the scale because when you look at Lucana's 6-point ride, and again, Luca, he utilises priority, gets caught up a bit there. Probably won't get around this one. That whitewater, you get too far back, you're not coming around that. So one big move. Now look at Luca. Lucana's he's got to shake this off because, look at him. He's sort of showing signs that he's really admonishing in himself.
Yeah.
And, I thought he handled that last wave well. One thing about him is he doesn't take a backward step. He just keeps going for it.
Here we go. Opening swoop there, but nothing.
It never looked like it was going to be a wave of any substance. And now he's paddling. Look, it's still well within his grasp. He's got that 6.9. He got a 6.93 for that wave, where really it was one incredible hacking, slashing turn, and then he comes unstuck.
Yeah, I think this is all learning. He's never had to be on the back foot, so he's having to compose himself in a situation he's never found himself in. He's always been out in the lead, and been feeling that sense of freeness we saw Leihani feeling in that heat.
Now, Luca Martin has actually got a 6-3.
Oh.
So I think what happened there was that I'm pretty sure that 6-3 is the one we adjudicated on, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see if we get another score. If not, that 6-3 would have been for that one big turn even.
Oh, okay. Yes, that's what it was for.
Yeah.
Okay. Lucano got a 6-9-3 for one big slashing turn.
Yeah.
Luca got a 6-3 for that one huge turn.
So
that's what
now-
it is. That's what it is.
Loki needs a 7.55, which, in all honesty, he would have 2 8s if he had finished his waves.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Now, okay, Luca's going this wave. Is it a little grower? It could be, you know. It's got a bit of a fluffy whitewater start to it.
Oh, here we go. And then gets the finish down the line. So Luca Martin, he's just trying to keep this ball rolling for him. 4 minutes on the clock. Loki is still a threat. He's still this predator looming in the background right now.
He really is. Yeah, he's so capable. But as you said, either way, it's a good learning curve, a great learning curve for both these guys, because Luca is surfing a smart final.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And-
I agree.
And under pressure, under great pressure, he's pulling off all his moves. Here we go.
Here we go, Loki now looking for a 7.24, that last wave at Luca, 7-point ride. Ah, gets kind of hung up again. Oh, frustration kicking in.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, things just aren't quite going right, and that happens. It happens in sport.
Yep, so that last wave of Luca, 7.0. Now Loki needing an 8.24. He, 8s are in his sleep, which you don't get to say that about many people.
No.
But this was the 7 that has extended Luca's lead. He's just,
Yeah, this is solid. That right there, yeah, he was pretty stoked with that. So he's just built on that lead. He's built on that opening 8.17 and built well.
absolutely. So now Loki just has to honestly put a wave together.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. He's honestly, he's got the most variety I've seen.
Yeah. And he has got a great style. Everything about his surfing is just solid.
But that 8.17 at the very start of this heat from Luca Martin, it's really set the tone for his lead. 2 minutes, the only thing that's going to let Loki down in these last 2 minutes, it'll just be his headspace. You know?
Yeah.
He can win this still. But it's just whether or not he can overcome, not his competitor, but his own self, you know?
Now, Luca might be getting a bit of coaching from the beach here, because they said that you could tell that maybe move down the beach a little bit.
A lot of sea life going on out there.
Yeah.
Right near the Groms, but I mean, there is so much action around here. We had whales so close yesterday.
Yeah.
Dolphins.
Yeah, I mean, it's that season where all the bait fish are moving forward up there. The mullet runs are on, and
Here we go. Loki Cullen looking for an 8. Huge first turn. Solid second turn. Can't get up for a third. Still 1 minute 20 seconds. He's going to end up wide down the point, but finished a wave.
Yeah.
He's finished a wave. It's a start with 1 minute 10 to go.
yeah, it's just not his day.
No, it's not. But I think this is, again, I know we touched on it, I think this is all really cool experience for both of these two surfers.
Oh, yeah. It sure is.
I'm sure we're going to see them out here for years to come.
Oh, yeah. They're both outstanding. Lucas surfed a fantastic final. Hats off to him. Lacano would have gone into this with the advantage of having that, huge reputation. And he's, he's just not happy with himself right now. He'll go through this. It just comes down to a couple of, you know what? He just threw caution to the wind and he nearly pulled it off.
Yep.
I'm not going to be down on him at all for that.
No way. He
love
had
it.
to go for it.
I love the fact that he just did not compromise one single iota and just stuck to his game plan. And he knows he's got those big moves, and he would have had the 2 8s.
Luca Martin now Bit of a personal wave here for Luca.
It's a victory lap.
And we've got Loki up just before the hooter.
I believe he got up.
Yeah, I think so too. Just whether or not he's done anything down the line.
Yeah, just had a glimpse of it. Didn't look like it.
Didn't look like it. But these guys are running to Luca, congratulating him on his win. Our under-14s Billabong Occy Grom comp presented by Sunbum champion. How cool for him. I mean, that was a big task to take over Locana Cullen.
It was, and he had to surf a smart final, and he executed at every step of the way. It was a brilliant final.
Oh, there we go. Big smiles. We do have to go to a break, but we have plenty more finals coming up right after this.
Oh, the watchmen on the tower, all sleeping, and the men have all gone home. Now that's a city that's ripe for the taking. Yeah, that's a city that's ripe for the taking.
Hello, Stace. I don't know about this hoot. My hoot's starting to sound like someone taking their last breath.
It's the agony breath, I think it's
I
called.
know, but no, I'm
No,
frothing,
what we
mate.
need to do is insert
What?
your voice box from the clip that I have of you at the 2004 Quicksilver
God.
Roxy Pro, where you're commentating and I'm filming on the beach as a little grommet on my handy cam,
Oh,
and we
yeah.
can hear
Yeah.
the adolescent voice
Yeah.
of Adam Vaughan Blakey. And it's
That was before the
it's
trials of a long and old life started taking a toll on my vocal cords, Stace. Hey,
it's a
mate.
beautiful sound. You're like a young bird.
Hey, we've got to celebrate, mate. We're into the under-16 girls final here at the Billabong Occy's Grom comp presented by Sunbum. But, mate, let's crown a champion right now.
Wow.
Luca Martin has got the job done against Locana Cullen. Luca, ew! How are you, brother? Frothing.
Yeah, so stoked.
Dude, what a heat. I mean, to get an 8 in the early stages against, really top-line opposition like Locana, you must have been frothing on that.
Oh yeah, I was pretty nervous at the start going up against Loki. I know how much he rips, and yeah, I was so stoked to get that first wave.
Yeah, mate, and you just did everything right after that. I think sometimes you can go into your shell after you get a big score. You kind of stuck to your guns, waited for the right waves, and you just made them count, mate. It was a really good performance. You must be so stoked.
Yeah, over the moon. It's probably my first big win, so really happy.
Good on you, man. And
Mum's tuning in,
That's
surely.
what I was going to say.
Yeah, Mum's tuning in.
Mum's tuning in for sure. Give her a big shout out.
Yeah, go on, mate.
Yeah, shout out to Mum. I love you heaps. Thanks for waking up.
So
And yeah,
she's in Germany, mate?
yeah, she is.
That's cool. So, yeah, tell us a little bit about where you're from and what's going on in your life at the moment.
Yeah, I was originally from Coffs Harbour, and then about 2 years ago I made the move up here, and yeah, from then on I've just been surfing this in D-Bar every afternoon and morning.
Oh, sick, mate. So, originally from Coffs, just how often did you go to the Aquajet, the Big Banana when you were a Grom? Aquajet was probably gone when you were a Grom, but
Do you miss the Big Banana?
yeah.
more
What about the Big
importantly?
Banana? Do you miss it?
I don't know, I went there a couple times, but kind of got a bit boring after doing all the rides and
The
things.
luge is pretty sweet.
The
Yeah.
luge is sweet.
Yeah,
Didn't they have an indoor snowboarding ramp there at one point?
yeah, and then they changed it into a big slide, I think.
Oh, okay.
sick. Hey, what boards are you riding? I can't quite see there. What do you got?
It's a JR.
It's a JR. Lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roddy. Give Roddy a big shout out.
Yeah, shout out to Roddy. Thanks for making the best boards.
Are they your boards or just your brother's hand-me-downs? I know you're both riding the JRs.
No, they're my
You've
boards.
stepped up to Cuzzo's.
No.
Beautiful.
That's sick, man.
Nice, brother.
And so what's the plan? Are you on holidays now? Or are you going straight to the Skull Candy after this?
I think I'm leaving tomorrow to go up to Lennox for the Skull Candy.
Yep, beauty.
Yeah.
Down. Make sure you go down, mate. You'll be heading in the wrong direction if you go up.
Yeah.
But who are you staying with? Who are you surfing with? What's the plan?
I'm just staying at the caravan park. Probably just
Sick.
surf with all my mates.
Oh,
yeah.
iconic. Yep, so good.
Yeah.
Hey, we've been chewing your ear off for 5 minutes now. Has it sunk in that you are the Billabong Occy Grom Comp winner, presented by Sunbum? You're the winner, bruv.
I know. Probably
How's
not.
it feel?
I know. So, I'm just over the moon.
Who's buying your dinner tonight?
Probably my dad. Yeah, my dad's buying me dinner. Actually, I'll get my brother to buy me dinner.
And you reckon Dad's going to throw down for like a pretty meaty dessert? Like at least.
Where's he going? Where's he taking you?
I don't really know yet.
What's your favourite meal?
Oh, probably curried sausages.
Oh!
You legend.
Can I come? That sounds amazing.
mate.
That is amazing.
And what's your favourite dessert? Just so we get that clear as well.
Oh, probably honeycomb maxi bon.
Oh, back in that all day long.
Do you do anything weird with it, like chuck it in a sanger or something? Or like, I guess it already is like a sanger, but like, do you put some more caramel sauce on top or just straight as it is?
No, not really. I haven't tried that yet. But you always got to eat the crunchy part first.
Of course.
Have you ever thought about hitting Maxi Bon up to make a curried sausage flavour?
That could be pretty sick.
That could be, mate. Hey, listen, we'll let you go because we've got to call another final, but
All right.
congratulations, man. You absolutely tore that final a new one. I don't think it'll ever be the same out here.
Yeah.
You're a champion at Snapper Rocks, Grom.
Thanks so much.
It's a CT. It's a CT venue.
Yeah,
You've won a CT venue, bro.
Yeah.
The CT surfers are going to be watching that final to do research for their heats
That's
coming up
right.
next year because this
Yeah.
is live streamed
Yeah,
on
where was
YouTube across the world.
You can imagine it, Italo getting here and going, where was Luca sitting?
Yeah.
I need to know.
I've heard about this Luca kid.
Yeah. Nah, well done, mate. That's such a big win and a really great leap forward in your career. All the
Yeah.
best at Skull Candy.
Thanks heaps.
See you at the Prezzo.
Well done.
Ew, what a legend.
Ew. And we've had a cracking heat here. We'll catch you up with some scores and some replays any time now. But this is from the Gong, Gerringong. Lucy Durra versus Eliza Richardson. This is the under-16
Sick.
women's final. And what a cracking wave she's found here, Vaughn. Are you kidding me?
Oh, my gosh. Wow, that was snap of the comp just about. Blast the living daylights out of that thing. Wave, how's that wave, Stace? That's the first proper down-the-line bank runner
Joel
we've seen.
Parkinson just had PTSD there from his heat with Matt Wilkinson here at the Quicksilver Pro a few years ago.
That's going
That was
nines,
gnarly.
right? That's got to be a 9. Has to be.
That was psycho.
I mean, this is unbelievable. The lead-up work was strong. I was like, she's just keeping it on rail, gets that tag, loads up, and just cracks it right on that ridge too, which gave that tail a little bit of pop.
Just a bummer she couldn't kind of finish with a nice strong turn there, but a lot of damage done prior to that moment in time.
Already got a 7. Pretty mad, mate. Pretty mad, Stace.
Just how you're going to have to start if you want to beat Eliza Richardson. She's been on fire.
So this is the 7. Let's see what she got done on this one. First turn, bit late to that. Still nice. She's got such great rhythm with this wave. Cuts down into it. Oh man, I just get the feeling this next score is going to be a monster.
Yeah, it's any time that you can put together a series of turns like that and then punctuate it with the big major, it kind of gives the judges no choice but to go pretty high. They been pretty quick with their scores all week, the judges, but they're really taking their time with this one, having a good hard think about it.
Got to, mate.
This is the final. No turning back from here. We will crown all of our champions today. So, as we patiently wait. It's 12 minutes on the clock. We did see Eliza Richardson have a heat this morning where she was in a pretty similar position. She had to win from behind, but she's not certainly by any stretch even really too far behind on this one because we're catching up with some scores now. Eliza herself has a 7.17, and it was Lucy Durra's last ride, the 8.17, which has put her out in the lead. So now it is Eliza chasing a score. She's chasing an 8.0. Excuse me, it'd be an 8.01 to go into the lead. She's obviously well capable of that as we catch up on another replay here.
So cracks that one with speed. Eliza's you know, one thing we've loved about her is just her ability to maintain speed. The board's looking epic. I know she's on the Howies.
The Howies.
The Howie shapes.
Iconic logo up the nose.
Iconic shaper from Avalon Beach. And, yeah, it's the specific model. I've got it here somewhere, Stace.
It's got to be called the Richo model.
Well, it will be from now on.
Well, she's just won everything this year.
Yeah.
You know, she's and even last
year. She's a defending champ
She's defending champ here. She's pretty much defending champ for everything she's going to go in this year, I reckon. She's had the craziest, 12-month run, just winning and ripping everywhere she goes. She even, I've been keeping up with her, ripping on her Instagram. She even had a clip of her out Sunset. This big Gabriel Medina-esque hook to foam rebound.
Oh, Medina-esque.
Just like...
Cop that for a compliment.
Crazy surfing. So she's got it all, 2 foot to 20 feet. Don't give up, Vaughan. I don't like seeing you give up so
mate,
easy.
Look, I'd love to just spend the whole time on my phone like I do for the rest of my life, but I'm not going to take my eyes off the action here, Stace. It's too good, man.
Someone text us. What model's she on?
Also, the surf has just flicked.
Yeah.
That Grommy final, the under-14 boys, was
I'm going to blame that on
exciting.
one person.
Yeah, go.
He was in the Occy and Friends heat, and his name's Joel Leslie Parkinson.
Yeah, okay.
He's like this wave god. He brings it in.
Yeah. Well, if anyone knows, Parko's knows.
Parko's knows. He got a wave in that heat that was so next level. It's like 4 foot the whole way down the point.
We got to stop getting together every time Parko's got a specialty heat on, because you and I, being the lords of froth, just end up drooling over each other's shirts. It's pretty heavy.
Wouldn't want to be anywhere else. I was drooling earlier explaining to Jess Starling that shot of Parko on the Kira Surf is actually out here. And that is just that's just so drool.
Oh, yeah, that's a drool fest. There's one just in the little cafe just here under the thing that's at Froggy's.
Oh, yeah, that thing, yeah.
And that's got a fair bit about it.
Bit going on. Parko's nose would have a good time with Vaughan's nose, I reckon. There's a couple of good schnozzers getting around here. Lots of knowledge.
I think you're absolutely right there, Stace. We could have a nose off later.
Here it
this
is.
is Parko's big.
Look at this wave.
This was Occy's expression session, Occy and friends. Look at the down the line speed on him. Go easy, bro. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So he almost runs over Lily, and then he does this snap look, bang, and there's Everly. Just know where she's somewhere around here.
Wow, look at this wave.
Yeah, he just.
Oh my word.
That's just otherworldly, isn't it? Having that much just connection to a piece of sand running off a point break.
Knows every grain.
Knows every grain, of course. So Lucy Darragh, Eliza Richardson.
I didn't even mean that one.
That's how good you are at your job.
Stop
the puns just come even when you're not even trying. So it's been a good start to this heat. A 7 and an 8.17. Eliza right in it with a 7.17. So Lucy would know what she's up against here, right?
Yeah.
She knows. She definitely knows. Eliza being... I mean, you know, you get around, Stace. I know that you keep a keen eye on junior surfing in particular. And Eliza, like where does she sit for all the other women in her division in terms of just like her aura and what she's able to do in heats?
Yeah, I mean...
Is she at the very top of the tree?
Very, very top of the tree, for sure.
Yeah.
It's, I think too, like, you see, different surfers, different ages and even ability levels, you kind of get on a bit of a roll, and then all of a sudden the new normal is like, oh, you're rolling up these events, oh, I'm stoked to make a heat, oh, I'm stoked to get a semi. She's, like, been on such a good run of making finals and converting them and winning them that you kind of, as a competitor of, like, her age group and other surfers watching her, you'd have to be absolutely, worried if you have a heat against her. You know her record. It's like, and it's not like back in the day where, before Instagram, where you heard about people, but you were never too sure. It's like every time I'm on my phone, it's like she's getting chaired up the beach winning some comp.
It's crazy, isn't it? Because you do hear, I remember, like, let's just pick a few names out of surf history where in their junior careers they were unbeatable.
Yeah.
Like Mick Lowe is a good example. He did not lose a comp his whole cadet year.
Yeah.
Every comp he went in.
Yeah.
He won.
That is so next level.
Ethan
Ewing, the year that he won the World Junior title, won 5 Pro Juniors.
Yeah, that's it. That's just so madness.
Such madness.
Eliza. See, I love this wave. The way that she links turns it's a real point of difference.
Yep.
I think she never looks like she's got downtime. The problem is Lucy has got the same ability. Like in this event in particular, Haven't seen a whole lot of her in other events, but in this event, she's been doing the same thing. Look at these little waves, Stace, hey? Grom at heaven.
Even that wave there just kind of went a little bit deeper than where the ladies are positioned at the minute. You see a fair bit of daylight in between where the two surfers are sitting. And it's not too uncommon to see that in a heat, actually, particularly at Snapper, where Eliza is. I'd actually have to double check who has priority, but even with like priority, say red has it or whatever may be the case, you can rip a wave, with 2 or 3 big turns before you even get to that person.
We've seen that.
We see it happen. We've even seen it happen. Eliza got a great wave like that earlier.
Well, Zaya Hessian got one and did a snap and an air rev combo and got a big score for that. So here's the replay of the top score. So this is the 7. So this was the opening ride, I think, for Lucy. And, it was all there. You can see she was off to a good start. The connection, down the line speed. And got a decent score, but then she really teed off on her next
it
wave.
almost looked like she was just starting to, warm into the heat kind of on that wave. And that's the beautiful thing about Snapper. You can kind of
surf yourself into a good spot.
Yeah, like even just on the wave. You move your feet around, you get where your board is, and then bang!
Oh, that's like
sick.
Straight up, any comp anywhere in the world, that's getting scored.
Yeah, big time.
And then this is elite level junior surfing here in Australia.
We've got gonna have some special guests for you later in the day. A few of them just need to do their vocal exercises though. Not everyone wakes up as fresh as you and I, Vaughan.
True.
Some people need to do a few REAOs to get the day going.
Well, I wake up in the morning and clearly like gargle gravel. It's weird as you get older. Your voice goes gravelly. It's weird. I don't know why.
Manuka honey, bruv.
Got to get on some throat moisturisers.
Some throat yogurt.
Yeah, exactly, mate. Kids eat yogurt these days,
Nah.
Just ice cream, mate.
Just Snapchat and like lollies.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, we never really finished what was in your lunchbox.
Can I just say, though, I've never heard a grommet ever in my life when they're asked what's your favourite food, say curried sausages.
No, that was sensational. And such a good day. I don't know if that's his preferred pick every day.
Yeah.
But today's pretty cold by Gold Coast standards.
Yeah.
It's chilly. And if there's one meal that would go down an absolute treat to have with like your grandma and granddad on a cold winter's day.
Bit of mashed potato.
Bit of mash. And some
curried
snacks.
Look out. Eliza Richardson's picked off a little bomb here. Will it go steep? Will it clean up on the inside?
Turn.
Yep, carving back. Stays close to the power source. Here's the clean face. Now she'll get busy. Hooks it off the top. Down the line speed. Hacks it. Look at the drive out of those turns, Stacey.
Wow, smashing it in the pocket, Vaughan.
Wow, and just kind of missing a big major, but puts it together so beautifully.
Beautiful flow.
Yeah.
The king of flow liked it.
It's so fun to watch someone go fast. Yeah. Like, when you think of top line at the very, very elite level of surfing, everyone is always going as fast as they can go. This girl has got it, mate.
Beautiful wind up there off the bottom, and it's kind of nice to see her getting the lip there towards the end of that wave, just to kind of mix it up between the calves. She needed a 8:01, and there it is, up 8:67 with 2.5 minutes on the clock. She is a machine.
Oh, time goes so fast in these finals. 2 minutes 20. Lucy has done everything right. She's got a 7 on the board and an 8.17. Eliza, a 7.17 and an 8.67. So Lucy's got to surf out of her skin here. She's got to pick the right wave, and she's just got to tee off if she wants to take down this competitive juggernaut that is Eliza Richardson. She will never not back herself to get the job done, and she just pulls out such a beautifully surfed wave, Stace. I mean, there's just no doubt about it, man. Like the amount of down the line speed. I know I keep talking about it, but good surfing is always based on speed. You just can't do it without having the foot to the floor.
Yeah, and then just the ability to be able to go edge to edge, and even just on the back end, obviously it's a little trickier out here to mix up your variety, but she certainly did that on that wave, and the judges didn't take much time at all to lock that score in.
We arrived here this morning. Glenn Elliott said, first thing he said is, we're looking for point surfer. We
Yeah.
want to see waves
Yeah.
from start to finish. We want to see them linked perfectly. No
Yeah.
bobbles, no wobbles.
Yeah.
And Liza answers that call. So 1 minute, 10 seconds. We are really hoping for a last exchange here. Will Lucy Darragh get an opportunity to fight her way back into this thing? It'll be a clutch performance. There's a little bit of a squall coming. That's not good news. Snapper hates a squall. Hates it.
It does. It really does. You can kind of, similar like Hawaii or somewhere, just adds this immediate ruffle to the wave. But here we go, Vaughan. It won't bother Lucy Darragh.
First turn, bangs it upside down. It's a big start and gets another second snap in.
The gong bolo
She'll
is going
slice her way
upside
back to
down
the
right
source.
now.
She's absolutely ripping this
Are
thing
you
off the
joking?
back as well. Comes through for another, back to the foam, and oh my goodness, she has thrown everything at this wave. Will she get the finish? 22 seconds. She looks to the judges. What more can she do?
Nothing.
It is beautifully surfed. It was attacked, that wave. No safety surfing. She might have done it here. Where is Eliza? She's out the back
looks
and
flat.
there's anything coming.
Big shout out to Mr. Hellman. That is his actual name. Don't be confused. At Milton Public School down on the south coast. I'm sure everyone's tuning in as we see the sunny coaster left outside. Unfortunately, that will be outside of the time.
This is a huge moment here.
Massive moment for the south coast.
Oh, did the score drop?
I'm not sure.
It did. It's a 9.1. She's done it. She's the champion.
Wow.
That is huge. Look at her face.
Psycho
She cannot
buzzer
believe
beater.
it. A huge buzzer beater. Less than a minute when she paddles into it. Stace, mate, how hard is it to attack when you've got that much pressure on you? It is so amazing. She cannot believe it.
She could have crumbled like Ryvita, but she absolutely stood strong,
Ryvita.
stood the test of time.
Yeah.
And that'll be one of the great comeback
That's
victories
another thing that kids do not eat ever anymore. The little worm, Vegemite worm biscuit.
Yes.
Lucy Darragh,
Congratulations.
this is amazing. Put
Well
your hands
done.
in the air. That is a huge result.
Well done to both girls, ripping all final and all event.
That's amazing.
Iconic final. Ock would have been proud of that one. Two goofy footers going absolutely ham bone.
I'm so stoked, man. That was, Lucy deserved a last crack. She
Yeah.
had surfed so well in that heat. If it had just gone flat, it would have been such a bummer, even though, for Eliza, a well-surfed, beautifully constructed heat deserves the win. Don't get me wrong. But Lucy Darragh is your Billabong Occy Grom Comp champion for 2024, presented by Sunbum. We're going to have a quick break. We'll be back in just a moment.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Welcome back to the Occy Grom Comp. My name's Mark. I've got my very good friend here, Joel. Hello, Joel. How are you this
Good, Ock.
afternoon? We're lucky enough to call the under 16 boys, so this is going to be exciting heat.
This will be. I mean, that last heat was insane. That was such a climactic finish. The girls put it on. That to catch a wave that Lucy had, such a great wave, and to do that in the last dying seconds is huge. And pressure cooker.
Pressure cooker, and she cooked it. I mean, yeah, not the other term, but Joel, I know you're off tomorrow up to the Mentawis. So you're in this cold environment right here, which is the Gold Coast, and you go into the warm.
It's a cold day for us, isn't it?
Cold day
today?
for us. I don't think it's over 17 degrees, and I don't know what feels like temperature is, but that's what they talk about now. and it feels cold to me.
Yeah, you feel the cold, definitely.
I
Here
do.
We've got a replay. This is Ben's first wave.
Oh, okay.
He got a 7.5 on it. We actually, I didn't get to see this, so he's got a really nice strong whip, hey, the way he surfs,
Really good technique. That back leg, like, kind of dropping, which enables him to get that really nice bottom turn. I've been watching him all event.
Well, obviously, there must have been another bit of a bonus inside section on that wave because...
wow, it's a 7.5. You're right.
Yeah, he must have had a bit more in that. So I thought that, that side bounce sometimes you get off the rock, and that wave looked like that. It lackluster start, not much at it, and then gets really good as it goes on.
Yeah, it does, and the tide's coming in, and let's see, actually, I think we're going to get it right here. So, bit of hand movement there, little hand jive, but that bottom turn is really strong.
Oh, that was nice too. Yeah, okay. That was a really well, solidly surfed wave. For an opening of a final, to surf a solid wave like that, it's always a bonus, Then it feels like I always thought that you always had to make your first wave. I always thought it was a really crucial thing to do, surf a solid first wave and make it finish off on your feet.
I think you've done that to me a fair few times over the years. But we're gonna go down to Lucy, the winner. Congratulations, Lucy. How are you feeling?
Oh, I can't believe it. I'm so stoked.
You are. Hey, well, it's actually Occy here, and this is my second heat. I've commentated the whole event, but I have been watching you through the event, and you've really built momentum, and you've come away with the win. I mean, you must be going down to Lennox, and how stoked are you?
Oh, thanks so much, Occy. I'm so stoked. This is the best event. Can't believe I won it.
Wow, it's a big kind of. I actually can't say it's big. Joel, ask her a question.
Hey, Lucy, it's Joel. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Congratulations. That was amazing. That was so clutch, last wave, dropping a 9-1. When that wave come in, there was no more than a minute 10 to go. So that was the scariest part you'll ever have in a final. Minute 10 to go, and you needed an 8.3, I think, and you dropped a 9-1. So congratulations, epic surfing. How did it feel? When did you know you had it on that wave?
I think it looked like a really good one. I was so happy that a wave came to me. It just felt like it kept going, kept walling up. And after I did that good snap, I think I just kept going and I was in rhythm with the wave. Yeah, it was so good.
Yeah, you did. That one where your fins popped out a little bit and you had a good little release, that was kind of, for me, that was the moment. I was like, she's on now. It'll go the whole way and you'll finish it strong.
And here it is.
Here it is. Oh, beautiful for opening turn too, Lucy. You've absolutely cracked it. It's such a great wave to ride. I can't wait for you to be able to get back and watch the replay.
Yeah, thanks. I can't wait.
You're not looking at this. Yeah, no, it was a beautiful, well-surfed wave. Well done, Lucy. We'll see you at the Prezzo. And, I'll get to shake your hand. Congratulations.
Thanks so much, Occy.
No
Cheers.
worries.
Well done, Lucy.
Thanks. Thank you, Joel.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Look at it. We can see a bit of blue there, Joel. Like my mother always used to tell me when we used to... Oh, hang on.
Here we go.
I'll tell you what you told me. It's Jesse. This is a local boy.
Yeah, he might have found a nice inside wall here. He hasn't got much done out the back, which might hurt him if it doesn't line up a lot. But I guess for a wave selection, I mean, I think it's going to be a tough. He needs to get out there and find one with a bit more length, a bit more wall.
Well, you picked that right because I thought that was a good one, and you know pretty much what 99% of these waves are going to do out here. If we can just go back to that shot, Joel. My mother used to always take me to the snow, and she used to say, on a day like today, if there's enough blue in the sky to make a sailor's waistcoat, it's going to be a nice day. You ever heard that saying before?
I have, but I just reckon. You reckon there is?
There it is. There's a little bit.
Maybe. That might be just a glimmer before the perfect storm comes back in.
It could be.
Because I think on the forecast it has rain till Thursday or Friday, I think,
Oh,
right?
and you're off to the Mentawais. You know what we haven't seen today? Are whales. That's that bad of weather. They don't even want to go up. They're staying down.
Here we go. Looks like
It's
we've
warmer
got a
down
nice
there.
little wall on this wave.
Oh, look
We got
out.
Ben backing up another. Oh, what a nice vicious wrap there.
Yeah, I really like his compact style. Will this wall up though, Joel?
Oh,
he digs. He digs that wave split.
Is that tide pushing now?
It's
isn't
pushing
it?
high, yeah.
Okay. You will. The waves won't run as long, will they?
They won't, no. I mean, there's definitely two kind of sections. You stayed up when we had our free surf. expression session, you stayed up high and you got that really good one at the end. But to now, what do you think? Like, stay close to the rock at high tide or go down? I mean, I'd be staying close to the rock and probably trying to get that connection.
I would be too. I'd probably look for that early shallow water to try and get one to stand up. So you've got and you've got a couple of, you got your speed and you've got a couple of, I guess good bashes in early before it could burger out and get fat on you as it goes through the inside. But I haven't surfed a heat for a long time, so I'm not. That's what I would do.
Well, we had Huey Vaughan and Lennox Smith on the commentary before, and wow, that was funny.
Yeah, I can imagine.
That was yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you listened to it, but there was silence and giggles, and it was so funny. At the end, they got it going, and they were actually really good.
Well, I'll have to watch it. I saw
Super
a
funny.
few people laughing about the start of it.
It was so funny. They were just silence and giggles, and I knew exactly how they felt. But yeah, your little Huey Vaughan, I think he's injured at the moment, so he's been doing a bit of commentary over there in Japan at the Stab High. Done a couple heats here, so yeah.
Awesome.
Well, he's hurt his toe, so he said it's really sore and it's not getting better that quick. And remember, Kelly hurt his toe and it took years for his toe to get better.
Yeah.
Toes are tough. Toes are tricky.
And especially when you're surfing.
Yeah,
I mean, and especially
everything.
It's all right if it's one of your smaller ones because you can tape it to the other. But when you do your big one and you pop that, especially if it dislocates, that's sore for months, even a year or so.
Footballers have troubles with toes too.
Talking about the girls' final we had in the 16s with Lucy and Eliza. Someone was just saying that Eliza has pretty much won every event she surfed in that division as of late for about 12 months. So it's a huge feat for Lucy to get over the top of her, and it's probably a good thing for Eliza. I mean, it's a huge result for her too, and it's great to see that she's still up there in the final, and she's congratulated too on that.
And how's your Parko comp going?
Good.
Good?
Yeah, it's good. It's
Still
on the
going?
Sunshine Coast,
Sunny
definitely.
Coast. It's been
backed
18
up
years. It's been probably nearly as long as my comp, right?
Yeah. I think you definitely have the premier. This is the premier event on the junior calendar, I think.
But yours has been going on just as long,
yeah, it's
right?
up there. We've changed it this year. It's definitely different, and it's next year will be bigger and better again. And yeah, we've got good sponsors up there, and Benny Campbell's a construction mate of mine up there, and he sponsored it, and it's great to see him. He's digging in again next year, so stoked that he's doing that.
Very nice. It's so cool for these kids. I mean, they get the Taj small fries over there in the west.
Here we go. Jesse, looks like he might have a good one. He's used his priority for this wave, so it's a steeple fall.
Oh, look at that. Boom.
Wow,
beautiful
that was
turn.
nice. This is probably, if he can get a good finish on this could be the wave of the heat almost.
Well, it could be local boy.
You'd see that high tide. It doesn't give you an end section now, does it?
But there are down there. Like, I was up at the surf club, Rainbow Bay Surf Club, and it's going off right now up there. It's on the big screen. Gavin's up there, and
Right,
if you wanted to have a cold beer and watch.
This is the money turn right here, Ock.
This is the turn right.
Wow.
Oh, so precise. So precise. But he just doesn't get that end section. He's looking for it.
I can hear some screams on the beach. There must be something big happening.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Ben might be on a bomb. It sounds like the... Oh.
This wave's going to have an end section.
This wave is. It's got enough wall and water in it, hasn't it? Oh, this is going to get good again. Wow. Beautiful hack. Found the... Oh, nice turn again. Oh, wow.
Just go big, though. Oh, he went. That was his biggest, and he loves it.
Yeah, that was pretty solid surfing the whole way there.
It was. We've got...
his last two turns were his best two turns. I loved it.
Yeah, I was waiting for something big, and that last turn was. So,
well, man, we didn't even see the start.
Oh, we didn't see the start.
Oh, wow, that was vertical. This is from where
the
we
wave
saw
size and the length.
Hey, the waves are going to get really good this hour. In the next hour, I believe the swell's going to really turn in east, and these will be the medium ones within a few hours.
Seriously?
Gee, that was a beautiful wave. That was such a fun
another
one.
expression session?
Too cold, Doc.
Well, a bit too much hands there for me, but this last turn right there is nice. I mean, could have went bigger. There was a few free surfers in the way, but he loves it. It's just because it went from start to finish. He knows it's a 9, and I dare say it will be, even though he held back a bit. But something that probably Lacana should have done back in the
9-8 there. That was the wave of the contest right there.
Wow.
It was definitely the best wave that's come through today with length of ride size.
Length of ride size, yeah.
For
Yeah, good
sure.
point.
But, and he surfed it really well. Wow, the waves are on the cook.
Yes, I just ordered them for the final. I was just that carrot that we had to dangle for these kids to get through.
Well, I tell you, you've done well because that Sunday was pretty horrific for what they had to go through. That was an ugly day at the beach that Sunday.
Oh, wasn't it what?
I'd rather this with the rain and the cold than a 20-knot northeaster.
Oh, we can see.
Big total, 17.3, 6 to go.
17.3, are you kidding me? Well, let's have
a
look
combo?
at this wave. I want to see this wave because, Joel,
get out.
what are you riding here? This board looks like it's going so
Yeah,
fast.
it's a bit wild and woolly for me. I haven't really been surfing that much, so it's this really... Oh, almost run over one of the competitors there.
What is it, carbon?
Yeah,
What?
it's a full carbon, but
Yeah.
it's tiny little thing, and I don't know, it feels okay. Funny how the kids make it look a lot better than what I did, didn't it?
No, that was sick.
Mate, I've had 4 surfs in a month. I've been away. I just haven't been surfing, so I'll have to get my eye in because that looked terrible. Please, kids, don't look at that.
Oh, you always...
Just watch
when you
Occy.
look- When you look at yourself, it's always hard, isn't it? Like,
Oh.
it looked good to me, though.
Here we go, the replay of the night. Even the first turn, it was fins out the back.
Yeah, he hit the lip there, so that was the point of this. It did get washy that first turn. Second turn, yeah, but I mean, yeah, a lot of arm movement.
Yeah, a lot of arm movement.
I would definitely, if I was a coach, I would say keep those arms down, which I'm not a coach,
Nah.
and not many people.
But I mean, that's just technique as well too. So, style is technique, and that's the way it
He's got
is.
so much there. I love his...
Oh, he's going
Whoa.
for it. Yeah.
I love his bottom turn. I love that setup, and just a little less arm movement. But it doesn't matter because he is winning this final by a long way.
Yeah, he is, and
he's
plus
not-
now he's going for it. I mean, when you're dropping a 7.5 and your backup's a 9, your backup's a 7.5, you got a 9.8. You pretty much, you Hail Marys now. Whatever wave you gets, you just go to the best you've ever surfed.
Yeah. He's got a big future, like that bottom turn and just that really low stance is going to work for him and going to really get him far in his career.
Absolutely.
His style will smooth out. I remember when I was a kid, everyone used to write my style off completely. And
Do you remember Mick Fanning's style when he was a kid?
And I had to come here to the Gold Coast to smooth my style out. Just these long point breaks will do it.
Mick
Not
was
too
all,
sure where
Mick
Ben
was all
is
arms.
from. Yeah.
Mick was all arms and weird head
Yep.
and length,
Yep.
and I guess you mature and grow into those things.
You really do. Yeah, you do. I actually watched a wave of myself at J Bay and I had my arms going again. I'm like, where did that come from?
Well, you're a kid again. You are,
I
though.
thought I was.
You are Benjamin Button, definitely. He's
I thought I
he's
was.
growing younger, this fella. Here we go. Oh, Jesse was
Ooh,
that
does he
a
had a
paddle? He
look?
was second priority anyway, so no big deal.
Yeah. Ben Sonata Cray. Oh, wow. Someone could wonder if our producer here, Chris, would tell us where Ben's from. He's busy. Maybe Northern Beaches, Sydney. He's done well. So, Joel, thanks for joining me. And have a good trip.
Oh, well, cheers.
To the Ments. You're on the Mangalui. You got a good crew with you? You're taking...
I do, yep. I got.
Who are you taking?
We've got Ty Buddha, Creed.
Creed.
Jai
Big Taggart,
Glindeman.
Jai Glindeman.
Bronson.
Nice.
And then I got good old Duncan shooting.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm not too sure. I think who else have we got there?
Okay, so
we
Ben
got Fizz is
from-
going.
Oh, Fizz is going, yeah.
Fizz is going. He's there to
So-
help open beers for us. He's good at that.
So Ben is from DY. We got it. That's great because my partner is from DY. So I'm sure I had a lot of people shouting at the screen going, "He's from DY. He's from DY. Well done." I've got a heart. I've got a place in my heart for DY. Jess's father's brother, Peter Crawford, was from DY, and I shot with him a lot. Great waterman, great water photographer, great kneeboarder from DY. So I've got roots there. My partner's from DY, lived on the Gold Coast for a long time now, but she doesn't go for Manly. She doesn't go for the Blues. Joel, what do you think about that?
Well, I think that's a very smart decision. You can't all be, Blue supporters.
And if Jasper's listening, Jasper, I hope you're feeling better. He came down with a bug last night. I love you, Jasper. Hope you're feeling better, matey. He might be listening, hopefully, or might be sleeping. Had a rough night.
It looks like the sun might be popping.
There's a bit of sand popping through the lineup. We can see that.
Yes, you'd be on the move around the back there, the sand, as there's so much of it there. So a little bit of south swell and south sweep would really help fill that sand right back around.
So much sand behind at Froggy's Beach. The kids have been getting barreled there all day long in between the heats. They're back out there.
There really is some good waves over there right now. It looks like I don't know.
Little Gravier, little mini Gravier.
Little Porto Escondido.
Yeah,
Like, it looks amazing
mini.
over there. Here we go. It looks like
barrels.
we might get a last bobbing set right here.
Whoa. What's he need? He needs a combo, obviously.
Surely it has to be a pretty much combo. I don't think he would.
Your math is better than mine. 677? Does it get you something?
No, it does not.
No, it doesn't. No, you have to get better than a 7.5.
He needs more. He needs 2 waves. It's all over.
What did Strider say? Throw it in the freezer or something? He was doing that.
Here we go. He's
Throw
on
it in
again.
the fridge.
Whoa! Is he going to get around it? Oh, what a good looking wave that was too, though. There's been quite a few waves in the final.
There has. The swell's coming up. Seems like the sun's out. This rain depression actually is moving off the coast, so we might get a swell here on the Gold Coast in the next couple of days.
Why would you say that to everybody?
Sorry, Joel.
Oh, I don't mind. I'm not home. Go for it. There's not enough surfers here. Why doesn't everyone from DY come up and have a surf?
Well done to DY. They'll be having a beer for this kid because he's stoked. Look at him.
Hey, good
He's
on
ecstatic. Congratulations, Ben. Well done.
That was so cool.
We'll be going to a break, and Joel, enjoy. Thanks for commentating the heat with me.
No worries.
Appreciate it.
Sweet. Thanks, all. I'll leave it to it.
Occy Grom comp coming back right to you.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing. Besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring. Basking, bathing. Every day exploring. Everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you. And we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Yeah, there we go. The champion, Benny Zanetto, getting chaired up the beach by his competitor. That is so cool. On your Jesse Ferguson, the under-16 boys final. It's done, and there's your champ. He surfed a beautiful heat. He actually went bonkers out there. A 9.8, one of his scoring rides. And I think he backed that up with a 7.5. So pretty much dominated that final. And a big win for Benny. Great stuff. But right now, we're going to focus our attention on the under-18 girls final. Second last heat of the comp. And if you're joining us, welcome. This will be a howler. Miller Brown in the red. Irikunji has represented Australia at the highest level. He's up against Ruby Berry, who has been one of the standouts in the Occy Grom comp this year. Vaughan Blakey, Jess Starling in the booth to call the action. G'day, Jess.
G'day, Vaughan.
Not much to go, man, but how frothy have you been on these finals? It has been pumping.
I have
and the
been
Groms have been going mad.
honestly losing my mind. I can't even begin to explain to you how.
No, explain it to me. I want to know
Okay.
exact detail how much you've lost your mind. Go.
I was left speechless. I'm never, ever, ever left speechless.
Yeah.
I can yap to a brick wall if I wanted to. And Rabbit, he whipped out the word sensational.
Fantastic. If Rabbit's saying sensational, that guy has spent, what, 4 or 5 lifetimes just absorbing surfing, watching surfing, crafting the pathways for all the champions. You don't understand this. Since Rabbit was a Grom, he's always had one eye on his own ambition, but more of a world view to making sure that surfing ended up as the great thing to do with your life. You know, a positive thing to do, a thing that could lead to a career, a pathway, whether it be as an athlete or in any other field. And he really is the godfather of not just Australian surfing, global surfing, I think, as a legitimate pastime, culture, all that stuff. He's the man. But, you know, one of his proteges, Occy, now we're here at Occy's comp, 18 years since it first started. What an event it's been. Yeah, speechless and sensational is the go. But let's throw it down to Benny Zanetta. Yeah, bro. How you feeling, mate?
Oh, I'm so stoked.
Oh, dude, I tell ya, that's the dream final, huh? 9.8, 7.5. I mean, you can't serve a heat better than that, really.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was so stoked to get a quick start, and then I was like, oh, surely one of those bombs come, and then it just did. And I was like, so stoked.
That's so cool, man. I mean, we just saw Jesse cheering you up the beach. What a cool kid. But, you know, he's been deadly throughout this event. So you knew you had your work cut out for you.
Yeah, he's #1 on the ranking, so yeah, surfing really good, but stoked to win.
That's it, man. And tell us, is this like #1? Is this go to the top of the pile in terms of your career so far?
Yeah, for sure. It's my first 10,000 win. I'm stoked to it to be out snapper, yeah.
That's sick, mate. And who do you want to give a shout out to? Because when you get a big win, it's not just about you, it's about your team.
Yeah, I want to shout out everyone at home, from DY, Nick James, Mum, and yeah, just everyone who's been supporting me throughout the comp, and Geordie, who's staying with me.
Up the DY boys. Oh, it's been a little while since we've had a crew come out of DY. When was the last CT surfer from DY, do you reckon? Toby?
Oh, yeah, Toby. And then Shane as well.
There's Shane Herring before that. Wow. Some
Big
really
names.
solid surfers coming out of your zone, mate. What's the plan down to Lennox?
Oh, yeah, just keep it going, hopefully.
Oh, mate, when you're on a roll, just tap into it. Feel that energy.
Hell yeah.
Well, it's school holidays now too, so no stress there.
Yeah.
What year are you in, mate?
Oh, I'm in year 10, but I'm young for my year, so.
Yeah, right. So year 10, all right, well, yeah.
Year 10
Mate.
formal this year too.
Ooh.
Here we go.
Yeah, what's the deal? Do you reckon were you going to try grow out a little sort of seedy sus moustache for the formal?
Oh, I don't know if I got that in me.
No, mate, look, it's so great. You know, every year we come here to the Occy Grom Comp and we love to see stories like yours, mate, where, you know, you rise to the challenge, you get the biggest win of your career, and you use it to really kickstart what will hopefully be a really long and successful career in pro surfing. So congrats, buddy.
Sweet, thanks heaps.
Good on you, mate. All right,
Cheers.
we'll see you at the presentation for a big cup of red lemonade, I'd say. And,
Thank you.
And, yeah, there he is, Benny Zanetta from DY. Yes!
DY.
Back on the map at last. I love that. And this is going to be another great heat. So Ruby Berry.
Yeah, from WA.
Yep.
She's over there in the Margaret River region. Really powerful goofy foot. I mean, most surfers coming out of WA are powerful, but she's got this ability to really stomp on her back foot and throw some water off the back of her turns. And her and Miller are best friends.
Best friends.
Best pals. Maybe
Oh.
not right now.
Well, I was going to say, used to be, in inverted commas.
But this, you know, these two, even though they're best mates, they push each other so much. I mean,
Yeah.
I remember Ruby lost to Miller at the Phillip Island 10,000 last year, and Ruby was gutted because she's like, I want to be beating her. As
Yeah.
much as I love her, I want to be beating her, and I know Miller wants to beat her just as much.
Well, Miller has been setting a pretty high benchmark in terms
Yep.
of performance surfing throughout these events. You know,
Mhm.
she's not scared to really go progressive in heats, which not a lot of crew felt comfortable doing until the last couple of years when, you know, your Katie Simmers and your Mollys and all that crew
Yep.
got onto her. So we're starting to see a real shift in the mindset of young athletes, particularly in the women's division, in terms of sort of what they're willing to risk to get the reward. And You know, that's why Miller, I think a lot of the women, particularly in the under 18s now, they look at her as the surfer that they want to beat because she is so dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like I touched on this a bit with Stace. You see the under 12s and the under 14s, it's one gear. It's 110% or nothing. And then you get to the 16s, you're still giving 110%, but you're probably starting to think a little bit more in heats than what you were in the under 14s and the under 12s. So you might lose that lack of spontaneity or that lack of risk. And then by the time you get to the 18s, you're trying to get ready for QSs and be a thought-out surfer. But I feel like this generation of 18s, they're not thinking that way. They're still in that one gear of let's destroy and leave everything on the line. Because I feel like by the time you get to the finals and you haven't left everything on the line, you're going to be kicking yourself.
That is such great insights there from a QS campaigner. You know, you've been there.
Yeah.
And I find that really interesting because you're absolutely right. At the top level, the days of safety surfing are done. That's over. Don't get me wrong, Carissa and Steph, they have been heroes. They have surfed this, just out of their skin, the most beautiful, powerful, just majestic surfing you'll ever see. But there is a real push towards high risk, explosive, fins out the back, full rotation air revs. And we're seeing that reflected in these junior events. Now, Ruby got the better of the first exchange. A massive blast out of that second turn. This is huge from Ruby as she works her way through onto the inside and will get the completion. Yes, she does. But that second turn was pure power.
When a turn makes you feel something or it makes you just go, what? That's when you know there's a good score on the way.
Okay, let's see if Miller wants to answer back. It's been a little sleepy start of this heat. Only a 2 ways ridden as we near the halfway mark. A 4.83 and a 3, but cop this. 8.5 in your skyrocket, Ruby. And look at this, slice off the top. This turn, vertical, punches it. Comes out with speed, and that was beautiful surfing.
That was beautiful surfing. I just love it. See what I mean? She can really pivot off her back foot beautifully. That first turn even had so much grunt in it. Second turn, bam. And when you're thinking, don't fall, that's when you know there's risk in that turn.
The funny thing was, you were thinking that was a big hit, but she was already scooting down the line before you could have time to think don't fall. She just really whacked it, and a great score there. The judges frothing on Ruby Berry's last wave. So Miller Brown with work to do. And, this will be interesting. Halfway mark of the heat. Miller surfed at the highest level as part of the ISA Australian team, Irukandjis, that brought home the gold for the first time in 15 years or something ridiculous. But, this is the talent we're talking about. Biggest winning team margin ever in the history of the ISA Games. So something's brewing in Australian surfing, and it's on the back of these surfers. But, Miller, although she finished, I think, 4th in that final over there.
Yeah, 4th. She got copper. Yep.
But, so she was able to contribute to that team total, which is a huge result. So that was just a great wave. We could watch that all day long.
Absolutely.
Ruby Berry just punching it.
It's been an interesting lot of finals, right? Because I feel like you go in expecting someone to win or to dominate. For me, a heat that stands out, even though it was a brilliant heat from both surfers, but the under 14 boys, I expected Locana just to go out there and blitz and for Luca to put up a great fight. But it's been a cool kind of underdog story today.
It has been.
And it's been a great learning curve for all those big stars, those people that everyone wants to beat, like your Miller Browns, like your Loki Cullens. They're on the back foot. This is a great learning experience for them.
Well, Eliza Richardson also going down to Lucy Darrow, which, I don't know if that's a huge upset, but Lucy knew that Eliza just wins everything. So she knew she had to go out there. She had to surf so well, and she actually put in a big clutch performance, under a minute to go, gets the win. So, you're right. It's a full day for the underdog victory. And I would say that on paper, you might say that Miller has the edge here just because of the experience, because of some of the runs on the board that she has. But Ruby definitely not feeling any pressure. 8.5, 4.83. So she got the better of the first exchange, and then she used that advantage to build the confidence she needed to get that big backside hook off.
Yep. Well, even too, I would classify Miller as a temporary Gold Coast Arian. Like, she lives up here half the year, basically. She's always up here, always training. So she's got the time over here on her side, where Ruby lives on the opposite coast.
I just want to give you a heads up, and to anyone who's watching online the Billabong Occy Grom comp presented by Sunbum, the Prezzo won't be live streamed on this broadcast thread, but it will be live streamed on Billabong Instagram Live. So
cool.
Billabong Australia Instagram Live, I should say. So go to Billabong Australia, give them a follow, tag into the live feed. You'll be able to watch all the Prezzo there. That's for friends and family of anyone who wants to see the athletes get their trophies, be lauded in a room full of people up at the famous Rainbow Bay Surf Club, which is, that's the veranda. That's if you want the best seat in the house when the CT's on, or the Occy Grom comp's on, or the Challenger Series, or Usher Cup, or whatever other events they have here, that's where you want to be, on that in that surf club right there. That's been one of the iconic viewing platforms for pro surfing for decades. And you come up the stairs. If you've won the event here as a CT, you get your name on the stairs, just like at Bell's.
So
and
cool.
It's so cool. You go in, there's just photos of Parko and Steph and all the Snapper Rocks alumni, Josh Kerr, another one. And, it's just a great space. So just a reminder, all the presentations will feature on the Billabong Australia Instagram live feed after this event. So tap in there later on. 6 minutes 30, these finals, they just run away from you, don't they, Jess?
You blink and they're over.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's kind of sad. We want them to keep rolling. I've had the best day.
It's been cool. One thing to just keep in mind here is time ticks down. And hopefully we get a little pulse, is that Miller is comboed. Like, she can't actually win this thing with a single ride. So she's got to get a ride over a 3 at the very least to pull that combo back. So let's watch here keenly. She will have priority, I'd imagine. And that looks like there's a little wide lump coming through. She will go this one. Miller Brown from Bungan Beach. And she takes off. A little carve down to get going. Slices off the top here. I think that 3 can safely... Oh, maybe not. No major turn, no down the line speed. It was a bit of fool's gold, that one. It looked nice as she took off. Well, there's a nice opening carve. So I think there's 3 points in that.
I reckon we're going to...
She'll pull herself out of combo here for sure.
For sure. I definitely think she's getting out of combo. I don't see it going crazy. It's not the 8.5, but here right now, 5 minutes to go. If you're Ruby Berry, you'd think you're going to drop the 4.83.
Well, you have to. You just can't leave the door open for a surfer of Miller Brown's
I'm so curious if she's going to play
experience,
attack or defense.
That's the big question. At this level, you've done enough junior surfing to know what you need to do. It's just like putting into practice. It can all go out the window in a final. It's such a high-pressure situation. Miller Brown, what's she going to do here? Takes off on an insider on the way back out the point. She needs this one to double up and stand up on the inside, and it won't. So time is becoming the enemy here for Miller Brown as Ruby just holds position out the back. Oh, it's a lot of desperation here.
5.43 for Miller, and then 3.3 on that last wave. So she breaks combination, now needs a 7.91. So now if you're Ruby Berry, you're thinking, get rid of this 4.83 right this second.
You have to. 5.43 is probably the minimum that Miller was hoping for. She couldn't get less than that. If she needed a huge score with just 4 minutes left, that really turns the screws. But a 7, when you hear that and you're sitting out the back, you're like, I can get 7s.
Oh,
no
hell
props.
yeah.
Let's go.
And she's had 7s.
All event long.
All event long.
And if anyone can tap into that excellent range, it's Miller. So back in the fight here. Surfer from Bungan Beach. Shout out to Bungan Beach board riders. They'd be tuning in.
Hey, Luca.
They never miss a Miller heat.
Hey, Luca. He's also team manager for her boards.
They sent me a Bungan board riders hoodie. And
they're so cool.
Pride of place in the wardrobe of Vaughan Deadlift.
They're so cool. What colour did you get?
Black.
Oh, with the red and yellow flames. I think the purple jumper's pretty cool too.
Oh, the purple one's gold.
Yeah, it's really cool. Go Bungan.
So 3 minutes 20 to go, and this is nervous times as this heat has really never quite fired off consistent sets or waves. So have we got a paddle here? No. So is Miller just sitting miles away from Ruby? It just looks like they're, They're nowhere near each other. So Miller just wants to give herself every chance without priority to get a wide one that might stand up.
Well, just a note as well, the further Miller paddles down, the judges have been super on suspending priority. If they deem you're out of their priority area, it's gone.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So Ruby has to be careful to follow her down because she might suspend her priority too. It's all happening.
This is exciting stuff as a wide one does start to launch up. This looks solid too. Miller Brown off the bottom with speed. Hacks it off the top. Big turn. This is the wave she's been looking for. Will it double up? You'd think she'll need another big turn on the inside. But the first turn was so beautifully done. High speed. Can she find a connection? Oh, the frustration. You can feel it. Wow. Well, it was sitting there, wasn't it? After that first turn. I mean, there's got to be meat on the bone. She could even top that 5.43 just with that one turn.
Oh, 2 minutes. It always happens in the last 3 minutes. I've been saying this the last 2 days, but this is Ruby Berry's worst nightmare. That opening carve was beautiful all the way back around. Nothing really happened from here on. But judges have been rewarding single turns with excellent scores. 617 just for that opening carve.
So the score's dropped to 617, so she'll need almost nothing now. A 7.17. It's in the same wheelhouse, but will she have time to get back out the back? And can she find a wide one that doesn't fizzle?
I know, I hope so. But Ruby, really, 1 minute 30.
Yeah, it's all about her next score. She's got to get a wave.
483 has to leave. Don't play defense, play offense. 483 has to leave. It's going to increase that requirement. My heart's racing.
Look at Miller paddling like crazy to get somewhere in position for another wave. Ruby Berry's done nothing wrong. I don't think many waves have actually come through that she's let slide through. So it's kind of been all down on this lower bank. And Ruby must just be going, oh, how can I keep priority, use it to my advantage? Well, she can't really because Miller just won't go near her.
Yeah, she just needs to, I don't know. This is hard, right? Because if you play defense, you might risk suspension. But if you play offense, you could increase your score, but she could get a wide one. It's just, on a playing field as big as Snapper, look how far down Miller is.
35 seconds, but is there even going to be a wave? It looks so flat out there right now. There's no action at all. 28 seconds. Can Ruby Berry hold it down against Miller Brown? What a heat. Far out. This was a really different experience to some of the earlier finals with plenty of waves and lots of ripping. This was a real tactical one. Miller, paddle. That could be it.
10 seconds.
Looking for a 717. It's over. And Miller Brown is just unfortunately going to have to sit there and think of what could have been because Ruby Berry just put it together. That one backside hook has been the difference in this final, Jess.
Absolutely. It has been that 8-5. It set the pace. It set the tone. Ruby Berry's the champion. She's done it.
Yep, the big victory lap. Throws up a re-entry. Where's the celebration? It's going to be coming. She looks frothed out, stoked.
That smile.
So WA gets the win. And what an achievement. I mean, it is so exciting to come here to Snapper Rocks. Not only get to share this moment, with your best friend. As you said, these two are really good mates, and they've just surfed a heck of a final. And it's Ruby Berry who will get the win. And, oh, man, this Occy Grom comp is so sick. Look at that. There's Isla as well there, I believe.
Yeah.
And,
Isla Hupperts.
Yeah, I mean, that's the future of Australian women's surfing right there. Look at those three.
Absolutely is. Ziggy McKenzie as well. Literally that right there is Australia's future. There's the chair. How good, Vaughn.
That is fantastic scenes for the under-18 girls final. It's a wrap. Your champion, Ruby Berry, over Miller Brown. And we're going to have a quick break and be back with the final heat of the Occy Grom comp, presented by Sunbum. It's the under-18 boys final in just a moment. Rabbit Bartholomew back in the box.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Welcome back, and we're straight into the action of the under-18s men's final here at the Billabong Occy's Grom Comp, presented by Sunbum, and this is Jimmy Hill, the big man, streaking off to an early start as Snapper Rocks begins to turn on. The Arvo sun is shining. Vaughan Blakey and Rabbit Bartholomew in the commentary box for the last heat of the event. Bugs, what a day.
What a peak performance day for the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. In its 18th year, it reaches a peak at Snapper on the best day of the window.
Yep.
And the cream has come to the top in all divisions.
It has, mate, and the finals have not disappointed. They have been slugfests, just bare knuckles, just rights and lefts, and sometimes it's been about performance, other times it's been about tactics, but these Grommets are just putting it all out there.
Yeah, and the thing is, look, we've just had the blue ribbon, women's under 18, now the men's, but every final has been astonishing.
Yeah, you're right.
There's been revelations.
All right, well, let's have a chat to our under-18 girls champion, Ruby Berry. Congratulations. How stoked are you?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. It feels good.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you, you racked off one of the most obscene backside snaps we've seen all event. Full power move to get the 8, and that really did prove to be the difference in the final. How good did that turn feel?
Yeah, it felt pretty good to, especially because we just got Snapper with just me and Miller, and yeah, it felt pretty good to get a good one.
Tell us a bit about your friendship with Miller. I know that you guys are super close. How hard is it to just put that aside when you got a final?
Yeah, it's definitely hard. We were kind of joking out there a little bit, but we were both pretty serious, and always friends on the beach and leave it all out there, but yeah, I'm pretty stoked.
And Ruby, all the way from WA to come over to Snapper, you just mentioned it, what a dream come true. It's a CT venue. Where do you rate this win in your career so far?
Well, I've actually only won one event on the East Coast, and I was 12, so this is probably one of the biggest wins of my career so far, so I'm pretty happy.
Well, who do you want to give a shout out to? Because, it's been a magic week for you. You've been dropping huge scores, surfing out of your skin, but I know that it takes more than just your commitment, and your desire and passion to get that win. Who has helped you along the way?
Yeah, shout out to my dad for sure. For being so supportive and travelling with me, and all my sponsors, Roxy, Oakley, Futures, CI, Sunbum and Decline, and all the girls for making it fun and supporting me, and and everyone who put on the event in Occy.
That's so cool. Well, we'll let you go because we're into the men's final, but we'll see you at the presentation. And just a reminder to everyone at home, you can watch the presentation not on this live feed, Bugs, but on Billabong Australia Instagram live feed. So just follow Billabong Australia, jump on the live feed, and you'll get to see all the champions crowned. But great to see Western Australia back on the victory dais as well.
Well, Western Australia is nearly an international event, isn't it? Oh yeah, Zaya.
Oh, massive start here for Zaya Hessen. He's picked off the wave of the day.
Yeah, well, he's done this a lot throughout the tournament. He did it to actually get through a heat the other day. And he's just started out on a flyer.
That was pure carnage. And is that even the 8.5? Is that already dropped in?
Well, the thing is, yeah. And the thing is that he's also still got the inside positioning on the paddle out. Jimmy Hill with a pair of pocket sixes.
Yep.
But suddenly an 8.5 appears from your opponent. So Jimmy came out of the blocks early on a couple of waves that were kind of a bit skitsy. But this wave here lines up. Here's the Snapper local. That first turn sets up the 8.5.
Oh.
And every turn is so crisp out of the top. And that board looks so good under his feet.
Mate, that is almost perfectly surfed. I just don't know how you can surf better than that. He just ripped the lid off it, completely linked every single turn into a bottom turn with speed, and just absolutely teed off an 8.5. And I think the judges are well aware that they're dropping the scale just a touch for this final, because that would have been a 9 in any other heat.
Yeah, look, Zaya only really started getting into surfing when he was about 10, which is a late start these days. And, came from a great swimming background. But I remember he was a little kid out here, and he was still behind the rock, very early days in his surfing.
Yeah.
And he's always, just paddled out like a maniac. He's a very competitive young guy, and now he's got his surfing so crisp.
This is Jimmy Hill's opening rides, both sixes. The board's been great for him. He's surfing really well. He actually said that he does surf a lot out here. He's relocated from Anna Bay, Port Stephens to come up here. He's chatting with his dad Mark before. A couple of nice big finners, but this wave just didn't offer quite as much as Zai's wave.
No, neither of them did. And these are like pretty similar rides. They're a couple of sixes. So one of them's got to be eliminated immediately, if not both.
Yep. It's not looking like sixes are going to win this Open final or the under-18s final, but yeah, Jimmy's surfing extremely well. He said he does surf with Zaya, but they don't surf together often, so they obviously just keep an eye on each other. And Zaya's just on a fire right now, Bugs.
Yeah, he can't put a foot wrong. He's got such good rhythm in this final, and he's been building up for this.
I mean, there are so many regular-footed Style Master freaks who surf this wave who have been champions, world champions, not just, men and women, but on every level, not just on the, the global WSL, but, even the club champions are so stylish, mate. This wave crafts surfing.
It does, and, some of the greats of world surfing have moulded their style out here for sure, and he's another one coming through the ranks of the club, and Zaya is really standing up today.
He looks amazing. He really looks on song, so I think Jimmy's going to have a little reset in his thinking, maybe not take any insiders.
I think we were commentating that. He might have been yesterday, and he needed it. Like, remember, he needed a 3.61 with like about 20 seconds to go, and he took this nothing little wave.
That's right.
And you went, and the second turn, you went, yeah, he's got it.
Yeah, that's done. That's done. He's been using local knowledge better than almost anyone in this event. I mean, I know there are a few kids from Snapper in all the different divisions, but Zaya's been the guy who just sniffs out the little grower. I remember when Dean Morrison and Occy surfed the final of a CT out here.
Yeah.
And Dingo was just on everything that looked like a half-decent ride.
Yeah.
I think he surfed like 9 waves in that final.
Yeah, he did, yeah. Yeah, he surfed 9.5.
Yep. But, I think one of the most frustrating things, if you're coming up against a real, true local who's spent their entire lives behind the rock, it's their ability to pick off that grower, that little chip shot wedge that looks like nothing to everyone else but grows into a section.
Well, Zaya's only had 2 waves. He's had 2 rides.
Yeah.
And let's see how close we are to a combo. Yes, we are already there.
Yep.
So a 7.67 on that second effort. He has picked 2 brilliant waves that have hit the bank so well, and with this incoming tide, not every wave's hitting it well, but when the waves come and they've got that, they wrap onto that bank with a wall. They're the ones you're looking for. So here's Jimmy here. This wave is a section way down the line. If you can get to that, it's going to be really promising.
Here it is, the high line, checks it. Down into this little low road. Will it stand up for him? It's been tricky to pick the ones that have a bit of steep face down here. It kind of did connect, but it hasn't gone steep enough, Bugs.
No, and it's probably, it might be, there's more to it now. This is what we saw.
Oh,
yeah,
nice little air rev to put a stamp on that. He might close the gap.
Oh, he's going to get out of combo.
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident he'll get out of combo. Just that last bit of, I think he was sitting like on about a 6.5, and now he's up the ante a bit because the start of this wave is pretty good. See, now he sees this section down the beach, and I like the way he's looking down there. Still gets a nice, there's a check turn, but a bit more into it. Nice little rooster tail there. So this is a pretty decent ride because of this finish.
Yeah, the finish is a real statement. This one could have just sat sort of somewhere around those 6s. But with a high-risk move on the end and doing it with speed. A lot of that surfing looked, forced on that wave, but he'll go all right here.
Jimmy's back.
He's back.
He's got a 7.53. We have got a final. And, we're just into the second half now, so Zaya Hessian dominating the first half of the final. Jimmy Hill just gets his nose into the match. And it's what we want to see. We want to see a match in every single final. We've seen it since the 12s.
That's it, and he only needs an 8.64, which, we've seen Jimmy get set waves. He actually got the best wave yesterday that broke all day long, and he ripped the lid off the joint.
And now we'll see the response by Zaya because he holds priority. He's been super selective. He's picked 2 absolute stonkers. His wave selection has been brilliant, and he surfed, with speed and crispness and huge carving moves and those combinations.
Bugs, while we wait for Jimmy to get back in the lineup, there's that classic
Yeah, there it is.
wash that comes up Snapper Rocks. Makes the jump off pretty challenging, but it's iconic as well.
Well, it is, and with this high tide, I mean, look, it's not a big day, but you still get a few surges.
You got to watch it, mate.
Every now and again.
Oh,
geez,
mate, even the best come undone on this jump rock sometimes.
Don't even talk about it.
But, mate, while we're just waiting for some action, you know, you were a little Grom once, running around here between the pinball parlours.
Yeah.
And had, you know, an amazing Gold Coast Grommethood.
Yeah.
And now here we are, all these years later, you know, 18 years into a Grom comp. Like, the idea of a Grom comp when you're a kid must have just seemed like fantasy.
No, well, I was only saying that to Jess earlier, like, even right up, like, right through my era, the youngest was the under-14 cadets, and you'd only get, like, 3 or 4. I remember coming down, and seriously, it was the 1968, 69 Queensland titles at Snapper with Peter Druin and Graham Black, great service, behind the rock, but not the banks we get now, but good Snapper. And these kids turned up, and they were, like, 13, 14, one kid from Burleigh, one from Noosa, and I looked at it and went, oh my God, I'm not even going in it. And I just watched it. And then that went right through till when Dino, you know, Morrison, you know, joined Snapper. Like, he was only 11, and I thought he was too young. I said, come back next year, and he came back next week.
Yeah.
And I let him go in it, and it was still the under-14s.
Yeah, yeah.
So we're talking 92, 93 there. So this is very new, really, in surfing, that you know, and then next, you know, my son's surfing in the under-6s with Caius King.
That's it, mate. Yeah. And, you know, like, I think that the big takeaway for me is that you've always had a vision for surfing, and you're always looking to adapt and improve upon what currently exists. And the pathways now are just they're so safe, mate. They're such solid, you know, you can really create your vision of where you want to go with surfing. And it doesn't always end with a world title. It can just end in the experience of enjoying this time in the water at Snapper with no one else out, or Nias when it's absolutely cooking for a regional QS.
Oh,
or
my God.
all these different things that are just the joy of these pathways that have been created.
And as you said that, a rainbow appears.
Look at that, eh?
You got to love a rainbow at Rainbow.
You do. Nah, that's a beautiful little symbol of just how magic this event has been. It's been a ripper. And the under-12s, just to go back to, you know, like, providing that category, is always the standout. Like, the stoke you see from those kids is just on another planet.
And the surfing's on another planet.
Isn't it?
It's so amazing what kids are doing at 11.
I just want one take from you, Bugs. I've been dying to ask you the whole time. I just went to Stab High in China last week.
Yeah.
Sorry, in Japan last week, and there was an 11-year-old Chinese girl, Patty Zhu, doing full rotators, lofty ones, like 3 foot in the air into the flats and just riding out, no problem.
Here comes China.
Here comes China, mate.
Well, I mean, but that's the whole thing with wave parks. You know, we are going to see this phenomenal situation happening where nearly landlocked surf stars are going to appear, you know. I mean, I went to that first one in Allentown way back in the 1980s.
That's right.
And there was a local pro who'd never been to the ocean. and at the time, we're just going, you're kidding. But that is real. That could definitely happen now.
Mate, but surely that stokes you out, because everyone who surfs, like, you know, I don't know, there's a healthier, happier attitude towards life. You're sharing travel, you're sharing all that stuff, and it doesn't matter if it's born in the pool or born in the sea or born anywhere.
Well, that's what I was going to say to you. I mean, the rainbow kind of took over, and I went, well, here you go. You've just said it, and your rainbow appeared. But really, you know, you look at the world now today, never more should you be more grateful than you're a surfer today.
That's true,
because
mate.
you can still live the dream and still have this dream of and this life of freedom and this life of adventure. And, you know, most places with perfect surf are pretty cool places.
They are, mate.
So, look, you've got to be, you know, it's a very fortunate crew that I always say that surfing finds them.
Oh, man. Bugs, it's such a pleasure to sit with you again, especially here in the final of the Occy Grom comp. Two incredible surfers we will sign this thing off with. Just to remind everyone again, presentation won't be streamed live on this feed, but you can watch all the kids get their trophies at the Rainbow Bay Surf Club on the Billabong Australia Instagram live feed. So that'll be coming up later.
And I tell you, you know, you get a trophy at the Occy Grom, and it is special. It goes on the mantelpiece. Everything else gets brushed aside. You know, it is so special.
For sure.
And, you know, as I said before, the big prize in this event is getting to surf another heated snapper.
Yeah, always.
But then if you make that final and you get that podium finish,
wow, it's something to really behold.
Yeah.
And these two surfers have just been so impressive right through the tournament. This final sort of slowed down a bit there. Zaya has still got a lock on this with that 8.5 because their second score is pretty much around the same mark. But Jimmy's, he needs a bit of a miracle to happen here because Zaya's holds priority.
That's right.
And his wave choice is so good.
This is the 8.5, Bugs.
Yeah, no, well, this is what he came out with this wave. Just unbelievable surfing straight up. 4 huge moves. You know, the rooster tail's still, you know, the buckets are still landing from the first one now.
As he goes into the second one. And you know what's crazy is that's really one of the first waves we've seen just sit up and allow itself to just get tagged off on. There's been a lot of work being done, you know, kind of those forced cutties to just stay with the power, but that was just full freedom of expression, wasn't it?
This will be a big win for the young man if he can hold on to first place at this stage. Jimmy Hill, a dangerous proponent though. You know, he can cut loose. He got that 7.53 on a wave that didn't look that great, and he surfed it great.
Saw some incredible clips on Jimmy's Instagram. He was just over at Cruy for that event, but some of the beach breaks over there got massive while they were there, and he was packing it with Breno and the rest of the Huey's crew. But yeah, he's a great surfer, mate, and it's always cool because you come to these events and you leave with new names in your field of vision. You know, Jimmy's a guy who I'll be thinking like, yeah, I want to see more of this kid. Lucy Darragh, who won the 14s girls final, she was really impressive. So, you know, I'll go home from this thinking, all right, well, there's more names coming.
Oh, there is definitely. And, you know, well, Jimmy surfs for D-Bar, the local club.
Classic.
Yeah, it's classic. It's a bit of a snapper D-Bar final. I mean, that's pretty all-time.
Unreal, mate. Yep, so we are going to chat to the winner of this final before we cut the stream and head over to the Rainbow Bay Surf Club. Bugs?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, whoever wins this has got to say a few words.
Got to get him on screen. I mean, it's been a wonderful event. Well, will we see a flurry of activity in this last minute? You hope so, but the rainbow's out. It's almost like the day's just gone, hey, everyone, let's chill. Let's keep it chill. Bank looks incredible at the moment, Bugs.
It's been incredible for so long because we haven't had that big swell to you know, create a big hole out there. And even with this little bit of southerly, you saw new sand coming around the corner, you know? Like there's sand in the break on the lower tide. There'll be sand coming around and just feeding it again and feeding it again.
Mate, it's the beast that won't die, thank goodness, too. Yeah. We love it.
Yeah.
20 seconds, Bugs. I think we're just about to sign off on this one. The Grom froth is about to seriously cappuccino the living daylights out of this thing, or baby chino it.
And look, the rainbow's just fading. It's got about another 10 seconds left in it.
There it is. And unfortunately, Jimmy won't get a chance to improve on that score, but he got out of combo, so good on him. But it's all about Zaya Hessian. What a performance. He really lit up both waves that he caught. Only needed the 2. No chaff.
That is phenomenal. 2 waves ridden, and look at the pack. It's already on it.
Yeah.
And, but, you know, 2 waves ridden, and just such a well-managed final.
Fantastic stuff. And I know that Snapper Rocks will be frothing on that. They love a hometown victory.
Yeah, he's pretty stoked. This is a big win for Zaya Hessian. You know, the biggest of his career for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Mate, you know, as we sort of reflect on this event, what have been sort of your takeaways as far as just someone who just loves surfing, loves to see the pathways? Look at this, big celebration from Zaya. Yeah, you know, what did you love about this year's Occy Grom comp, mate?
Well, I mean, what I like, I mean, you saw the kids come into town, you just realise, you know, the anticipation, you know, being able to, you know what, I always used to love just being in finals day, just being part of finals day. It's that anticipation and the preparation the day before, knowing that the big day's tomorrow. It's a good feeling, and these kids got to experience that at Snapper, which is a double-edged sword in that it's one of the iconic breaks. It's going to be where a CT's held next year.
That's right.
And they really got that full CT treatment at the Billabong Occy Grom comp.
I love that, mate. You know, it's so strange to me to think that all our winners have been cheered up the beach. You know, they've had their friends cheering them up. They've had their opponents cheering them up in some cases. Zaya's about to cop that now. But, you know, in 6 months or so, they're going to be watching, who knows, Jack Robbo getting chaired up the beach,
Exactly.
Ethan, Molly or Katie or whoever, and they're going to be going, I felt that. I know that feeling.
Exactly. Look at how stoked Zaya is. I mean, he knows the feeling of triumph, of winning at Snapper. You know, and he's won club rounds here before, but this is a whole new level.
So cool, and look at this afternoon that the Goldie's thrown on for us.
Yeah, the rain's gone.
So, I mean, we've got to give a big thanks to our supporting sponsors and all the team who bring this together. Obviously, Surfing Australia with the broadcast. We've got the judges, Surfing Queensland, is it, who run that?
Yeah.
And we've got, you know, such an amazing team that helped put this thing together. It is CT standards, you said. Zaya Hessian points to the clouds.
It's a bit like, you know, it was only 6 weeks ago that it was Mikey McDonough.
That's right.
Getting chaired up the beach. And, you know, you saw the emotion on Mikey's face.
Incredible.
Well, that's that next level. Well, that's 2 levels up.
Yep.
That's the Challenger Series, which is on the way to the CT. And this pathway is on the way to big stuff.
It is, mate. You know, you only have to look at previous winners to see, you know, just where this thing can take you. It's a huge moment for these Groms. And, yeah, it's been a rainy day, but look at that, Bugs. You couldn't get a more perfect Gold Coast Arvo right now. Whenever the wind's south, this joint lights up.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing how it's, the rain's eased up. We had that, you can just see that faint rainbow still there.
Still hanging around, mate.
It's hovering just over there, little froggies at the moment. And, yeah, the sun's come out for the Prezzo. And we'll get the winner on deck in a second to get that interview. And then up for the Prezzo.
That's it, mate. I want to give a shout out to the broadcast team. Thanks very much, crew, for bringing all the images together. Shout out to Terry Tapatis, who is the voice of surfing up in here in Queensland, mate. And far north New South Wales and Surfest and a million other places.
Is the new Daryl Eastlake.
He is, isn't he? He really is. He's been around for so long, and, you know, you really appreciate the characters who help create the culture and the fabric of our experience of surfing. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's right.
Chris Enever as well on the mic. Our co-commentators, Laura Enever, Occy,
great
Parko, Jess Starling was incredible. Chris came into the booth a few times. Stacey Galbraith. Geez, he's got some surf knowledge on him. Pretty mad. But it's just been such a great event. There's our supporting sponsors, Surf Lakes, FCS, Sunbum, Kira Surf down there. So many crew want to support and help these pathways in surfing, Bugs.
Well, it's grassroots, and grassroots is really important in this day and age. You know, you've got to start somewhere. You've got to start through the clubs, through the Grommet events. This is the real deal.
All right, well, one guy who is experiencing the real deal right now, Zaya Hessian. Well done, brother. You're the champion.
Oh, wow.
Thanks, Fawny. Thanks.
Hey, mate, that was pretty much a perfect final. 2 waves.
Yeah.
You picked them off like cherries on the vine, low-hanging fruit, and you ripped the absolute lid off them. How good did that first one feel?
Oh, it felt pretty good. I don't know. I was just, it's so surreal. I don't know. I just saw it and it had like a nice wall on it and just teed off on it. And yeah, I was pretty stoked to get a good start. And I knew I needed a backup, especially against Jimmy. So yeah, it was pretty good to get a nice backup straight after it.
That's so cool, man. Tell us a bit about Jimmy. You said that he surfs out here with you a little bit, or you know, you surf in the same sort of field, but you obviously get to cop each other's skills quite a bit.
Yeah, no, Jimmy's like such a good surfer, good friend. Like he's just moved down here from Port Stephens, and yeah, I surf out him like basically every day. So yeah, I knew he was such a good surfer.
And Zaya, the other day, I think it was yesterday, you had in your quarterfinal, it was a real squeaker. There was, I think, about 20 seconds ago, and you needed like a 3.61, and you got that tiny little wave, and you just gave it everything you had. And I mean, they're those squeakers. After that, did you feel like, okay, the luck's on my side, I got a good feeling about this now?
Yeah, I felt like in rhythm, like when I knew like I had a good score on that, hey, I just needed another one, and yeah, I backed myself, I believed myself, I knew I was going to get the score, and then after that, I like, this morning in the semi-finals, I knew I was in rhythm. I just needed to get the waves.
That's it, man. It feels to be, you know, we went away last year together for a little surf trip, Zai, and
yeah,
it feels since then, mate, you've just been building to this moment. You know, there's a lot of good surfers in your age division. They all want the same thing, but it has felt that you've been on the incline, and this is a massive result. What's next for you? Are you heading straight down to Lennox?
Yeah, straight down to Lennox for the Skull Candy and Pro Junior. I've been training real hard for this, and fuck, it feels so good.
Good on you, Grom. Swear jar. But nah, look, mate, congratulations. It's such a huge result to take out the Occy Grom comp. It really is the top. It's the top bell. It's the one everyone wants to ring in junior surfing. So you've done it, mate. Good on you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Rabbit.
Congratulations, Io. Well done, mate. Excellent surfing.
Sweet.
There you go, mate. So he
Thanks
comes
so
in, he gets, he basically gets honoured by the great 78 world champion OAM, Rabbit Bartholomew. What a buzz for him, mate. I just saw that you were the president of Snapper Rocks Board Riders for, 14 years or something?
Yeah.
So that's so cool for Zai. But, mate, that's it. The Billabong Occy Grom comp is a wrap for 2024. Big thanks to Billabong. Big thanks to Sunbum. If you want to watch the Prezzo, Billabong Australia Instagram live feed. It'll kick off very shortly across the road at the Rainbow Bay. But in the meantime, mate, from Vaughan, from Bugs, from everyone here at Surfing Australia, Billabong and the Occy Grom comp, thanks for tuning in. See you next year.